The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Hi Ryan and Somewhere in the Skies listeners. Thanks Ryan for giving me this opportunity to tell my story. My name's Jamie and I live on the Gold Coast, Australia. My sighting took place on the 14th of July 2021 at around 5:10 p.m. I just want to preface this by saying I've always believed in UFOs and aliens and was fascinated by the topic, but I've never looked much into it. So if someone said to me, "Oh, do you believe in aliens?" I'd be like, "Yeah, for sure." But I never really looked much into the topic. I thought that there was only ever saucer-shaped craft. I didn't realize that there was other shapes. And yeah, as a kid, I grew up in a small country town in Australia, like somewhat in the outback. So there wasn't much to do apart from go camping, or, if you're at a sleepover, we'd just be out on the trampoline looking at the stars. So I've looked at the skies most of my life and I've never seen anything apart from your normal satellite going across until this day. So it was a normal work day for me. I work from home and I finish at 5 o'clock. So I was on my way, after I finished work, I was on my way to the supermarket to pick up some things. As I left my driveway, I was traveling southeast and I seen something in the sky and I thought it was a blimp. I was so excited when I seen this blimp because I hadn't seen a blimp since I was 6 years old, and I just wanted to see what company was advertising on the blimp. I was thinking like, oh my God, like I haven't seen that for so long. What a cool idea. And in Australia at the time, there was such a hard lockdown. Like we couldn't cross states. So I lived 10 minutes from the New South Wales border and my family or anyone couldn't cross. So at that time, there was almost no flights into Queensland. It was like, I think to the airport closest to my house, that on one day, there might be like 2 flights a day or 3 flights a day or something. Like it was a hard lockdown. So when I seen something in the sky, it was so exciting. And I was like, yeah, oh my God, it's a blimp. How cool. So I was traveling, southeast, and I'm driving towards a highway. And I'm noticing the blimp in the sky is getting lower. It's not moving in a forward or left to right trajectory. It's just descending from the sky. So I don't actually know how blimps move. I don't even know if that is possible, but that's what I was seeing. So I didn't really think too much of it. As I'm getting closer to the highway, I'm almost directly underneath this blimp now, but I realize it's not a blimp and it's a triangular shape. There's no distinct wings or anything like that. It's, I would say, probably 10 stories up. In my mind, I'm thinking it's actually a lot lower than that, but I know that potentially I'm over-exaggerating the height in my head, thinking, oh my God, it was so close. But it was maybe about 10 stories high. And it was quite large. I would say it was the size easy of like a 747 or something like that. So it was this triangular black craft, and it had 3 lights on each point, and the lights were round and they were like a bluish white color. I was freaking out. My mind was going a million miles an hour because to me, I'm just thinking like, what is this? This isn't a plane. I work in the tourism industry. I've traveled a lot. I kind of have a rough idea of what planes are and kind of what they look like. So I was like, this is not a plane. What is this? And I'm still driving at this stage, and this thing's traveling. Well, it's not traveling. It's at a complete standstill above the highway, pointing south towards Byron Bay. And at 5:10 in the afternoon, on this particular highway, it is bumper to bumper. It is packed. So I was thinking, oh my God, everyone's seeing this. Like, what is this thing? I was trying to call. I couldn't get to my phone. I was driving, like I didn't have my phone in my hand, but through the Bluetooth in my car, I was trying to call my partner, and I knew that this thing was too low for him to see from our house, but I was still trying to call him, telling him to get outside and look up, like you might be able to see what I'm seeing. So I get over this thing also, might I add, no sound. This was the other thing that was freaking me out, because I was like, a plane can't fly this low over the highway. It can't. This thing isn't making any sound, and it's not moving. A plane can't, it would fall out of the sky. It can't just stay there like that. So anyways, I take my exit 87 and I cross over the highway, and I look back in my rearview mirror and this thing's gone. Like it was just completely gone. I didn't see it take off. And then I was thinking, like, how did that thing disappear? Like, surely I would have heard a boom or something for it just to shoot off like that. But I heard absolutely nothing. So following that, I got to the supermarket and I tried calling my sister, who I knew she's had an experience before. And I was thinking, like, if this thing was a UFO, thinking in my head, can a UFO be a triangle shape? I wasn't quite sure, but I knew that this thing wasn't a plane, and I didn't know what it was. But in my head, I was like, I think that was a UFO. So yeah, I tried calling my sister. She didn't answer, so I text her. And then when I got home, I told my partner. And for so long, those were the only 2 people that I ever told, because I was thinking no one is going to believe me that I seen a UFO. But since then, I've been able to share my story with work friends and, some other close friends. And everyone actually believed me, whether they've seen a UFO or not. They were all just like kind of intrigued with my story. So for months after that, almost every day, I was searching the news and like Facebook, thinking someone would have reported this. Someone would have seen exactly what I seen. It's a busy day over the highway. This thing is so low, but I've never heard anyone report it. I've never seen anything of it. And so after that, it kind of sparked my interest in UFOs. And then I seen that through documentaries and different things, there are triangular crafts. And listening to Ryan's podcast recently, the Triangles episode, I was like, yes, that's what I saw. I never saw the red light in the middle. The one that I saw, it wasn't illuminated, or I just didn't have one. But yeah, it was an absolutely crazy experience. Yeah, so I guess how it's changed my life is that now I fully am involved in the topic. Like, I love listening to the podcast and reading books and watching docos and all those different things. Yeah, so I guess I'll constantly be looking up now to, in the hopes to see the next one. But thank you, Ryan, for letting me share my story.
Hi, Ryan, and Somewhere in the Skies podcast listeners. My name's Jeff, and I'm originally from Massachusetts, but I live in Ireland on the East Coast. I've always been interested in UFOs, alien science fiction, since I was a kid. But I never really, I never saw anything in the sky or anything that couldn't be explained away as, a plane or a helicopter or something that was, easily explained away. That was until 2011. It was summertime, and we were walking home in the evening from the playground, just probably around 7 o'clock, I would guess, between 6:30, 7:30. And we were walking on the road that's overlooking the Irish Sea. So we're walking along, and it was myself, my wife, our daughter, who was 2 at the time, and our neighbors and their kid. And I remember I just looked up at the sky, and I saw this orange ball. And it looked like it was emanating from, you could see that there was like a black shape, almost like I'll describe like the top of a bell, or just there was some kind of structure on top of it that it seemed to be emanating from, but it was like an orange ball. And when you were looking at it, it was shimmering as if you were looking at it through heat. Like when you're looking down the highway, like long road, and it's hot out, and you can see the heat shimmering off the road. It was like that, but you're looking at it, and it was shimmering like I was looking at it through heat. Sorry if I repeat myself. But I couldn't tell you what altitude it was. It was high, but it wasn't super high. I don't know, maybe 1,000 feet. It's hard to know. But I just remember seeing it, and just the first time I thought, that's something strange. What is that? And I remember I tapped my friend, and I said, look at that, what's that up in the sky? And I remember noting his reaction was weird. He kind of got freaked out and was like, oh, it's nothing, it's a helicopter. And I didn't want to look at it, which I thought was a weird reaction. And the wives were having a conversation and tending to the kids, so they really weren't looking at it. But I kept looking at it up in the sky, and just thinking, that's not something, that's not a helicopter, and then all of a sudden, as if somebody turned a light switch, it disappeared. Like, it was just gone. There was no trace of it at all. And I just thought that was really weird. I've never quite seen anything like that before in my life. So, but then I saw it again 2 days later. I was driving, this time it was the evening, probably around, I'd say maybe 6:30 or something. I collected my daughter from daycare, and I was driving back, and I was about to turn into our housing estate when above the road again, there was the same thing from a different angle, but the same thing. It was an orange ball, glowing orange ball of light which looked like it was emanating from the bottom of something, which like black, almost like I'd say like a bell. And so I stopped my car, and I pulled over, and I was looking at it, and same thing. Within, I don't know, could have been seconds, not very long, as if someone turned a light switch, it just vanished, and there was nothing there. And I was just, my daughter was only 2, so she really doesn't remember it at all. But I just was left with the feeling like there's something that's something more. That was something different that I saw in the sky. It was something not of this world. I don't know. I'd like to think it was, but like I want to believe, but I'm very skeptical about things. But this one's hard to shake. That I saw it twice, and and the way it just vanished. Now, I've seen, things like, Chinese lanterns in the sky and stuff like that. And I remember I was in Porto in Portugal, and they did this whole thing where they lit lanterns like that and put them up in the sky. And this didn't look like any Chinese lantern. This was just like a glowing orange ball. And like I said, and it was shimmering like you were looking at it through heat. And then a year ago, I remember I was talking to a friend here who was into UFOs as well, but he was telling me that, because I described it to him, and he said like, oh, the shimmering thing, that sounds like something he had read on Reddit or something, where some theory that at a certain time in the day, maybe they have a cloaking device, and if a certain time in the day when the light is changing or something like that, that they can't adjust or something like that, so like you kind of get a glimpse of them, and the shimmering as you're looking through the cloaking device. I don't know. That's just what he said he had read, but that was interesting that he said that to me because I just thought it was just that it was shimmering. Sorry, and I actually went on YouTube and Googled like UFOs in Ireland, and I found one video, which sadly I don't know where it's gone. It's no longer there, but somebody in a house in the country in Ireland had went out their front door and filmed, and it was exactly with their phone. And fortunately, this is 2011, so it was not a great footage, but it was definitely the thing I saw in the sky anyway. So the same orange ball, looking like emanating from a black structure, and it was hard to see if it was shimmering on the phone, but it was without a doubt what I saw. And like I said, when I saw this thing, it wasn't moving through the sky, it wasn't flying, it was just like there, no sound, nothing, and then just like a light gone. So it just, like I said, I'm left with wanting more, I guess, because I know I saw something that is hard to explain away. It can't be explained away. There was no sound, wasn't anything human, it wasn't anything aircraft of any kind that I know of. So it's just just left me feeling that there is something more out there, but I don't quite know, don't have any confirmation what it was. But anyway, that's my story. I hope that's good, and thank you for giving me a chance to share it. I appreciate it, and love the podcast, and thanks.
Hey guys, Ryan here. The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is a labor of love every week, and with that comes many different costs to keep the show running. That's where our Patreon campaign comes in. You give what you think the show is worth. There's different rewards available all the time, including shoutouts on the show, early editions of main episodes, bonus episodes and content, and very soon, monthly patron hangouts, where we sit back and chat all things UFOs. So I hope you'll consider becoming a Patreon subscriber today. To learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you for your support, and keep looking up.
Hi Ryan, thanks for having me on Somewhere in the Skies. My name's Ben, I'm from Ireland. I've had a number of weird encounters and sightings since I was a kid really, but they've all really started back up again since early last year, and I don't really know what to make of any of it. It's all very strange, so I just wanted to start talking about it. So I live at the foot of Montpellier Hill in Dublin, where you can look up the hill and you can see the old Hellfire Club ruin at the top of it. And to my north is the Irish Air Force's base, the Casement Aerodrome. And we're kind of in a flight path, essentially. We get the Irish Air Force's PC-9s flying over, we get all the passenger jets and helicopters, and the Coast Guard as well, they come over. So my first recent sighting is in April 2021. The family's all in the house, and we've got a family event on, and I end up volunteered to go to the shop. So I get my stuff ready, put my headphones in, and I start walking. And I'm coming through the estate, and I'm kind of in the middle of it. And I look up, and there's this plane, and I can hear it through my headphones. So I kind of pop the headphones out, and this plane is really low over the estate, like too low for what it should be, really. And it's turning. It's not banked. It's just kind of, it's like it's a full yaw trying to turn to its right. So I'm watching it come out of the estate, fly over and fly off, and I just find it weird. But as I'm watching, I can see the flight path it's deciding to take is going towards this red star off in the distance. This really bright red star. It's quite low down on the horizon. And I just keep watching. I'm walking through the estate, and it's just weird to me. So it's just, for reference, the sky is fairly bright. Like, it's not dark yet. It's gonna be, but it's like, this is a bright star for what it is. So I keep watching, and I keep watching this plane fly further and further and further, and comes a little dot. It's still going towards the star though, but I start where I'm walking. The houses start getting in the way of my view, and I have to go into the shop. So I go in and I grab my stuff. I come back out, and as I walk out of the shop and head to the estates and get a view again of where it was, I'm looking for that star, and that star is gone. That red star that was so bright, it's now darker again, and that star should be even brighter, but it's just completely gone. So I'm weirded out by this, and I just start walking home. I'm like, okay, no problem then. Let's just go home. I get to my driveway, and I'm glancing at the mountain, and I'm glancing back at the spot where that star was the whole time. And when I look at the mountain itself, there's these two white lights over it. And, like, the mountain often does have lights on it. It's not that common, but there's farms, and there's roads, and there's paths and stuff. People sometimes just be up there with headlights and torches and stuff. But I'm watching these two little lights, and they're kind of flanking each other side by side, and they go up, and they just kind of move over and back behind the mountain. And they're high enough up over the trees, like they're not in the tree line anymore. I thought they were lights on the mountain, but they weren't. They were over it. And at the time, I thought it was drones, like two drones flying together, but it just doesn't really make a ton of sense to me when I consider the other things that happen after. Including that plane as well. I think that plane's related to stuff after. But yeah. So my second encounter is in December, the start of December that year. I'm coming back home. It's really late at night. It's like 11:30 or 12. And I'm walking through the estates. And as I'm walking, I kind of look over at the mountain. And over the mountain, there's those two white lights again. And I'm just kind of watching them. Like, oh, here they are again. They've come back over in the same kind of shape and size as before. And as I'm watching, there's more of them. This time there's like 3 different objects, distinct objects, with these 2 pairs of white lights, and one of them has a little flashing red light in the middle that kind of flashes at weird intervals. And I'm watching this, and I'm standing in my driveway like an idiot, just standing in the open, staring at the mountain. And these things are kind of flying up, and they're going around and over the mountain. And like, if I'm to guess, like if they're over the mountain where the Hellfire Club itself is, these things are like car size, truck size, nearly. Like, they're big enough. So I doubt they're drones. Otherwise, they're much closer, and they're scanning a really weird part of the mountain. I keep watching them. They move off, they move together, they move around, and they're flying up and they're down. And as I'm watching, they all kind of come to the center, over like a kind of a random spot over the forest, and they just kind of slowly drift off. Like, they all meet up in the middle, and they just kind of pick different directions to go. One of them goes to my right, one goes off to the left, and one kind of decides to go over the back of the mountain. And I'm watching them, and I just turn around. I just turn around and go into the house. And I'm confused at this still, because like, you hear this happen for people where they're like, oh, I just, turned away and I went to sleep. Or I kind of didn't expect it to happen, where I didn't have the wherewithal to catch myself and just stop myself and go, no, I should record this, not turn around. But I'm watching these weird lights move off and move together and move away, and I don't even watch where they go. I just go inside, and it took like a day of me thinking about it for me to go, why did I do that? I had my phone with me. That freaks me out. I've never experienced something like that. my first thought with these was that they're just drones of some sort, maybe mapping the mountain, but like it's just the way they move off and meet together and then move off is so weird. Like, it makes no sense for me. Like, why would, even on a practical side, why would you want all three of your drone operators? If they're all going to different places, they have to land somewhere. What are you going to put each of your guys like miles away from each other? One in like a reservoir, one in just a random mountain range, and one in like a housing estate? No, it doesn't make any sense to me where they were moving if they were drones, because they have to go somewhere. They have to have somewhere where they launched from, and there has to be an operator that recovers them. And why would you not just put them all on the mountain together? So maybe 3 weeks afterwards, me and my friends are trying to walk through the park nearby us. We're trying to meet up with other friends before Christmas to give each other Christmas gifts. And it's kind of late. We kind of left it too late. We're walking through and it's pitch black. So we're going through the park. The park has big streetlights and stuff in it, so it's not too bad. But all this stuff is still in my mind, so I'm telling everybody about the lights that I saw. And I'm describing them, describing how they moved, and I described the middle one, the one with the middle red light that flashes in a strange pattern. And as I'm describing them, it's literally above us. And I look up and I point up and I say to them, that's it. That's what I'm describing. And it's exactly the same. It's the middle red light that comes on and off in a weird pattern, and the two flanking lights, the white lights. And it's moving, and it's moving kind of gently. It's moving side to side, and it's moving away, and it's kind of just going over the area. And these two white lights look like they're always facing, so it's like they're always directed towards you. They're not like, you're not losing sight of one light as it turns or something. It's just always visible. So I'm weirded out by this, and I'm pointing up and I'm telling my friends, like, that's what it was. That's exactly what was over the mountain. And they're kind of glancing up and they're like, yeah, it looks like a drone. And then they just move on. And these are people who've had experiences. These are people who've seen their own things and have crazy stories to tell. And this is like in front of them. And they just lose interest. Exactly the same way that I did when I was at the door in my house. They just turned away and started talking amongst themselves. Like, it actually it freaks me out. And I don't like the odds of me talking about that thing and then it just spontaneously appearing directly above me. Like, that's a hell of a coincidence. The very final thing I've seen recently was only maybe a few days before I sent you this email, Ryan. I was in my garden and I glance up at my sky, and as I look up, this red streak just tears through the sky. And it only goes a little distance before it just disappears. It's just gone. And I thought it was a meteor, but like less than 30 seconds later, two planes come out of nowhere over the estates, just circling and flying around. And they fly around for maybe 2 or 3 minutes before both of them head off north towards the aerodrome. And I have no idea what that was about. So yeah, those are my sightings. And I don't really know how I feel about any of them, honestly. I'm a little bit freaked out more than I am anything else. It's those white lights that freak me out, because let alone that they don't seem to be drones, that they fly off in mad directions. I've never experienced that feeling of just utterly losing interest in something, moving on. Especially for it to happen when I described them in the park, for that thing to show straight back up and give my friends the exact same feeling. That is bizarre to me, and I really don't know how to explain it. Thanks for having me on, Ryan. I appreciate the chance to talk about these things. Cheers.
Hey Ryan, thanks for this opportunity for me to be able to tell everybody about my possible UAP experience while serving in the Australian military in 2008-9. A bit about my background. I did 15 years in the Australian Defence Force, the first 11 in the Navy as an electronics technician for weapons and radar. And the last 4 years as a military working dog handler with the military police, because biological is just the same as electronic or combat systems, isn't it? So anyway, I was posted of the latter to work at a remote base in the Australian outback, not far from a town called Katherine in the Northern Territory. and it was around the end of the dry season in September, and we were hosting international exercises with the Americans, as is widely publicised every single year, and this year was no different. And it was a weekend. I was on night shift, so I started about sunset, and I usually work with one particular colleague who was rested on with me that night, a general duties police member, and my police dog. And we loaded up the truck, drove down to the flight line. Now, in this particular place, the flight line is dispersed in bushland, which means that the craft don't sit on a nice concrete pad all lined up in a row with spotlights on it. This is dispersed in the dark with around a 5 kilometre radius, and in between each OLAs, or ordnance loading areas, where they sit in, is heavy, thick bushland and just taxiways. Okay, so imagine that. You can see it on Google Maps if you look it up. And to give an idea about this place, if any of you visit Northern Australia, it's hot, wet, or hot and dry. And this is in the hot and dry season. And the wildlife is quite thick. It's like being on the planet Dagobah and Yoda's about to jump out at you, and pterodactyls and all that kind of stuff. So it's bats, kangaroos, snakes, spiders, and stuff you don't even recognise. So that's just picture this. So anyway, we get out there at about just before sunset and unpack everything and start walking the perimeter and chatting to my colleague, because we were good friends as well outside of work. And he started telling me a story about how in September, the year before, he was patrolling with another handler, and he had a UFO sighting. And with my background, and I love astronomy, and I'm a science fiction nerd, and I'm pretty kooky, even though I sound pretty straight-laced, I was like, hell yeah, tell me all about it. And he told me a story about 3 stars flying overhead, stopping on a dime, and then suddenly dispersing in a split second in all different directions, and that was it. And I'm like, holy shit, right? That's amazing. But where we are and what we're doing right here, that could be anything. Okay, and Catherine is one of the UFO hotspots of the world, especially at that time of year, right? So anyway, we start walking, the sun's starting to set, and we noticed this place usually has a lot of bats, a giant bat colony, and is full of teeming with life. I mean, everything's alive and everything's got something alive on it. So, no kangaroos, you name it, and there was just like nothing. And I put it down to maybe the bats had moved on because they were kind of troublesome and at the time interfering with the aircraft. And also we had a recent kangaroo cull, so I thought that the hunters had gone to town and just erased a lot of them off the face of the earth. So that's what I put it down to, and I didn't think anything more of it. Anyway, so we're walking on the perimeter, walking along, laughing about this story, and my dog suddenly stops dead in his tracks. And my dog wasn't the most best police dog in the world. He was quite friendly, quite soft, quite distracted, and quite uninterested in being a police dog. He was just wanting to be a cat on your lap. That was about it. So he stops on a dime, and he's looking at the horizon up. And I'm thinking maybe someone's going to do an exercise with me or something like that. What fun on the weekend when nobody's doing anything, because my dog really needs it. And then he starts growling. And my colleague goes, oh my God, look, oh my God, there they are. And I looked up and no shit, there were 3 star-like objects flying towards us in a sort of like a very wide V formation, so not a straight line, and the middle one was slightly forward, about the size of the planet Venus on a good day, you know, when it looks big. No flashing lights, nothing like that, slowly flying in perfect formation, and just stopped right there. They're about 10 degrees apart, which is like when you look up, you put your hand up, it's about a handspan, and a 45-degree angle line of sight, and they just stopped there. And I'm like, mate, is this what you're talking about? And he's like, yeah, this is it. And he goes, they're going to just like disappear in a minute. And we're looking, and nothing's happening. And they just stop there. And it was like this feeling like they're looking at us, we're looking at that. And it was like this weird feeling. It was like, we're just all looking at each other right now. And my dog starts barking, which he never does, even when he's supposed to. So I'm like, my God, my dog can see this. And just as I was like thinking, I'm going to radio my boss and ask if we've got any unscheduled, scheduled, but not really scheduled flying activity going on. And as I was calling him, the outer two objects just, and the opposite direction from each other, just went like flew away. I'd never seen anything like this. I've been in the radars, like world. I've seen all sorts of weird crap. Nothing like the Nimitz or anything, but seen lots of weird crap. Seen nothing that flies this fast. And I'm on a base with fighter jets and all sorts of crap. So it's like, no, this is the fastest I've ever seen. But the middle one stayed. The middle object stayed. And we're looking at it, waiting for it to do something. And I spoke to my boss and said, is there any unscheduled, scheduled, but not really scheduled stuff? And he's like, no, leave me alone. Get on with your job. Bye. And I'm like, well, this is nothing nobody knows that does know that knows nothing about. And it just stayed there, this thing. And my dog's barking. He's going crazy. His hair's sticking up. My dog never does this. And then there was this smell. And the Aussie bush smells like wet trees and dust. That's what it smells like. Sometimes flowers and animal poop or animal carcasses. This was an electrical smell. Kind of like what people say ozone, but to me, no, not really. It was kind of like you opened up an old radar cabinet and all that waft of old people's home and old rusty metal come flying out at you. That's what it smelled like. Asbestos or something. And I'm like, where the hell is that smell coming from? There's no wind, nothing like that, no animals, no sounds, just this stench, this star in the setting sun sky, my dog growling, and my colleague and I just standing there, and I'm getting jelly legs, you know, because, you know, brave soldier and all that. And just as I said, that stinks like an old radar cabinet, then the noise started. Well, it wasn't actually a noise, it was more like a vibration that I could only feel in my sinus cavities and my forehead and my lips and kind of a little bit of my chest. It was more of a feeling rather than a sound, an audible hum, but I think my dog could pick it up long before we did because he was going nuts. He was trying to bite off his lead. He was growling. His tail was between his legs, and I'm trying to calm him down, thinking, holy crap, and I'm looking around. There's nothing out of the ordinary around us at all. So we're trying to calm him down and get his toy out, and we've got to do this patrol, and we're keeping an eye, waiting for this thing to do what my colleague said the last year it did, nothing. But it didn't do it. And then it just started getting brighter and then dimmer and then brighter and dimmer again, like a beacon, really slowly. And just sitting there. And I'm like, I don't know what do you say to this? Phone camera, it's 2008. I've got a Samsung, I think it's a Galaxy S2. It wasn't going to capture that. And you know, I'm trying to control my dog. My colleagues telling me we were having discussions about Independence Day and, you know, Star Trek, Vulcan greetings. It's also didn't happen. Anyway, we have to do this patrol. We're moving around the perimeter. The sun's below the horizon. This thing is still stationary. In fact, it's geostationary. We figured it out because we watched the stars over about an hour or two move as they do. And this thing was still exactly where it stopped. We did a whole perimeter of the flight line, and this thing was still exactly where it stopped. And it was now doing this slow, bright and dim thing. And we're cutting through, going around. My dog's jumping at everything and looking over his shoulder and all this stuff. I've got flashlights going. We're all looking with flashlights, nothing. We had a break. It got to about 2 or 3 in the morning. We went back to the truck, which was parked in the middle of all this dispersed stuff at one of the OLAs, and was sitting at the front. I put my dog in the truck because he was just about to lose all his hair at that point, and he quietened down when he was inside. And my colleague and I were laying on the tarmac watching this thing the whole time, and there's smell and there's humming and coming up with all the reasons what this could possibly be, and I'm racking my brains. I don't know what it is. So I get up, and my colleague went to go and relieve himself in the bush, and I'm standing looking into the distance, and in the most heavily dense bush area, one of the corners of the area we were patrolling, I could see this glow. It was orange in colour, kind of like a fire. It was flickering like a fire. And scrub fires are not unusual at that time of year, especially in this area. So these fires do spontaneously happen because under the base is an underwater river system and cave system, and the fires do burn. Don't ask me about the science of this, but it does, and they pop up every now and then. So I thought maybe it's something like that, and the smell is getting heavier, and I'm like, this must be where the smell's coming from, and the humming. So my colleague comes back, and he goes, what the hell is that? And I said, it looks like a scrub fire. So we call the fireys and say, we've got a possible scrub fire, could you please come out? And they say, look, have a look at it first, tell if it's a big one. If it is, we'll come and splash water on it. If not, it'll go out itself. All right, so we start walking towards it. I didn't want to take my dog out, but I took the dog out, and he was virtually skidding backwards as we were trying to walk forwards towards this light glow of orange. And we got to about 15 meters when my dog was virtually crawling up my back of my pants at that point and growling from between my legs. And this glow would have been it looked like a ball of flame, but no smoke, no burning smell. And it was kind of a weird looking flame. It was kind of, everything was misty in between. Kind of like if someone had a smoke machine and just made this haze of a ball thing, about 3 meters wide, about the same tall, in the middle of a very heavily, densely bushed, like stretch of area. That's what it would look like. And I was looking at it going, what the hell? And I could see something in it. And I squinted my eyes, and this is where it gets weird. It looked like there was a pair of legs in there. Like, not legs standing in there burning, like legs, cut out shape of legs in this light. And there was no body attached to it. There was no feet. All I could see was a pair of skinny little thighs, knees, what I thought were nubbly knees, and the top part was the calves, and then it's obscured by this orange, flamey, glowy thing. And I'm like, we've got an intruder, and call the fireys. And we call the fireys to come out, and they saw it. As they were coming up, they could see the light we were talking about. They came rushing out, and just as they arrived, the light blinks out. Like someone turned off a switch. And we're still like 15 metres away. I don't know how many feet that is. 3 feet to a metre, you calculate. And the driver said, well, what the hell is that? And I'm like, I don't know. Let's have a look. You have a look. So they took the truck towards there. We're walking behind the truck very slowly. And they shone spotlights on it. And I dragged my dog by the scruff of his neck virtually, and my colleague. We get to the corner where this bushland is, you can't actually access that place. We were standing at the edge of the taxiway and looking in. It would have been about 5-10 metres in. And there was just like this empty patch, this oval-shaped empty patch of grey ash and sand. And there was no vegetation in this, where this light was. There was no footprints. There was absolutely nothing, but it's heavily bush, right? So there was trees and stuff overhanging it, and they were untouched. There was no scorch marks, nothing. There was no smoke. There's no warmth. Nothing to what I would say is in a bushfire. And the fire is like, this is weird. And they asked me, what the hell's that smell? And I'm like, yeah, can you hear that humming? And the driver said he couldn't, but my colleague and I could definitely feel it, and I'm pretty certain my dog could. And they sprayed some water on it, because that solves everything in the firing well, and said, call us if it starts up again, and go away and drive back. And left myself, my colleague, and my dog standing there, and we legged it. We legged it. My dog didn't need to even be told where I wanted to go. It was like, hold on to my dog's lead, and he was straight to the truck. Meanwhile, this thing is still flashing above us, which in the excitement and everything, both my colleague and I had forgotten to mention to the fireys, like, have a look at this shit. They totally didn't, I forgot, you know. We went back to that truck faster than you could say, holy crap. I put my dog in the enclosure at the back, locked it up, and we're just standing there looking at this pulsing whatever it was above us, and looking far in the distance where that orange light was, waiting for it to come back, or waiting for ET to come and, you know, tap us on the shoulder or something like that. Nothing. The humming was still there, the smell was still there. My dog was calm. As soon as he went inside his little box, he was calm. By this stage, it was about 4 a.m. It'd been non-stop all evening, and I was not going to report this. I was not going to, because everyone knows I'm a bit kooky, and I was the only female in the section at the time, and it was hard enough, and I just didn't need extra problems. So, and it's 2008, you know, and so about 4 a.m. we did a drive-by again. This thing's still in the sky, and then I don't know what made me look up, but I looked up again, and it was getting smaller. It was still flashing very slowly, but getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And I'm like to my colleague, it's going, it's leaving. And he's looking up going, it's going to flash away really quickly. And we're waiting for it to do something dramatic. And it didn't. It just slowly raised and disappeared into the sky. And the humming and the smell slowly dissipated over the course of the next hour until 5, where I had to get back to the section to do a handover. And I didn't even know if I wanted to go back to the city. I wanted to get the hell out of there, but I wanted to stick around, you know, as well. I didn't want to leave the place. I'm like, well, I want to see if something else happens. But nothing else happened. But at sunrise, that's usually when the kangaroos come out again and the bats do their big thing. Nothing. There was still absolutely nothing. There was no birds, there was no bats, there was no kangaroos. Usually the kangaroos are like kamikaze pilots jumping into the car just as you're passing. Nothing. It was devoid, and it's only until we got back to the section that started seeing, you know, the usual sunrise wildlife on the base. And I spoke to my section commander at the shift changeover the next day, who got me drug tested pretty quickly, and my colleague, and told us that it was obviously a scrub fire, underground scrub fire, probably hit something metal, that's what the smell was, and the rest of it we were just making it up. And don't you dare write anything like that in any of your reports, because you're all liars. Anyway, from that time on, I've never ever been able to talk about it really. I just talk about it with that same colleague. We're still friends. I live in Germany now, and I work with military radar systems once more, and I still haven't heard or haven't seen anything or any stories, anything remotely similar to what I've seen and experienced. And trust me, I'm out there all the time when I can look in, and I haven't seen anything like that ever since. And no Men in Black came to me, nobody wanted to know, nobody asked me any questions, and everybody just thinks it's a great old story and I'm spinning it, but I'm telling you that's what I saw. I can't explain it. I sometimes dream about the legs sometimes, and yeah, that's how it went. And the next time I was out on shift, nothing ever happened, and trust me, I was looking for it and saw nothing, heard nothing, and my dog just continued on as per normal until I got out. So that's my UAP strange story. Thanks for listening.
Greetings, Ryan. First off, I would like to thank you for the challenging yet wonderful work that you are doing and the important contribution that you are making to the ever-expanding database of one of humankind's greatest enduring and most profound mysteries. My first experience occurred back in 1993 when I was living in a suburb of northern New Jersey. I had to be 19 or 20 years old at the time. It was a rainy evening, and I was driving west towards my home with one of my close friends in the passenger seat beside me. We drove up a long, drawn-out hill, and as we arrived at the peak, I noticed a bright yet strangely reserved pair of lights not too far off in the distance straight ahead of us. I say reserved because to me they seemed bright, but less radiant like sunlight, and more softly glowing like the moon. This particular road stretched for several miles between two towns and was flanked by low swampy grasslands on either side of the road. The lights were side by side and resembled the headlights of a vehicle, except that they were not on the road, but rather they were slightly above it. It did not appear to be moving. My friend later estimated that the lights were approximately 25 feet straight above the pavement. It seemed peculiar to me, so I brought it to my friend's attention. He acknowledged that he was already aware of it. There were no cell phones at the time, and we did not have a camera with us. However, my friend happened to be carrying a small tape recorder with a cassette tape, so he pressed the record button and began to describe what we were seeing. As we approached the bizarre lights, it became more and more apparent that this was not an airplane or a helicopter, and there was no civilian drone technology at the time. We confirmed that the lights were stationary as they remained in the same position, yet appeared to increase in size as we got closer to them. Just as we were about to drive underneath them, one of the lights lifted quickly while remaining equidistant from the other, and the two, which now appeared to be part of a single object that neither of us could make out, shot off to the north and disappeared instantly in the snap of a finger. Poof, gone, just like that. Although we were unable to capture any photos, an audio recording of our emotional response to the event is evidence that the two of us witnessed something shocking enough to cause us both to yell out, "Holy shit!" in our shared state of astonishment and wonder. I remember that the two of us were hysterical and tears were streaming down our faces. To my knowledge, this has never happened to either one of us before while witnessing an airplane or a helicopter. I would also like to mention that whatever this thing was, it was completely silent. My friend wrote the following in his diary entry on this day. When we were in the car, we were contending with driving sounds, engine, tires on road, and the rain adds quite a bit to clatter and white noises it all up. However, there is no question we were very close to the source of light, and at no point had I even considered that I didn't hear anything usual or unusual. I can't buy into a scenario where we transect a small engine plane's flight path or big private jet. It was definitely not a helicopter, as they are a lot louder than planes, and they disturb everything around with turbulent rotors. End of diary entry. When this occurred, we were about a mile or so away from my apartment, so we continued to rave about our experience with the tape recorder still running. There were other vehicles on the road as well. Did anybody else see this? This is where and when the high strangeness really peaked. As we approached our destination, my friend shut off the tape recorder and we drove a short distance entranced in complete silence. Suddenly, I observed one of the most odd things that I had ever seen in my life. Casually walking down the sidewalk just around the corner from my home was what appeared to be a stereotypical gray alien, slender and lanky with long, thin, wiry arms, legs, and fingers, and a large bulbous head with big dark eyes. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Was anybody else seeing this? There were other cars on the road here as well, and people coming and going relatively nearby. Before I could say anything to my friend, he uttered with a bewildered tone to his voice, "Did you see that?" I said something to the effect of, "The thing with the big head walking down the sidewalk?" He nervously responded, "Yes." We both fell silent again and drove the rest of the way to my place, where we spent the remainder of the evening calmly discussing all that had happened to us. For some odd reason, my friend is unable to recall this last part of the experience, the appearance of the alien being on the sidewalk, although he recalls everything else with as much clarity as I do and with nearly identical descriptions of the phenomena as those of my own. I have had several other experiences with unidentified phenomena and high strangeness following this event, including one later that same year, but I would like to leave it at this for now, so that I may share some thoughts as to what some of the possibilities are in regard to what this phenomena could potentially be. All, of course, are entirely speculative. It could be extraterrestrial, perhaps, even as some speculate, interdimensional. I have experienced peculiar geometric craft and extremely vivid dreams. I have woken up from lucid dreams with the thought that these are some sort of reality-bending crafts from liminal worlds that seem to have a being or consciousness of their own. Perhaps biological, perhaps artificial intelligence, perhaps some sort of a hybrid of the two. Their very presence seems to warp reality or consciousness to the extent that everyday sensations and perceptions, dreams, out-of-body states, visions, hallucinations, psychedelic spaces, and myriad other states of awareness all blend together in various ways into incomprehensible hyperspaces that seem to profoundly transform the human experience of sensation and perception, and of space and time into something that transcends the very essence of the human experience itself. Perhaps it is human or non-human time travelers. Perhaps it is highly advanced human technology from the past or future. Perhaps it is human-generated artificial intelligence. Perhaps it is a biological creature or creatures that coexist on our planet that are technologically more advanced than we are. Perhaps it is from the depths of our deserts. Perhaps it is from the depths of our oceans. Perhaps it is from the depths of our jungles. Have you seen these craft represented in the paintings of the late Pablo Amaringo, a Shipibo shaman turned artist following a psychic attack from another shaman that nearly killed him? Maybe the phenomenon is holographic. Maybe the phenomenon is the hallucination of a mass psychosis. Maybe the phenomenon is an artifact of mass hypnosis. Maybe the phenomenon is a mind virus. Maybe the phenomenon is a hoax. Maybe the phenomenon is a tulpa or thought formation created consciously or subconsciously by individuals or collectively that takes on a life of its own apart from its generator or generators. Maybe the phenomena are what many through the ages have commonly been referred to as angels, demons, or fairies and elves. Are they some sort of probes observing life on our planet? Are humans some sort of genetic experiment? Could the so-called zoo hypothesis be correct? Are they somehow associated with death and the after-death state? Anyone's guess is as good as mine. The only thing I know for sure is that something out of the ordinary, and perhaps out of this world, happened to my friend and I in 1993, followed by other events later that same year and in the summer of 1996. Memory changes over time, and although it is within the range of possibility that the explanation for the experience described above is entirely prosaic, I cannot shake this deeply rooted feeling that this is not the case. Ryan, thank you again for all of the great work that you do, and thank you to all of those who have shared their stories, as well as those who have taken the time to listen and have approached this topic, keeping the balance of an open mind with a healthy dose of skepticism, along with a pinch of imagination. And we must remember the words of the late, great David Bowie. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our mind.
Hi Ryan, and the Somewhere in the Skies listeners. My name's Hilton. I live in Newcastle upon Tyne in the UK, and after stumbling across your podcast and hearing the other witness accounts, I thought I'd leave my own with you. This event happened in about October 2019, just before kind of the world locked down for COVID. A colleague and myself went out for a smoke break. I went to go stretch my legs, and we were just standing in front of my building at the foot of the town where sort of the river flows past. And while we're having a conversation, my colleague basically just stopped talking to me mid-sentence and was looking sort of past my head, up the road, at a patch of sky above the actual town centre itself. He eventually sort of like pointed to where he was kind of looking, and initially I couldn't see a thing. It just looked like there's a patch of blue sky with sort of cloud kind of moving through, and eventually I cottoned on to what it was and could see it. It was something I've never seen before. It's probably about the shape of a matchbox. It was very square, flattened, but its size, it appeared to be like quite big, like massive. I'd say size of like a football pitch, and the height above the ground, I'd say maybe about 200-300 feet, and it was just motionless. It was positioned sort of one end down by about maybe 15 degrees, and yeah, it just seemed to be actively camouflaging against the backdrop, which were the clouds, and you could literally only make it out as the clouds sort of moved past it. There was a fraction of time where you could see the outline of whatever this thing was. It was also, yeah, completely motionless. It wasn't moving, and no sound except for the sound of the traffic and the normal sounds from like a busy city. But yeah, there was no propulsion or anything that you could hear, and it was just there. And we both stared at it in like complete awe for about maybe 5 minutes, trying to get our heads around what we saw, and then decided to go back in the office. And on the way up in the lift, we at that point decided not to really mention this to anyone, because we would sound like we were smoking something else. And I've literally maybe told 2 other people, and it's kind of really blown my mind. I don't know its origin. I don't know if it's from this earth or from somewhere else. All I know is that the technology that was used by this device or craft is unlike anything I've ever seen before, and it's kind of blown my mind. And I thought I'd basically share this with everyone else. That is the only sort of occasion in the Northeast that I've seen something like this. Yeah, I was really hoping I was going to see more of them. We'll see it again, but judging by how hard it was to spot, it's unlikely I'd see another one like this again. But there we go. That's my tale.
Hi, my name's Steve. I'm from the northwest of England. I've been working as an entertainer for the last 25, 26 years, so constantly on the motorways late at night. I've never really seen anything, really. I'm always looking because I do enjoy that kind of thing. I've been into the UFO subject since I was a small boy, so I've always been intrigued by that. And one particular night, this was about, roughly I'd say about 12, maybe 13 years ago, around autumn time, around the time it is now. I was with my wife at the time. We were driving from a place of work down the M6, and it was about 11:10 p.m. around the Stoke Stafford area on the M6. It was clear, and this is one incident I never told anybody. The next incident I'm going to tell you happened the following night on the same stretch of road, but this incident I never told anybody because it was just too bizarre. They're both bizarre, but this was just, it didn't come in under the same reference points and framework as, conventional UFOs. And in the sky, we could see a triangular box, like if you can imagine a gigantic, those flat white MP3 players that we used to have, a few years ago before everything changed and went into phones. Forget the name of them now, but you had the dial on the front. Imagine like a big rectangular craft with no wings, and on the very back of it, there was a pole, just a big pole, or sort of a mast, and on top of that mast was a big white glowing orb at the back, and this thing was shooting from east to west at phenomenal speed, like somebody was just joyriding in the sky. And we were like, Jesus, look at this, and then eventually we sort of got under it and went past it, but it was still screaming across the sky, going at least 50 to 100 miles in just seconds. We went woof, straight across and back again. It was strange. It was a bizarre incident, which I just disregarded because of, it's no wings. What are you going to tell people? You saw a flying box with a glowing orb on the back. They already think I'm mad. So anyway, the next night we're on very similar stretch of motorway, but it's almost the same area, Stoke Stafford, almost around the same time. So now my wife and I were looking in the sky. We're like, do you remember that thing we saw last night? We're like, yep. And then to the left of us, about a few hundred yards down on the left, or sort of above the tree line on the hard shoulder, came a black triangular craft with a light under each apex of it, and it was going so slow that looked like it was just floating, drifting, and it didn't make a sound, not a single sound, and anything that was traveling at that speed would have had to have had a downdraft, because it would have just dropped out of the sky. And everything went deadly quiet. The car was quiet. The air that was rushing through the car, that went quiet, and we just watched it. Everything slowed down, and it came over the car. Literally, you could have hit it with a catapult. It was 50 feet away from the car, but above it, and it just drifted over. It was gunmetal black, and it just drifted silently right across the motorway, across over to the fields to the east side. So it went from west to east as we're travelling towards Liverpool area, well, sort of that area on the M6. We're going that way, we're going northbound, and it went straight across and just slowly drifted across the fields. Didn't make a sound, had no jets, no propulsion, no nothing, just a black triangle. And you could see it kind of like, it didn't have any markings or anything like that, and it was, you could see it was a solid object, and it was kind of bolted together kind of thing, and you didn't see any bolts or anything else in, but you could see that it had been made. It weren't like cast, like your normal UFOs, there's no seams, is there, and all that kind of stuff. This one looked like it had been made, because I don't know what I mean by that really. We can take what you will, but and it just disappeared and went over to the east, so it would have gone sort of Stafford area over that way. And I looked at my wife and said, "Are you seeing this?" And she said, "Yep, I can see it." And then that was it. It was done. It was over. And so we talked about it, and then we split up a few years later. About 9-10 years later, we split up. But then every occasion we remained friends, and every now and then I would message and say, "Do you remember these incidents?" And she's like, "Yeah," and clearly mentioned it. So anyway, about 3 months later, it's winter time. So these are three very, very different craft UFO sightings, and I've never had any in my life, and I got 3 of them within 3 months. And the third one, I was driving back from Leeds area on the M62, again, going home that way, so I think it's east or west, I can never remember. And I got past the sort of the big hill bit where you go over, it's like the highest motorway in England and all that. And then I'm dropping down, and as I get to a really clear bit, I'm looking to my right, and you can look over, I think it's Halifax, and you can see into Halifax. You can see all the lights blinking, and you can see everything clearly. You can see church steeples, you can see everything. And what caught my attention first of all was the moon. The moon was absolutely beautiful. It was massive. You could make out all the, you know, the patterns on it and all the face of it and all that kind of. It was a beautiful colour, sort of off a sort of a milkish, orangey sort of glow to it. And then just underneath it, so halfway between the horizon and the moon, was another moon. Like it was just the same shape, the same colour. It was massive. It was just hung there. And now I'm thinking, what the bloody hell's this? And then after about a few seconds, it pulsated. It sort of went woof, 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 and then shrank to 10 times less its size. So it shrank down to about the size of a basketball. So now it's tiny. And then it just lowered itself really sort of slowly right over the town of Halifax, kind of over a building. Maybe it was a church, I'm not really sure, but it was very similar to, if you've ever seen the Dome of the Rock thing, the one where it came down and hung over the Dome of the Rock and then flashed and went off, and it got to the hanging over the buildings, and then it flashed again 3 times. It did like a woof, 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 and then shot back to where it was, and then swelled to its original size. As like, it was just the most incredible thing I've ever seen. So get this, I now ring my wife, who's working at the Royal Exchange Theatre in Manchester, and I see, so it must have been about 10:15 at this time, and I see she's just finished a shift, so she'll be leaving, and I rang her and I said, "You're never going to believe what I'm looking at." And she said, "Is it like a really big white ball in the sky that looks like the moon?" And I was like, "No way, it is." And she was in Manchester at this time, and this was way over, is sort of that over the Halifax way. She'd seen it from Manchester, from the Royal Exchange Theatre. I don't know why, how, or whatever. Make of that what you will. I don't know what it is, but she saw that. So I rang my friend who lives in the flats in Leeds and made him go to the top of his building, but he couldn't see it. He couldn't see it. But I hope that interests you. There's 3 very bizarre stories. And if it's if you want to go, if you've ever seen People of Earth, the show People of Earth, which is excellent if nobody's ever seen it, go and see it. The ship, the mothership that's hiding behind the moon in the show, they have a carrier craft. And the carrier craft that takes them from their ship to the Earth is exactly the same as what I first saw, that rectangular thing. And that's when I felt confident to tell people about it, because I'm like, these guys know what they're talking about. They've seen something who's wrote this show. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this story. It's true. There's no bullshit there or anything like that. That's word for word exactly what happened, and I have a witness as well. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to tell my UFO story that I have only told a very few people about, because the response I usually get from it's usually either negative or people just think I'm crazy. Anyway, let me set the stage. It was about 1996, roughly right in there, and I was visiting a friend of mine down in Sierra Vista, and in Sierra Vista you can see the mountain range. It's about 5 miles away, right? And then at night you can see this little blimp. They have a blimp there that has a little light on it, and it's got a radar on it, right? And it's probably like 30 or 40 feet long or whatever. So anyways, back during that time, you know, in the mid 90s, we didn't have, you know, internet or anything like that. So we only paid attention to like local news and things like that. Maybe we'd see something about Tucson, but you know, we never knew what was going on in Phoenix. So during this time, I found out years later about the Phoenix lights. So I'm not sure if it happened during that time or that exact same day, somewhere around there, right? So anyways, we're down there, and it's, I don't know, maybe 9:30, 10:30 at night. It's not late because we have to go back to Tucson later on that night. We were down there picking up a amp or something. All these guys were in a band, so they, you know, musical instruments and stuff like that. And I tried learning the guitar a little bit. You know, I could do like harmonics and a couple of chords, but I couldn't really do much with that. So anyways, we were down there, and it was nighttime, and he's got a bunch of dogs running around. We're sitting, he's got this little oasis. We're all sitting around this fire pit, right? So all of a sudden the dogs start freaking out, right? And we're like, what's going on? You know, and he's playing guitar or whatever, jamming out with stupid songs. It's pretty funny. We're just having a good time. And so they start running towards the mountain, or towards the front gate, which is like an acre property. And it's nighttime. You can see some stars, a little bit of moon glow, but you can't really see anything. So anyways, these dogs are barking. They run towards the gate, and there's like 5 of us. So we're standing there looking at we all get up and walk over to look at the dogs, right? Okay. So, and then all of a sudden we look up in the sky, and there is a massive, and I mean massive, triangular craft coming over us really slowly. And it's absolutely massive. I mean, huge. And it's cruising along super slow. And as it, you know, it just completely blacked out the stars in that formation, so we could see the, you know, the shape of it. So as it's going forward, you know, the dogs have stopped barking now, and we're all just in awe. And then you can see the back, and on the back there were 2 big, like reddish orange lights. Okay. So anyways, these big glowing orange lights on the back of it. And as it's going down, it's going really slow. Something that big really can't make any turns anyways, I guess. So it's going down, and now we can see that little blimp I had mentioned, right? And from the blimp, we could start gauging how big it was. So we had time to discuss how huge this thing was. And it was absolutely the biggest thing. It was like a Starship Destroyer. What's the name of the battleships in Star Wars?
Star Destroyers.
The Star Destroyer or something like that.
It's been a while, so
yeah.
I think Star Destroyer.
So it's something like that. So as it's cruising down, it starts to turn, and then we can see the nose of it. The nose of it has another big yellowish, reddish, orange light. And it's, if anybody's ever seen that, it's unmistakable that when they say that, you'll know what it is, right? So anyways, this big object is now flying over the Sierra Vista, which is home to a military base, Fort Huachuca, and that's why the blimp is there for low-flying aircraft for smugglers and stuff like that. So anyways, we're discussing how big it is because we know how far away everything is because we live there, right? We know it's 5 miles. We know that blimp's 40 feet long. We know Sierra Vista's, you know, right over here, we know. And as it cruises along, it's just cruising along, it starts to go north, and then it kind of turned for some reason and just kind of did an entire 180. That's what it appeared to be doing. Anyways, it did appear on the top of it, you could see a bunch of little lights. So this thing was huge, right? And I've never in my years seen anybody talk about anything that big flying along. I've heard about the triangle thing over the years, but nothing this big. And then then it just kind of flies off into the distance. So that is the edited version of what I tell people, right? Because the last part, which I think is the coolest part, okay, when I tell people this stuff, then it gets to where people have weird reactions, right? While this massive object is flying over our heads, we're all hanging out, buddies, we're laughing, we're, oh my God, we're talking about this. I go, check this out. And I grab the guitar and I start to play Close Encounters of the Third Kind in the harmonics. Beep, boom, beep, boom, boom, beep, boom, beep, boom, boom. And I go faster and faster and faster, right? And now everybody's laughing, right? They're, oh my God, you're playing Close Encounters of the Third Kind and there's a UFO flying by, you know, or flying over us, right? So people are they're just like laughing and having a great time. And so that happened, okay? And I don't tell people that, but also what happened during that time when I was playing that, the lights on the damn thing started to dim and brighten as I was playing the harmonics. And then as I was doing it faster and faster, it would dim and get faster and faster. Not like blinking or anything crazy like that. And then as I slowed down and stopped, the lights went completely solid again and it just kept cruising along. And was it contact? I don't know, and I don't care. But it was probably the most coolest thing I've ever seen. people, I don't tell people about it because it's a weird thing, but it happened around 96, and it may have been the same day as the Phoenix Lights. I don't know. I didn't hear about that. The Phoenix Lights.
What, 10 years later?
Probably about 10 years later. And then when we told our people, relatives and friends and family about it in town, in Tombstones is only, 1,200 people. Immediately the rumors spread that we're all on drugs because we lived in Tucson, so nobody knew what we were doing or whatever. And everybody was freaking out about us. When I came back down like a week later, something like that, I mean, rumors were just crazy. And I was like, you guys can kick rocks, And then the other guys who were still living down there, I asked them if they told anybody, and they were just like, we're not telling anybody. So they just didn't want to talk about it because their friends and stuff like that started really just like looking all weird at them or whatever. Personally, I didn't give a crap, right? And so it kind of just put this in my mind that, okay, don't talk about that because people think it's weird. And when I tell people it's, they tend to, they take the first version and they're like wowed by it. And then when I tell them the other things that happen, the cool stuff, what I think is awesome and kick ass, then they immediately dismiss me as bullshit, right? And that's when it gets a little weird. And then during that time, for me, after that, I kind of just lost interest in the whole alien thing, because in my mind, how can something this big fly down over a communications military base and fly across their base town? It's a military town, Sierra Vista, right? And nobody saw it, and it was like 10 o'clock at night, and nobody said anything about it. So in my opinion, it was like, okay, I've had enough of this crap, I'm moving on. So, and it took a while before I started watching, alien movies and things like that. And I've tried to watch some of the other stuff where people are giving their descriptions of the videos or whatever. They all look like they've just been traumatized by, somebody just beat them horribly bad. I saw something or whatever, right? And to me, it was the coolest fucking thing ever. And I don't know, that's what happened, and that's it.
Hey Ryan, my name's Mike. I'm from Australia, and I've got a couple of experiences that I'd like to share. These all happened a long time ago now, over 20 years ago, but yeah, they've really stuck in my mind, and yeah, I just want to sort of share them. So yeah, the first strange thing I ever saw in the sky was in late 1999. My girlfriend and I went camping in this national park in remote eastern Victoria. So it's on the coast, and yeah, we were camping in the forest, just a couple of minutes walk from the beach. So one night we decided we'd go down to the water just to watch the stars and listen to the ocean. So we're lying in these sand dunes, and at one point my girlfriend says, what's that? And she points out these 3 stars that are moving. So automatically, we knew it was something a bit strange. So there's these 3 stars in a perfect triangle formation, moving really fast as well. So faster than a satellite and faster than a plane. Started trying to figure out exactly what it was. So as it moved across the sky, and we had a view of the entire sky basically. So we're on the beach, and it was a clear night, no clouds. We could see this thing go from one side of the sky, basically directly overhead us, right to the other side. And my girlfriend saw them when they were pretty low in the sky. So they were really noticeable. They were really bright. So yeah, as it moved across stars, this triangle didn't block anything. So it wasn't one single object. It was 3 separate things. So yeah, like perfect equilateral triangle. And one of the points was like leading the way. So as it moved across the sky, these things sort of stayed in formation. They stayed in as a triangle. Didn't slow down, didn't change direction or anything like that, and yeah, stayed the same brightness all the way across the sky, and there's no sound either. So yeah, it was really weird, really strange. No idea what it was. And the strange thing as well, just a couple of weeks later, is that we saw a second strange thing in the sky. So with my girlfriend again, we went for this walk one afternoon in this park, right on the outskirts of Melbourne, right at the north of the city. There's this park which kind of overlooks the airport. There's a hill which overlooks the airport. So one afternoon we're up there just going for a walk, and we noticed this light appear in the sky. So it's late afternoon, but still daylight. The sky is still still blue, still pretty light. But this bright light just appeared out of nowhere. So just really quickly appeared from dim to really bright. But we're near an airport, and we just didn't really pay too much attention to it. We didn't worry about it. Just thought it was a plane off in the distance somewhere. So we just kept walking, talking. A couple of minutes later, we noticed that this light that we'd seen earlier was still in the sky, and it was still in like the same spot. So then we thought, hang on, that's it's a bit unusual. Can't be a plane. It would have been moving, So we started really paying attention to this thing, and it was not moving, and it was bright. So still daylight, and this thing was bright. It was really bright. So it didn't actually do anything though. It just stayed in one spot. But we were watching it for at least 10 minutes, trying to figure out what it was, and we had no idea. And given what we'd seen a few weeks earlier as well, we were sort of like paying attention to stuff in the sky all of a sudden. So this thing, this wasn't something normal. This was a bit strange. So we were watching it. It wasn't moving. It's too bright, and it was still too early in the evening to be a planet coming out or anything like that. So the same way that we had seen it appear, after a few minutes or so, it disappeared as well. So hadn't changed brightness at all, and then all of a sudden just quickly dimmed and disappeared as well. So not normal, very strange. Then we started sort of expecting the third thing to happen kind of soon, but nothing did for a while, until we went on this holiday to New Zealand. And this is almost exactly 12 months after we saw that triangle of lights down in Victoria. 12 months later, we're in New Zealand, down in the South Island. We went on this hike. We did the Kepler track. So on the last night of that, we're camping near this lake. So it's this walk that takes you a couple of days through the wilderness. And on the last night, we're camping near this lake, and as the sky was getting dark, we were just sort of like watching the stars come out, pretty sort of right at the start of the evening. I noticed this flash of light, like a star appearing and then disappearing straight away. So it got my attention, and as I looked, I saw a second and then a third flash. Again, like just three really quick flashes of light. The first one was bright, the second one was less bright, and the third one was even less bright still. So I'd never seen anything like that before. No idea what it was, but it was all over in a second. So I didn't really, didn't think too much about it. Didn't worry about it at all. But as the sky sort of got darker, you look across the lake to these mountains a couple of kilometers away, like fairly big mountains. As the sky got darker, we noticed this orange glow coming from near the peak of one of the mountains, and it looked like a fire. So I was thinking I was going to have to start walking again, through the darkness and try and alert somebody, because it looked exactly like what we guessed was a fire. But before I could get going and do any of that, it changed from this sort of like diffuse glow sort of thing into a distinct beam, and actually then we stopped worrying, because then we thought, maybe it's just a a car. It looked like, I guess car headlights or something on, like a car going up the mountain. So, yeah, we relaxed about it at that point. So we were just watching this for a few minutes, and then it sort of dawned on us that we're looking into pure wilderness, and there's no roads, there's nothing out there, so it couldn't be a car. And also, like, we were watching it for a while, so if it was a car, it would have sort of moved somewhere, would have got where it was going. But this beam of light thing was just sort of like, moving. It's mostly pointing up, but just moving from side to side as well. So yeah, at that stage I thought, well, after these flashes of light and now this, then I started to realize that things are getting a bit strange. Yeah, but the strange thing is, like, my reaction. My girlfriend had already sort of gone back to the tent, and I did the same thing as well. So I'm the one that saw the flashes of light, and then we both saw this glow turn into something a bit weirder. But yeah, my reaction was just to go to sleep as well, go back into the tent and just fall asleep. So looking back, it's kind of strange that I saw all this stuff develop and I saw it get weirder, but I don't know what happened. I always kind of wish I had sort of stuck around and seen more, but at the time, there's a little bit of fear involved. So I think it was a bit of like fight or flight, and the natural response was just to sort of hide from it and go to sleep. So that was a bit strange. And the other strange thing though is the 3 flashes of light, which was the first thing I saw. And yeah, even at that time, I didn't worry about it at all. So even having seen that triangle of light, instantly I knew that was a bit strange. The flashes of light was a little bit strange, but didn't really worry me. And the weird thing as well is I've ended up seeing that like quite a lot over the years. I ended up living in the country for a while. So and it wasn't unusual to be out in a paddock in the evening and just happened to look up and see 3 flashes. Again, like bright, less bright, even less bright again. It happened like so often that it wasn't even a surprise after a while, and it's something that I never was concerned at all about it. Never really cared a hell of a lot about it. It's only looking back that I think it's strange. So I haven't seen it for a while. But so here's the other thing, that I used to really love looking at the sky. So even as a kid, I spent a lot of time looking up. When I was little, I wanted to be a pilot, and I ended up getting interested in astronomy as well as a kid. So I spent a lot of time looking up day and night, and in all those years, I'd never seen anything strange. That triangle was the first strange thing I'd ever seen. Yeah, so these flashes of light, I always used to look up, but then I've sort of like stopped looking up. So the night sky used to spend a lot of like, if I was outside, I'd always look up. I'd always want to sort of see something. But yeah, over the years, that's sort of like disappeared. And it's not just that my interest has disappeared. Like my feelings about it have changed as well. So if I'm out at night on a really, really clear night, I do sort of avoid looking up. It's like this like background sort of not wanting to see what might be there. So that's a little bit of a shame, I guess. But yeah, I still like planes, so I still look up during the day. I've got no problem with that. Okay, Ryan. I hope somebody else is maybe prompted to share stuff that they've seen, even if it might be a long time ago. Thanks. Love the podcast. Keep it up, mate. Thanks.
Hey Ryan, thanks to you for having me on. I really appreciate you giving me an opportunity to tell my story. It's funny, I for years really didn't have too many people to tell this story to, and then once I was on Unidentified a couple years ago, suddenly everyone wanted to hear about it. So we'll start off with the introductions. My name's David Marceau. I am a senior manager for a major corporation here in the United States. And in 1992, when I was 19 years old, I had a close encounter with UFO. And what I saw wasn't your typical sighting. A lot of UFO sightings seem to be some strange lights in the sky, things that you really can't identify, which is why we call them unidentified flying objects. What I saw wasn't unidentified. I knew right away what I was looking at. It was unmistakable. I was in the woods in military service. I was an Army reservist, and my unit was doing our annual summer training. We went up to Gagetown, New Brunswick, Canada, and we were an ammo unit. So even though my specialty was not ammunition, everyone had to pull guard duty, and I had to go out at 11 p.m. one night. I believe this was probably a Tuesday or a Wednesday, the second week of August 1992. And I had to guard an enormous pile of ammunition out in the woods. There were 3 sites, 3 of us each guarding a site. And around 11:20, I looked at about my 1 o'clock position from where I was sitting, and over the tree line was an enormous spaceship. I've been criticized online for jumping to that conclusion. I think somebody said, immediately saying it must be a spaceship. What are you going to do? I can't apologize for that. Saying anything that other than it was a spaceship would be like looking at a house and saying, well, I don't know, that might be a dog, or looking at a tree and saying it might be a rock. It was there. It was in front of me. It was less than 100 yards away from me. I was what people have called a trained observer. Luis Elizondo was the first person that called me that, and I had never heard that term before, but as soon as he said it, that made sense for me. I actually was trained. At the time, we had these flashcards that were like playing cards, and each of them had a silhouette of an aircraft. It was either a NATO or Soviet bloc aircraft, and we were taught to identify them by their shapes, so that if it was dark or they were far away, we would know whether to shoot them or not. So I knew, looking at this thing, it had no wings, no tail fin, no propellers, no engines, no visible means of propulsion or direction, had no markings, no seams or rivets, made no noise. Interestingly, it made nothing around me made any noise when this thing approached, and for years I thought this was because like the crickets and the tree frogs and the other nighttime critters knew something, like some kind of instinct, and they were all quiet because there was some danger there. More recently, I've come to the conclusion that the ship may have had some type of noise cancellation technology, and that's why everything around me was silent, which begs a lot of interesting questions. Maybe a lot of people have reported spaceships are silent, and that was true in my case, but everything was silent. Maybe they actually make a lot of noise, and we just don't know it because the sound is canceled out. Anyway, it was terrifying. It was the most traumatic, terrifying thing that's ever happened to me. And I was literally scared stiff. I went into a mode like, I've done a lot of small game hunting, and I remember when my dad was teaching me to hunt, he would, tell me if we, come up on a pheasant, the pheasant isn't going to fly away until after we've passed it, because they know that they fly too slowly, and if they try to fly out in front of you, then they'll get shot. But they'll let you go by, and then they fly out behind you, and then they can get away that way. And sometimes people even step on them because they're not going to move. And I was in that mode when this thing was coming by me. It was traveling very slowly, probably less than a mile an hour. It may have been hovering motionless at first. It's hard to remember, but this was about a 5-minute encounter when it was very close, and a couple more minutes passing beyond that I kept watching it. But while it was in my vicinity, I couldn't move. I suppose I could have, but I was trying not to because I didn't want to be seen. At the time, there was no drone technology like we have now, so the thought that the thing might be unmanned was not even a possibility. Never considered it. So I assumed there were some people or creatures inside piloting the thing, and that if I moved, that they would see me, and then all these every science fiction show and movie that I had ever seen started going through my head, and I thought maybe they'll beam me up or they'll zap me with a death ray or something, and that's it. No one will ever know what happened to me, and they'll tell stories about I don't know, the guy just disappeared. All this is going through my head at the time. So terrified, not moving, just barely like moving my eyes and my head enough to keep the thing in sight until it was leaving my field of vision, and I knew that at that point I had to get up and kind of follow it, because I was afraid that it might circle back around and come back over me. So the whole encounter lasted about 5 to 7 minutes, and absolutely terrified, and to the extent that when I finally did start talking about it, initially me and the other guy that saw it a few sites away, we told everyone in our unit about it, and then we got ridiculed, and we were the laughing stock and lost all credibility, so we stopped talking about it. And then after that, I don't think I told anyone for about another at least 5 years. I think it was in the late 90s. I remember telling my cousin and his wife about it, and at that time it was like I had been transported back to that moment, and I was like reliving the terror of the incident, and my eyes welled up, and I didn't actually shed a tear, but my eyes were as full of water as they could be without any tears actually coming out. And because of the ridicule that I had faced years earlier when this thing happened, I said to my cousin's, she was his girlfriend at the time, later his wife, I said, do you believe me? And she says, well, I can see, you're visibly, I don't remember how she put it, like shaken or something, but, I had physical symptoms of the trauma. And so after that, it was a little bit easier to start telling people. I still didn't tell everyone I met, because I didn't want people to think I was a weirdo, but little by little, I started to let the cat out of the bag. Early on in my relationship with my wife, I let her know about it, and she was cool with it. And it was because it was like sort of an open secret within my extended family that my sister-in-law ended up sending me the New York Times article about Luis Elizondo and everything he was doing with to the Stars Academy, that I tracked him down and was able to reach out to him, and eventually told my story on Unidentified. One thing that Luis Elizondo asked me, he said to me, how has this changed you? And I said at the time that the event made me fearless. It's not that it really made me fearless. I feel fear. I don't feel it the way that I would have before this incident. And what I can liken it to is how if you've ever smoked a cigarette, drank a beer, done various substances. I'm not into all that, but I did smoke for a while, and that like that first cigarette, that first drink, whatever it is you're having, gets you really really high, and then you've had more and more and more and more, and after a while you don't feel it as much. So someone who's been drinking for 10 years can still get drunk, but not off of one beer, like maybe someone who's had their first beer. And that's what fear is like for me now. I still feel it, but not like it's not really anything. It doesn't really affect me. I don't really get scared, and it's because I think this extreme trauma, no words can really describe the terror that I felt when an alien spaceship was, less than 100 yards from me, traveling very slowly. I'm out in the middle of the woods in who knows where in Canada. I'm armed. I had an M16 rifle. This is the old style that fires full auto, but no bullets. There had been an incident a few years back where civilians had stolen some ammunition, and some soldiers, American soldiers, shot at them. And so this time around, in order to avoid an international incident, they sent us out there with our weapons but no ammunition. It was just a show. So, I don't know if the people flying this ship, if they could see that I'm armed and possibly a threat, but not know that I didn't actually have any ammunition in the weapon, so I really wasn't a threat. So it was extraordinarily terrifying. It felt like a sitting duck, and that changed me. So that there's really nothing that shakes me these days. So that's my story. There's a lot more that I can tell. There's so many little details, and I've tried writing it down a few times, and it's like it was a 5 to 7 minute encounter, but I could fill I could fill hundreds of pages with it. Someday I'll write it all down, but yeah, that's my story. I'm sticking with it, and I'm Dave Marceau. Thanks for listening.
Hey Ryan, my name is Josh, and I would like to share an experience that I had. The experience was on Saturday, July 11th, 2020, here in Las Vegas. I'm a Vegas resident, and it happened on East Russell Road near the Sam Boyd football stadium. I was walking down Russell Road at about maybe 7:45, 8 o'clock p.m., and as I was walking, I just happened to look up, as I always do, searching for things. And as soon as I popped my head up, I noticed a cylinder in the sky. If I had to estimate, it would probably be at about maybe 6,000 feet. I could be wrong, but it was a cylinder with the front portion of it being black and the second portion of it being gray, more of a gunmetal color. And it was flying straight up at a good clip, and then it stopped, made a right turn, and probably flew another, I would say maybe 200-300 feet, and it stopped again, and then it either disappeared or it shot off instantaneously because it was gone. There was a cloud of smoke and the object was gone. So that just blew my mind. It lasted probably less than 5 seconds, and it left me with a feeling of disbelief, of extreme curiosity, and of wonder just to what it was. It didn't seem like a conventional craft. It didn't seem like a man-made craft, but it could be. It could be something else too. So that was the beginning, and I kept walking down Russell Road, and I got to the end, and by this time it was about 8:11, maybe 8:15 p.m., and it was still light out. And I noticed above the stadium this bright pink object that was shaped like a square, maybe a rectangle, but it was not aerodynamic. And it shot straight up in the air from behind the stadium to about maybe 1,000, 2,000 feet. And it started making enormous vertical circles and horizontal circles in the sky. It was going really fast. And I don't know how it was flying. It didn't have wings. It didn't, from my perspective, didn't have any means of propulsion. And it looked like a square, like a block of some sort. And it just kept making these circles. I watched it and recorded it for about maybe 2 or 3 minutes. And then as I was recording it, I look off behind the stadium near what I believe is Sunrise Mountain. And I noticed a bunch of sirens and lights coming towards the stadium. So I wasn't sure what that was and what was going on, but I stopped recording and kind of made my way out of there. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, if it's something I should see or something I shouldn't have seen. So I didn't want to be any part of it, and I just ended up going home. Actually, I went to a friend's house. As far as the way it made me feel, again, it was just utter disbelief. Checking my head to see if I really saw that. What I think it was, I honestly don't know. I don't know what either of the objects were. My best guess is something top secret man-made or something not of this world. Where do I stand today? I stand by my feelings. I still don't know what it was. And, you know, we could have come so far in our progress with aerospace technology that it could be something man-made, but it could certainly be something else as well. And it was just a really exciting day for me. I've had another sighting, a pretty cool one since then, which I would be happy to share again at another time. It was investigated by MUFON recently, and the results were pretty cool. It was on September 14th at 4:55 a.m. here in Las Vegas. This would be West Russell Road this time, as I was walking west to the gym to get an early morning workout. And I noticed a bright light in the sky that was situated roughly right above Nellis Air Force Base. And the thing that stood out to me was that it was not moving, or at least it did not appear to be moving. It certainly wasn't moving left or right, and it wasn't growing in size or shrinking, so I didn't think it was moving towards me or away from me. And I watched it for about 7 to 10 minutes, and it just sat there, pulsing. It appeared to be an orange sphere. I guess we could call it an orb. Very large. And it was just sitting there, hanging in the air above the Air Force Base for about 7 to 10 minutes. And I kept watching it. I recorded it. And at the end of the time frame, it went from a pulsing orb to 2 very small blinking lights in an instant. It just transformed. And then it started very slowly moving away to the west. And it just glided off over the horizon very slowly, and I watched it the entire time. But it remained stationary for about 7 to 10 minutes, and I couldn't hear a sound from it, although it was far away, so it could have been making a sound, but I didn't hear anything directly coming from it. And the interesting thing is, the very next 2 days, I had the exact same sighting of the exact same object, just in slightly different locations with the exact same characteristics. What do I think it was? It could be something man-made, perhaps some type of helicopter or hover jet that was able to silently remain stationary for an extended period of time. It could certainly be something else too. And I sent this sighting into MUFON in the video, and they recently had an investigator contact me, and he was able to use radar data, flight scheduling, flight data, and his conclusion was that it was an airplane and that it was flying towards me. That's why it did not appear to be moving. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because the size of the light did not change at all. But I don't have a very well extended knowledge of flight characteristics, so I could be wrong. But the cool thing was, even though it was a plane, the investigator told me that the only plane that was in the air at that time, at that location, going that direction, was a Janet flight going to Area 51 from McCarran. So even if it was an alien, it was still something cool, and I just wanted to share that. I wish you a good day. Thank you, my friend. Bye-bye.
Hi Ryan and all the listeners out there in the Somewhere in the Skies podcast. Firstly, just thanks for the opportunity to share my experience, and also a big warm welcome to Scotland, Ryan. I know you just moved here from across the pond, so I hope you enjoy your stay here and enjoy living in damp, wet old Scotland. Anyway, so my name's John. I am 41 years old. I have a wife and 3 children, and I live in Kirkfield Bank, which is a small semi-rural village on the southern fringe of the central belt of Scotland. I work full-time as a prison officer, or in the States you would probably refer to them as corrections officers. So I've worked in the prison service for just coming up for 14 years. So my experience happened on the 22nd of October in 2017. If memory serves, that would be just before the big New York Times article that really triggered off a lot of the stuff that's been happening over the last few years. It was roughly 9 o'clock at night. I had been in my garage, which I use as a sort of man cave type area, do some of my hobbies in there, keep my dive kit in there and repair that and build models and stuff, just bloke things to do. Anyway, so I was closing up at night and I was heading back into the house. I collected a few items to take into the house. I didn't want to leave in the garage overnight. Ironically, I actually included my Nikon DSLR. It was slung over my shoulder at the time. So before leaving the garage, the reason I know it was 9 o'clock is because I'd actually just looked up at the clock. Thought, right, I better go into the house, get organised for work in the morning. So I pulled down the shutter of the garage, after collecting my stuff, walked up the driveway towards the house, and just having a quick look at my phone. And I looked up, and my attention was drawn to what I could only describe as two warm white lights. I say warm white as in like incandescent lights rather than that sort of bright white LED. So two circular white lights sitting, right next to one another on a sort of horizontal plane, if that makes any sense. Kind of describe it as like a figure of 8 on its side. That's kind of really how it looked. I could only describe these things as travelling at breakneck speed. It was really moving across the sky. The whole encounter only lasted, a short amount of time, a few seconds probably. They were moving at a low altitude. So it drew my attention right away because, I like to look up at the sky and, admire what's happening in the skies above at night time. Where I live, we have a fairly decent view of the sky. There's not a great deal of light pollution, so you can see a fair few constellations. That night, actually, I remember seeing a satellite, on the way out to the garage that night. As I say, I like to have a wee look up, and I remember seeing a satellite. It's not uncommon to see things like that where I live, but this really drew my attention. But as I say, it was rocketing across the sky, and I don't know why, but I felt goosebumps and a sort of shiver up your spine. Just something about it didn't sit right. Now, if I was a wee kid, we used to go on holiday to the north of Scotland, pretty close to an Air Force base called RAF Lossiemouth, and just not far along the road there was another air base which is now shut down. Now I think it's an army base now. RAF Kinloss. Lossiemouth had still does have fast jets stationed there. It's the Eurofighter Typhoon now, but back in the day it was the old Tornadoes. So I've seen lots of low-flying fighter jets. In terms of its speed, that's what this thing looked like. It was moving, but there was no sound. It was a straight trajectory. It wasn't arced. It was flying straight level. The forward of the two lights was pulsing. The other one was what you would describe as a solid on all the time light. But then as it moved across from my perspective, it was going from the right to the left, and the one at the leading light, I suppose, was pulsating and very quickly faded and never saw that again. But the tailing light, if you like, was still there for a few short seconds, and then that just faded out as well. And as far as the whole encounter goes, that's it. So it was travelling above the field just beyond my house, maybe, 200 metres away roughly was what I estimated it at the time. Aircraft fly over my house all the time, so we're probably roughly halfway between Glasgow and Edinburgh, probably slightly closer to Glasgow actually, but so both of those big cities have airports, and so aircraft fly over the house all the time, particularly en route to Glasgow. But you can see aircraft heading to Edinburgh as well in the opposite direction. Normally at that height you will hear the aircraft engines pretty loud, but they're normally substantially more higher in the sky than this object was, but it was silent, and I mean eerily silent. It was a still night. There wasn't any wind whatsoever, or very, very little certainly. It was quite a clear night. There wasn't any adverse sort of weather patterns or anything then at the time. It was just quite a still, calm, autumn evening. But this thing was just, there was no sound whatsoever. I stood for a few minutes after the lights faded, just kind of trying to gather my thoughts, and I was figuring out, what did I just see, or what did I just witness? I considered all sorts of possibilities: aircraft, helicopters. At that time of year, it's pretty close to the 5th of November, where people celebrate Guy Fawkes Night. So there's usually lots of fireworks and stuff going on, but this wasn't a firework because there was, as I say, there was no sound, there was no contrail. Like if a firework goes off, there's usually some sort of trail or sort of sparks and stuff behind it. There was none of that. It just faded out. There wasn't a bang, there wasn't a pop that you would normally associate with these airborne pyrotechnics. It was a steady horizontal course. There was no fluctuations, as I said before. There wasn't arcing at all. There is a road nearby, so I also considered that could have been car lights, but in the direction that it was heading, it would have to be heading up the hill, in which case then you would see the red tail lights of the car as opposed to the white lights, but it was also not following the track of the road, because, as I say, I do live here, so I know what direction the cars would be going in and stuff. It was interesting as well that the object just faded. There was a pulse and it faded rather than just blinked out. And as I say, the trailing light also done the same a short time thereafter, even though that wasn't pulsing. I did consider the possibility of a drone, but again, when I think about the speed, I don't know, it was too quick. It was really, really fast. As I said, I had experience watching fast jets, manoeuvre and practice and stuff in the north of Scotland. I don't think drones can move at that rate of knots. And again, it felt, although it was dark, and I know that your perspective can be altered, and the darkness is a bit more difficult to judge distances and stuff, and I get that, but it felt fairly close, and you would like to think that there would be some sound coming from that as well. After a minute or two, I came into the house and I actually told my wife about it, who was a bit sort of nonchalant really. She's not a believer or anybody that's interested in this sort of field. Spoke to my dad, who was quite interested in the story, and I was like, okay, that's interesting, that's fair enough. But it's not really anything I've really spoke about since to that many people, other than a few close friends. I did a Google search when I came into the house as well. I felt really, not shaken, but just something didn't sit right, So I did a Google search and I found a website called Beams. I believe it's some research organisation, probably on a smaller level, but similar to MUFON, I would imagine. But at this point in time, I'd never heard of MUFON or any of these organisations. But when I went on this organisation's website, there was a sighting listed that had a small picture attached, and it was so eerie when I seen it, because it just pretty much looked identical to the object I'd just seen. Somebody from Devon in South England had managed to photograph this object, and it was described as two cells dividing. If you ever see biology videos or images in biology textbooks and you look at cell division, that's what this thing looked like. And the lights themselves weren't solid. It was almost like they had a nucleus at the centre with a glow sort of on the outside. It was still bright in the centre, but there was a sort of darker spot in the middle of it, on both lights. I don't know if these were two objects or one object, or I just don't know. I don't know. What I do know is it's not an aeroplane, it's not a helicopter. I've no idea. It was a strange experience, and I think about it most days. Usually when I'm popping out to the garage to do a couple of jobs, or to, do some washing, or, take the stuff out to the tumble dryer that we keep out there, or whatever I'm doing, or even if I'm popping out to the car to collect a few bits and bobs, I always look up at that same spot and think back to that night, and it still stumps me as to what it is. The report or restatement that I wrote myself at the time, I jotted all these notes down, and I entitled it Unidentified Low-Flying Lights. I'm not saying this is little green men from Mars or trans-dimensional entities or anything like that, but I cannot explain what this is. It really made me feel not uncomfortable, but it made me feel strange. As I said, I don't know if you noticed at the start, but actually I had my camera, I had a DSLR camera slung over my shoulder. I had my mobile phone in my hand, and the thought did not occur to me to take a photograph. I was just transfixed on this object. I don't even think I would have had enough time to get a shot off, but one of the most strangest experiences of my entire life. And as I say, I still think about it to this day and wonder, what did I see in the sky? Thank you.
Hi Ryan, it's your friend Kelly from the UFO Rabbit Hole. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my story with you and the Somewhere in the Skies audience. So, I saw a UFO when I was 13 years old. I was on vacation with my family at the Outer Banks in North Carolina in a little town called Avon, just north of Hatteras. We went there almost every summer, and one of my favorite things to do at night was to sit outside and watch the stars. Having grown up in the suburbs where the sky is always a dull shade of orange and the stars are few and far between, the spectacle of a truly dark night sky filled with thousands of stars was something I couldn't resist. I found myself out on the deck most nights looking up at the stars in awe. One particular night, I was out on the deck in my usual stargazing routine when I had the strangest thought go through my head. What if I see a UFO? It was a very strange thought. UFOs weren't something that I ever really thought about, and yet suddenly I felt a very strong urge to scan the skies, looking for something that I wasn't sure that I even really believed existed. And as soon as I did so, I saw a light moving across the sky. It was a small, bright, clear light that seemed to be moving a little too swiftly to be a plane. And as soon as I locked my eyes onto it, it took a hard 90-degree turn and then another before accelerating instantaneously and streaking off past the horizon like a meteor. I remember being absolutely electrified by what I saw. I felt like I was going to crawl out of my skin. I didn't know what I had seen exactly, but I knew that it moved like nothing else that I'd ever seen. Even at 13, I knew instinctively that the physics of it all just stretched the boundaries of all reason. And yet, I knew what I had seen. I ran into the house to tell my family, but they laughed at me and accused me of making up stories. And to be honest, there was a part of me that wondered if maybe I had imagined the whole thing. I mean, how could it be possible that I just happened to see something so strange and seemingly impossible, literally a second after having this strange thought that I might see a UFO? Was I fooling myself? I had a pretty active imagination as a kid, but I never had any trouble differentiating my flights of fancy from actual reality. And yet, when everyone else thinks that you're making it up, at a certain point, it becomes easier to place that doubt with yourself. I didn't think about the UFO much after that. Probably not even once a year, but every long once in a while, I would remember that night and wonder what it was that I had seen. It wasn't until the spring of 2021, when I returned to the Outer Banks with my family, that this story suddenly became top of mind for me again. I had been half paying attention to the occasional news story that I came across that talked about how the government had admitted that UFOs are real and that we don't know what they are. Each time I came across a story like that, it made me think of what I had seen when I was 13, and a little part of me wondered if I might have actually seen a UFO. And so, when my family decided to return to the Outer Banks for vacation, it felt like the perfect time to dive back into the subject and figure out what was going on. I had a whole week with nothing to do but kill time reading on the beach, and I thought that given that time to focus, I'd be able to get to the bottom of what was really going on pretty quickly. Mostly because I didn't really believe at that point that UFOs were real. I mean, sure, the government was saying that UFOs are real, but the government says a lot of things. I figured this had to be some kind of a play to get a rubber stamp for black budget spending, or maybe it was secret foreign tech. I wasn't sure what was going on exactly, but I was sure that it had to have some kind of a rational explanation. However, instead of a neat and tidy explanation, what I discovered was a deep and labyrinthian rabbit hole where each new mystery, once examined, gave way to an even deeper one, and whose tendrils seemed to be entwined through every academic discipline and sphere of life. There were no easy answers, only a bottomless well of questions. I was utterly fascinated and completely hooked. The UFO Rabbit Hole podcast was born of that obsession, and of a life-changing anomalous experience that I had a few months later. But I don't want to get bogged down there. I told that story in episode 294 of Somewhere in the Skies if you're interested in hearing about it. So fast forward a year to the summer of 2022. I'd been working on the podcast for the past 9 months and was finding myself deeper and deeper in the world of UFOs. I ended up taking a class from one of my favorite authors on the subject, Dr. Diana Walsh-Pasulka. She wrote a book called American Cosmic that made a huge impact on me and my understanding of the phenomenon, and so I was very excited to learn from her. And I did learn so much in Diana's class, and one of the most profound things that I learned was about the process of redaction that occurs when someone has an anomalous experience like a UFO sighting. The stigma associated with such events, often paired with serious doubts or outright disbelief that such things are even possible, can cause people to change how they tell the story of what happened to them, even to themselves. And as I learned about how this redaction process unfolds, I had a startling realization. My UFO sighting at the Outer Banks when I was 13 wasn't the only sighting that I've had. In fact, I had a much more profound sighting in a park outside of Akron, Ohio in broad daylight when I was 21. Let me tell that story, and then I'll explain how I think it is that I came to forget something that was so extraordinary. So it was a spring day in April of 2007. I'd been going through a tough time, and a friend invited me to a local metro park. The plan was for us to hang out in the woods and do LSD. I'd never done it before, and to be honest, I had no real idea of what I was getting myself into. We each did one hit and then sat on the top of this hill overlooking a pond surrounded by trees. After a while, the visuals started kicking in. It wasn't anything major, but for a first-timer, it was thrilling. I remember looking at the twisting yellow-green grass of early spring and thinking that I understood now what Van Gogh must have seen. We sat there talking, having that kind of sweeping cerebral conversation that flows from such a state. It was a very pleasant and mellow experience. But at one point during this conversation, something seemed to appear above the tree line. I remember both of us being startled by it because although it was very large and only a couple hundred feet above the tree line, it truly seemed to come out of nowhere. We'd both been staring in that direction, but we never saw it approach. It was just there, as though it had emerged from a hole in the sky itself that we couldn't see. At first, I thought it was the Goodyear blimp. Akron, Ohio is the home of the Goodyear blimp, and so seeing it floating overhead was a pretty common occurrence. And this did remind me of the blimp in some ways. It was of a similar size, though this was slightly bigger than the blimp, and the way that it seemed to float slowly and stoically across the sky reminded me of how the blimp moves. But that's where the similarities ended. Whatever this was a deep brown color and more oblong in shape than a blimp, what many would call cigar-shaped. Any other details are impossible to give. Although the object had a distinct size and shape, it also somehow felt like it didn't have any discrete edges. It was hard to look at, almost like it was blurry. I just kept rubbing my eyes, trying to get the image to resolve into something familiar, but all I saw was this long brown smudge moving slowly across the sky. It made me weirdly uncomfortable, and I actually felt like I wanted to look away from it. And then, as quickly as it was there, it was gone. It traveled maybe a few hundred yards across the sky over the tree line and then disappeared as strangely as it appeared, as if into an unseen hole in the air itself. My friend definitely saw it too, and we kept asking each other, what was that? And even though we agreed that it didn't look anything like the blimp, we also ultimately agreed that it had to be the blimp. I mean, after all, what else could it have been? And we were, quite literally, tripping. So that must be it, right? What I'd thought I'd seen was impossible, so the only explanation was that I hadn't seen it, and so I simply put it out of my mind. But how does that happen? I'll admit that even having experienced this whole thing for myself, it was still very strange and unsettling for me to realize that I could just forget something like that and continue to not remember it, even when I was spending every spare second of my day immersed in the study of the phenomenon. I was thinking about UFOs literally all of the time, so how could I have forgotten what I'd seen? Forgetting actually isn't even the right word, because it's not like this memory was blocked or suppressed exactly. I think that does happen to people, but it didn't feel like that was what happened to me. Rather, this felt more like a categorization error of some kind in my brain. It's like that memory was a file in my brain, and because I had never named that file UFO sighting, when I searched for UFO sightings in my brain, that experience didn't pop up. I hadn't built any connections in my brain between that experience and a UFO sighting, and so for me, those connections simply didn't exist. And I think there are a few reasons for why that happened, all of which I suspect are pretty common among people who have these types of experiences. First of all, I didn't think of what I saw as a UFO because it didn't look like what I thought a UFO was supposed to look like. As someone who, at that point in my life, didn't have even a casual interest in UFOs, my main conception of the phenomenon was what I saw in the media. To me, a UFO is a flying saucer, an actual, solid, technological craft piloted by aliens from another planet. And that's just not what this looked like at all. I couldn't really tell what it was, and even though it reminded me vaguely of a blimp, its weird blurry appearance didn't look like any kind of craft that I'd ever seen, so I didn't necessarily think that it was a craft. What I saw defied categorization, and so my brain simply failed to categorize it. The second reason for this categorization error was the fact that we were on LSD. Like I said, that was my first time that I'd ever done LSD, and I didn't really know anything about what that experience was supposed to be like. I'd heard that LSD made you see things, so I assumed that that was what it had done. However, looking back more than 15 years later, and with a considerable amount of experience in psychedelics under my belt, I look at this experience differently. For me, LSD can dramatically change the quality of what I'm looking at. Things can seem to look alive at a molecular level. Colors and textures are more profound. But I've never had an experience on LSD where I saw something that wasn't there, particularly something that another person also can see. That doesn't mean that I have entirely ruled out that what we saw was just a weird shared visual experience as a result of being chemically altered. It could be. It's just that given my other experiences, it seems unlikely. It also changed my perspective to understand that many people who research psychical phenomena and contact experiences see psychedelics as a legitimate contact modality that can allow people to perceive things that tap into abilities that they otherwise wouldn't have access to. We're still learning about what psychedelics do to the brain, but despite the traditional view that they increase activity in the brain, the latest research suggests that psychedelics significantly disrupt normal neural activity and quiet the brain. Could this allow your conscious mind to pick up on things that it otherwise would filter out? It's too early to know for sure, but it's certainly possible. And there was a final reason that I managed to forget about this experience, and it's because, frankly, I doubted my own mental state. In the spring of 2007, I was coming out on the other end of what I sincerely hope will end up being the worst year of my life. My father had been diagnosed with a rare and aggressive form of cancer and passed away suddenly, leaving my family devastated. A few days after the funeral, my fiancé cheated on me and abruptly ended our relationship. And then, after months of licking my wounds, I went out on my first date as a single woman with a charming PhD candidate that my friends introduced me to, and he ended up drugging and raping me. I apologize for bringing down the room with all of that. But for the purposes of this conversation, I think it's actually really important to make clear the level of trauma that I was processing at the time. The thing about processing trauma and grief is that it can make you doubt yourself on the most fundamental level. For me, I think it was easier to believe that the tragedies that had befallen me were somehow my fault than it was to deal with what felt like the utter randomness of the universe and its seeming indifference to suffering. At least if it was my fault, then I had some level of control. And hypothetically, if I could fix the things that were wrong with me that caused these things to happen, then I could stop them from happening again. It doesn't make a lot of rational sense, but it's the kind of Faustian bargain that people deep in grief make all the time. But instead of saving yourself, you end up poisoning yourself with endless self-recriminations. And that's where I was on that spring day in 2007, heartbroken, beaten down, and filled with a deep self-loathing. I didn't trust myself or my perceptions of reality, and I felt awash in a sea of cognitive dissonance. So when I saw something that I didn't think I could possibly have seen, it had never been easier to doubt myself. I just assumed I was wrong. And the reason I bring this up is because as I've spent more time diving into the experiencer literature, it's clear that trauma, like psychedelics, might at times provide a window into experiences and perceptions that we wouldn't normally have. No one knows why this is exactly. Perhaps it's just that the psychologically destabilizing impact of these events allows things to get through your filters that normally wouldn't. Again, we don't know. But I wanted to share my story because I don't think it's unusual. I wasn't the only person in Dr. Pasulka's class who uncovered anomalous experiences in their past that had been redacted and pruned past the point of all recognition. But once you understand how this process of redaction works, and the motives that underlie the personal misreporting of our own experiences, it becomes a very simple task to excavate those experiences and reintegrate them back into the fabric of your life. Which, to be clear, is not the same thing as finding answers. I still have no idea what I saw at the beach that night when I was 13, and I feel like I have even less of a sense of what I saw at the park when I was 21, and I may never know. But I am grateful for the fullness of life that is available on the other side of redaction. Instead of forcibly amputating the experiences that I can't explain, I'm able to make room for them. Allowing for mystery to exist and carving out a place in my psyche for the unknowable has brought a sense of depth, meaning, and awe back into my life that I thought I'd lost in childhood. And best of all, I'm no longer at war with myself or my memories. And in reestablishing that trust with myself, I have found a great deal of peace. Thank you so much for the opportunity to tell my story, and thank you for listening.
Hello, Ryan. How are you doing? This is Terry Natras. I'd just like to tell you about my experience way back in 1978. I was 28 years old then. I'm 72 now. And it was Sunday the 25th of June 1978. I was starting to pack my gear to go fishing. I was running a bit late to catch the turn of the tide at noon that day. The weather was fine, clear blue sky, not a cloud in sight. I've been a keen photographer for many years and nearly always carried a camera with me at weekends. I placed my camera in the bag as usual, but I had second thoughts and I put it back in the cupboard. That was probably the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life. I was travelling north on the A189 from Cramlington to Linemouth Power Station, near the beach where I always used to fish there. And I spotted an unusual object just above the horizon to the left of the road. At first I thought it was an air balloon, being sort of a Zeppelin shape, until I caught a better view of it about a mile further down the road. I pulled up in a lay-by, got out of the car, studied the object for about a minute, and I realised it was moving to the left, which was west, but very slowly. And it was just about 5 or 10 degrees above the horizon. I then considered that it may not be a balloon due to the strange coloured swirl of light it was emitting, and I can only describe it as sort of a liquidy gas which seemed to be covering a perfect symmetrical shape, sort of a cigar shape. I got back in the car and drove further up the road, about another 3 miles, until I came into view again. I stopped, got out of the car again, to which I noticed it was sort of diminishing in size, and I realised it was actually turning around, and I watched this object do a complete 180-degree turn, which took about 45 seconds. Then it started moving to the right, which is east, towards the sea. When I viewed it end on, it was difficult to make out an exact shape, but it seemed to resemble the rear of a submarine. And as it was turning end on, the swirling coloured substance was covering the object, which seemed to indicate it had some sort of screen over its entire surface, but still maintaining its perfect shape. I had now come to the conclusion that it wasn't a balloon, anything I'd seen before. I also ruled out the possibility it could have been a gas cloud, or sort of the fact that the movements were in a controlled manner, really. I decided to race up the motorway towards the power station and pulled up next to the gates where I usually park the car. This was another 4 to 5 miles on. The object was in and out of view on the way, but by the time we arrived at the power station, I must have turned round again and it was now heading west. It was obviously much closer to the object, that I was much closer to the object than before, and it was huge. It was moving behind a pylon, so I had a scale of distance. I could determine how far away it was, and it must have been less than half a mile from me. I stood and watched the object for about 5 minutes as it slowly went out of view. The swirling substance was like difficult to describe, but it was nearest description, I would say, condensed light of blue, orange and yellow mixed together in a swirly mass of energy. It seemed to be covering this perfect cigar shape. There was no sound. The whole sighting from start to finish was about 15 to 20 minutes. There's no one around but myself, because it was a very quiet Sunday lunchtime. And the fact that I had left my camera at home was frustrating, to say the least. I couldn't do anything more other than watch it just float away in the distance, silently. So I decided to go down to the beach, about 100 yards away from where I parked the car, and there was one solitary fisherman down there. I set the rod up and cast off and sort of tried to get him into my confidence by walking over and chatting with him, and then I asked him, had he seen anything in the sky? And he says, no, he says, have you seen a UFO? And I said, well, I think I have. The guy told me his brother-in-law worked at RAF Boomer, which is close by, and told him that there's been a few sightings of recent. We were talking for about 5-10 minutes, then I looked up in the sky to see if there was anything about. Nothing was about, but what I did notice was there was quite a few light aircraft circling the area. I would say quite dangerously, because they shouldn't be that close to each other. And basically it was, I was the only witness to this incident, but it's been haunting me ever since, and I thought I'd better get it on record and tell the story. It was printed in UFO magazine in 2002, though I did say it was Sunday the 25th of July, but it wasn't. It was actually June, bearing in mind it was 25 years later. And apparently I got that month wrong, but I couldn't change it for the article. And that's it, basically. And thanks for listening. Cheers.
Hey Ryan, this is Mike Cleland, and I have been wanting to share a story with you for your Witness Accounts program, which I think is a really valuable show. I think when you do the witness accounts, I think it really provides a wonderful, almost a service to the UFO community to get this raw data, just people simply talking about their sightings firsthand. I think it's really important, and I'm grateful you're doing this. And it makes for a really engaging show. I really get excited when those shows come up on my podcast feed. Full disclosure here, I have been doing UFO research on my own. I've written a few books, and I have also been a guest on your show, Ryan. So I just want people to know that up front. I had a very strange sighting along with my partner at the time, my partner Andrea, who you have met. And telling this story, I think like 90% of it is going to be trying to describe how weird the thing we saw was. Now, I was with Andrea, and it was on Thursday, April 25th of 2019, and this would have been about 6:30 p.m. when we saw this. Andrea and I were driving from upstate New York to a very small UFO conference that was taking place just outside of Providence, Rhode Island, in a small suburb of Providence called Warwick. And we were on our way to stay with our friends Suzanne and Jack. And Suzanne and Jack are both experiencers too, as is Andrea. So Andrea and I both have had powerful experiences, seemingly UFO contact experiences. So we're driving. The sun is still up, but it's getting to be sunset. It's getting to be just as twilight is arriving. And we're driving towards Providence from the north, so we're heading almost due south. I think it's roughly southeast on Highway 146. And this is kind of a twisty, turny road that goes from Massachusetts into Rhode Island. Now, Rhode Island's very small, so this highway, there's not much of it in that very small state. So there's really only, a dozen miles or so. Now, I was driving, and Andrea was sitting next to me, and it was an overcast day, and it was getting to be twilight, so the cloud cover was kind of gray on gray, and it wasn't very, it just had that indistinct kind of cloud cover. And this road is twisty-turny, so we're kind of turning one direction, and there's trees right and left of the road, so we don't have a wide view of the sky at all times. But we come around a corner, and we both say the same thing. She and I both saw it at the same time, and we both said, "What is that?" And it looked like, at first it caught our eye because, it could have been it was roughly the same color as the darkest shadow of a cloud, but a little bit darker. So there was an unusually dark form in the sky. And I remember saying, "That's too dark to be some weird little cloud." And she agreed. Now, describing this is going to be tough because it did seem to, I will say, morph a little bit. My first thought was that it was like a partially inflated giant mylar balloon. It had this kind of thin, irregular quality to it. So it wasn't like a distinct metal craft in the sky. It was kind of indistinct. And honestly, it didn't look like much more than a potato chip in its shape, right? Sort of curved, kind of lumpy, and it was rotating. Now, it was rotating very smoothly, and this was a little problematic. I was driving. I was trying to keep an eye on it. Andrea was trying to get a picture of it, so she was fumbling with her camera. She never got a picture of it, though we did get some good pictures of the highway, and you can see the cloud cover very clearly. And this potato chip shape was kind of twisting. And Andrea was saying it's blinking out. And I was like, no, it's just twisting to, we're seeing its thinnest edge. And we both talked about this in the moment. Now, so just try to picture this. Imagine taking like a business card and holding it between your fingers, right? So you're looking at it head on and you see a big rectangle, right? And then you turn it to the side, and when it's as thin as the piece of paper, right? So you're looking at the edge. If it was, let's say, a white business card on a white sunny day and you are out on the beach, let's say, at a certain point, it would be technically invisible if you were looking right at its thinnest edge. And then it would essentially reappear if you kept on twisting it into form again. That was the sense I got. It was like a potato chip shaped thing, very, very thin, that was rotating, and it would skip out of view when we saw it along its thinnest edge. So this dark steel gray, whatever it was, would twist out and be out of phase. There's a very strange aspect to this too, which Andrea and I both saw and both talked about. This thing was in the sky, low enough that it was below the cloud cover, yet high enough that it seemed pretty far away. It seemed like we were looking at something rather large that was a big distance away. And this is tough to say. If I drew this, which I did a little Photoshop recreation and I put it on my blog, in drawing this, right? So I have this little curved sort of potato chip piece of slate gray floating in the air. And then about 3 times the length of the potato chip above that, stationary, was a tiny singular dot. I am talking about barely perceptible, essentially like a period, a single little dot, directly in line above this. And I don't know any other way to explain it. It looked like the sky was a giant bulletin board, and there was a pin in the bulletin board And that's what we were seeing, like the little teeny push pin, that all we could see was a little dot. And then this potato chip was hanging by a piece of fishing line, essentially an invisible piece of fishing line. So that was the illusion it created. A single push pin in the sky with a single thread of fishing line holding this twisting potato chip. Now, to make things stranger, we were approaching Providence, and that meant approaching the airport. And we were seeing big commercial aircraft crossing the highway, like low across the highway. And so if this was some sort of like weather balloon or some sort of radio reflecting surface or something like that was held aloft in a balloon form, the last place on Earth you would want to put this is seemingly directly in the path of incoming flights that were going into the Providence airport. So we were seeing this at the exact same time we were seeing airplane traffic crossing the highway, coming in for a landing. So as we looked at this thing, we were on the highway, kind of driving twisty-turny, and we'd go around a corner and we'd lose sight of it, and then we'd come back around another corner, and there it would be again. And it went from a potato chip to a credit card. So instead of a credit card, which is a nice rectangle, it was a little more rounded and indistinct like a potato chip. But wow, was it a very strange thing. And both of us were absolutely perplexed. I feel strongly that if this had been some sort of Mylar balloon, we would have recognized it as a Mylar balloon. But both of us were really surprised at the strangeness of this. Now, like, if I had to guess the size of it, I would say that this thing was much larger than, let's say, a billboard on the side of a highway. I mean, it was much larger. I'm saying 3 or 4, 5 times larger than a billboard on the highway. That's the only thing I can equate as being similar, because it felt almost rather two-dimensional at times. So it had that kind of billboard flat quality to it. Okay, so now if anyone out there knows of some sort of, like, I don't know, some sort of Mylar balloon reflective surface that would appear this way in the sky, please tell me. I'm totally open to this being something other than what it appeared to be, which was something very strange, and I will cautiously say something paranormal, but I simply have never heard a report like this before. I'd never seen anything like this before, and it confounded both of us in its strangeness. And when I did the blog post and did create the Photoshop images, and what I did is took the photos that Andrea had of the highway, so I have an accurate shot of the highway, and then I tried to create the shape in the sky with the little dot above it. And it was clearly done with Photoshop, and I clearly labeled the photos as being done in Photoshop. And it was funny. I put these on, I wrote up a short little report and put these images on Facebook, and a lot of people chimed in without having done much more than give a cursory glance at the image and saying, this is nothing but a Photoshop image. And yes, of course, I mean, it was like my drawing of what I saw. So yes, it was a Photoshop image. Thank you for letting me share this long and somewhat unresolved story. Love the show, and I am wishing you and Jane the greatest success in Scotland, the land of my ancestry. Bye now.
My name is Angelo. I served in the United States Navy from 2009 to 2013. I was stationed in Lemoore, California, and during my time in Lemoore, California, I witnessed multiple sightings of UFOs. I will start with my sightings in chronological order. They were taking place from November 2011 through October 2012. My first sighting, November 15, 2011, at approximately 11:30 p.m. I was on my watch duty, walking back towards my post after walking around the listed buildings. I noticed an object in the sky too slow to be an F-18 Super Hornet, which I'm very familiar with these as I work on them due to my job. I then realized the shape wasn't as a jet, but it had a triangular look to it with lights glowing beneath it. The distance from my point of view to the sighting was at least 500 yards away, moving away from the airstrip, which was only a few miles down the road. To my knowledge, the shape of it, I'd say, was about 3,000 to 5,000 feet above, and the speed was incredible. The shape of it and the I don't know how to describe it. The color, almost as a metallic kind of dark gray. I would assume, from what it looked like to me. My second sighting, December 24th, 2011, at approximately 2100 hours. Walking back to my car from my barracks. Just about to get in my car, I look up to my right. I notice the same flying object again, this time much closer than it was before, moving at the same speed. This time I was basically just mesmerized yet again by it, I got a clean look at it this time, with 3 lights underneath it, with one glowing orange in the middle of it. And then, like I said, a blinking of an eye, just gone again. Third sighting, February 3rd, 2012, 0200 a.m. On my watch duty again. This time, though, I'm with my shipmate. We were walking back towards Barrack D. He was the only one who actually witnessed this object with me at this time, and I was very happy that I had someone with me to witness it. We were smoking cigarettes, looking up, and he noticed it, and I explained to him right away. This is what I tried to describe to him, and we were both stunned, mesmerized by it again. I know he didn't like talk about it much after that, after what happened, but it's crazy because the way that it's described, and just the speed of it. I mean, incredible speed. Okay, it's incredible speed, and I know there are other prototypes out there. You know, United States aircraft, prototypes that probably have this, I guess, same shape as aircrafts, but just the speed is what gets me. My fourth sighting, June 11, 2012, at 23:30, basically 11:30 a.m. p.m. Driving on my base from work. It's a long 7-mile stretch road. As I'm driving ahead, I noticed to my left, it was there. It was there again. But this time, what got me was that at this time, there are usually practice flight missions going on at this time, and the skies were empty, and it's just this one flying object yet again in the sky by itself. So it was crazy again to see at this time again. This time very far away from me, but I could tell it wasn't an F-18 aircraft again. It was this triangular aircraft. And then the last sighting was on October 12th, 2012, at approximately 1 a.m. This time I was on my duty again, wasn't too far away from my barracks, and this time it didn't take too long. I literally just noticed it, and in a blink of an eye, it was just gone again. But this aircraft around my naval base, I mean, with this many sightings, it was hard to believe that I'm the only one who always witnessed this, and I tried mentioning to one of my superiors above, and I know he just brushed it off as like, oh yeah, were you drinking on duty or something like that? So I already knew that I didn't want to be labeled a crackpot or a psycho on the base, just for opening my mouth about this stuff. I mean, people believe what they want to believe, but these eyes saw what they saw, and I'm gonna believe it through. And whoever has other theories about it, I listen to all of them with an open mind. And I appreciate you guys for listening to me, and thank you very much.
Hey Ryan, thank you for inviting me to be on Somewhere in the Skies. My name is Shelley, and I am an author, a self-publisher, a writer, I don't like the word psychic, but I do readings. I'm pretty much a little bit into everything, quite a bit of things under my belt. But more currently, I have begun about 2 or 3 years ago running a paranormal group in New York State. We cover all of New York State and try to help residential or commercial businesses or homeowners to understand what's going on in their home when they have ghostly activities or other activities that they don't understand. I really think that with our team, it's important for us to educate people on what we do and educate them on what's really just going on is often not what they really think, but through our investigations, we're able to generally calm people's nerves down. So that's a good thing to be able to help people. I had an experience in the beginning of January this year where my friend was looking out my living room window and something caught his eye, And when he looked out, he saw 2 red globes floating over the treetops. And he watched it, and these things, they hovered. He said it really was no higher than what looked like treetop level. And of course, I didn't see that myself, and he stepped out of the room, and I was wondering what that could be. I'm also a weather storm chaser on the side. So I was sitting in the living room myself and looking straight out of my window in the living room, because all of a sudden this huge, and I do mean huge, I can't even think of a word that's big enough to describe what I was seeing, was this huge red super bright thing. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what to call it. It's like you see this brightness. It filled my entire living room window. It was completely bright red, like the brightest LED light or tail light you could imagine on a car. It was that bright, and it filled the entire view out my window. And it was like I saw it, and I knew it wasn't normal, but at the same time, I couldn't really register logically what I was seeing. It just really blew my mind, to be honest. And it was gone in a split second. It was that quick, but it was that huge. And being that it followed my friend seeing these red globes, I was like, oh my God, what did I just see? What was that? How could that happen? What are they looking for? Was it actually something that looking into my home? You just don't know. So I went online thinking maybe it was some kind of freaky weather anomaly. And I was going on our local news channel weather reports to see if anybody else had reported such a thing. And they did. This thing, or things, these 2 red globes, glowing red globes, were seen in different parts of New York State on the same night. And then I reached out to one of the ladies that commented on that thread on the weather page on Facebook, because she said that her 8-year-old son came to her and said, "Mommy, what are those red balls in the sky?" And of course she looked and she saw that they were hovering in the sky, not very high up, but there. And I don't know what she ended up telling her son, but I did reach out to her after the fact and emailed her privately and asked her a little bit more about it. And she said she just didn't know what to tell her child. But to me, if the child was 8 years old and there was a little boy, and somebody that young doesn't just make that up out of the blue. I think it was very legitimate. And it proved to be legitimate anyways. There were other people in nearby cities. I mean, like, I'm in Fulton County, and these were people from Albany County, New York, all on the same night. So I really knew something happened. And it really got my adrenaline going. It was crazy. I have no explanation for it at all. But it wasn't the first time I've seen something. I saw something when I was a kid that looked like white circular globes that were like rotating back and forth. My mother saw it, my sister saw it, and again, I always thought it was a weather thing, but there was never any weather anomalies going on. So it's just very strange, but it's also very exciting, and it definitely gets my adrenaline going. I don't even know how to wrap my head around it. I did publish a book called Paranormal Presence, which has some of the UFO stories in it, which is sold on Amazon under Shelley. I have some other books on there that talk about some other strange things. And the book, that particular book, Paranormal Presence, is 5 different authors in it with different experiences. So that was pretty cool. But UFOs definitely are something that I believe in. And I often wonder if the theory of calling them in telepathically is something that is real. because I'm always looking up in the sky, wondering, just in case I might see something, because you never know. I don't feel like I'm telepathically calling anything in. However, I really believe that there is another entire, universe or intelligence out there way beyond us, just probably checking us out. I mean, if it was the other way around and we knew that there was some kind of life force out there outside of Earth, I think we would want to take a look at it and check it out too. So it's pretty cool. I want to thank you for having me on your podcast, and I look forward to hearing more stories about something in the sky or somewhere in the sky, as this is a worldwide phenomena going on. But being as it's documented so many times repeatedly, I really feel that there's something to this. If the government is admitting now that this is real, I think that's a pretty good indication that something really is in the skies. Thanks, Ryan. We'll talk to you soon.
Hi Ryan and all the listeners of Somewhere in the Skies. Fantastic podcast I have listened to myself for many years. My name's Andy McGrillen, and I'm also the host of That UFO podcast, and pleased to say I'm a friend and colleague of Ryan's now as well. I want to share my own story with you. I've been meaning to do with Ryan for some time. I've had two sightings. One, 2019, I saw a black triangle, which is probably the least interesting of the one, coming home along a dark road in Northumberland in the UK. It was a dark road, but it was really busy with traffic around 6 p.m. in the evening, so everyone coming home from work, and noticed two lights kind of low down in the sky, maybe a couple of 100 feet off the ground at most. It is quite near an airport, so I just thought it's just a plane coming in, but it was an odd path given the runways were further over. But noticed as I drove towards it, they hadn't moved. When you tend to, as you get closer, they get closer or move, or you see them flashing and stuff like that, but it wasn't doing anything. And then I noticed that a white van had pulled over to the side of the road, and the gentleman driving the van was leaning out and looking up. And as I drove underneath the lights, at this point realising that they weren't seeming to be moving, you could clearly make out against the black winter sky a black triangular shape. The two lights, strangely, were just at the back of the object, and there was nothing on the front. And I can honestly say, going under it, I expected to see the outline of an aircraft or the other lights at the tail or the front, but there was nothing, just the two lights on the tip, and this thing was completely still. I managed to turn the car around, and as I did, looking in my rear view mirror, after a couple of seconds, the object moved over some trees diagonally, just a really strange kind of movement, but again, you could just make out the shape of it. As I turned the car around and went back along the road, the clearing opens up to an expanse of fields where you would have a clear view of the sky, and given this thing was only a couple of 100 feet at most off the ground, you would have been able to see it, and I couldn't. It was gone. So if those lights had turned off, maybe you wouldn't have saw it against the dark sky, but the thing was that low down, I would have expected to. That was my second and probably least interesting. However, my first one, which I find far more interesting, would be the one that happened in the mid-90s, and I can't be too exact with details. It would have been winter, late October, November time in the mid-90s. I would have been about 9 or 10 years old, and there was 5 of us leaving what would be the Boys Brigade, which is a bit like the Scouts, but based here in the UK. And there was myself, my mum, my sister, a friend of mine, and his mum, all leaving the church where the BB, as it was called, the Boys Brigade, was on. Again, winter's night, really cold, dark. However, this object wasn't high up in the sky. As we walked along this road, you could see down to the right-hand side of the street, half a mile at most, a very built-up suburban area, lots of houses, shops, lights, traffic. It was that kind of area, not fields, really, really busy. This is in Glasgow, Scotland. And as I looked down the street, behind the tree line, you couldn't see the bottom of the object. It was that low. Imagine a Ferris wheel you would see at a carnival, like a big wheel, as we call them in the UK, or a Ferris wheel, but slightly tilted at an angle, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but spinning round ridiculously quick, like a washing machine cylinder. And I could just make out these lights. I can't say it was definitely disc-shaped, but just given the angle it was at and the fact it was spinning, it seemed that kind of circular disc type pattern. And we all saw it. We looked along, saw this object. No other cars had stopped, nothing like that. We all remember seeing it. And after kind of standing for no more than a few seconds observing, we just walked home, away from its view, and that was it. Honestly, it was the most spectacular thing, clearly, I've ever seen. The people I witnessed it still remember it to this day. My own mum, my own mother, who knows I've got that UFO podcast and an interest in the UFO subject, has no interest in UFOs, aliens, any of that kind of stuff. However, if you ask her even to this day, she remembers it. She remembers it being strange, but has no idea what it was. That's it. She'll just say, well, it's not aliens, not UFO, not a UFO, which it clearly was a UFO, but you know what I mean, listening to this. So yeah, that really, as much as I had an interest in UFOs, mysteries, and the world over at that point already as a young kid, that kind of spurred me on with a lifelong passion and interest. Similar to many of you listening to this podcast with Ryan, and similar to Ryan with the great work he does over the years through his podcast and TV work as well. So yeah, I'm glad I could finally share my story. Just sorry it's been so long. Thank you to Ryan for all the help he's given me over the last couple of years with that UFO podcast as well. And I just wish all of you happy holidays, wherever you listen to this. Maybe it's in the future and it's no longer the holiday period, but when I recorded it, it was. So thanks very much, everyone, and thank you, Ryan. Keep up the good work.
Hey, Ryan. My name is Josh, and I would like to share an experience that I had. The experience was on Saturday, July 11th, 2020, here in Las Vegas. I'm a Vegas resident, and it happened on East Russell Road near the Sam Boyd football stadium. I was walking down Russell Road at about maybe 7:45, 8 o'clock p.m. And as I was walking, I just happened to look up, as I always do, searching for things. And as soon as I popped my head up, I noticed a cylinder in the sky. If I had to estimate, it would probably be at about maybe 6,000 feet. I could be wrong. But it was a cylinder with the front portion of it being black and the second portion of it being gray, more of a gunmetal color. And it was flying straight up at a good clip, and then it stopped, made a right turn, and probably flew another, I would say maybe 200-300 feet, and it stopped again, and then it either disappeared or it shot off instantaneously because it was gone. There was a cloud of smoke and the object was gone. So that just blew my mind. It lasted probably less than 5 seconds, and it left me with a feeling of disbelief, of extreme curiosity, and of wonder just to what it was. It didn't seem like a conventional craft. It didn't seem like a man-made craft, but it could be. It could be something else too. So that was the beginning, and I kept walking down Russell Road. And I got to the end, and by this time it was about 8:11, maybe 8:15 p.m., and it was still light out. And I noticed above the stadium this bright pink object that was shaped like a square, maybe a rectangle, but it was not aerodynamic. And it shot straight up in the air from behind the stadium to about maybe 1,000, 2,000 feet, and it started making enormous vertical circles and horizontal circles in the sky. It was going really fast. And I don't know how it was flying. It didn't have wings. It didn't, from my perspective, didn't have any means of propulsion. And it looked like a square, like a block of some sort. And it just kept making these circles. I watched it and recorded it for about maybe 2 or 3 minutes. And then as I was recording it, I look off behind the stadium near what I believe is Sunrise Mountain, and I noticed a bunch of sirens and lights coming towards the stadium. So I wasn't sure what that was and what was going on, but I stopped recording and kind of made my way out of there. I wasn't sure what was going to happen, if it's something I should see or something I shouldn't have seen, so I didn't want to be any part of it, and I just ended up going home. Actually, I went to a friend's house, As far as the way it made me feel, again, it was just utter disbelief, checking my head to see if I really saw that. What I think it was, I honestly don't know. I don't know what either of the objects were. My best guess is something top secret man-made or something not of this world. Where do I stand today? I stand by my feelings. I still don't know what it was. And, you know, we could have come so far in our progress with aerospace technology that it could be something man-made, but it could certainly be something else as well. And it was just a really exciting day for me. I've had another sighting, a pretty cool one since then, which I would be happy to share again at another time. It was investigated by MUFON recently, and the results were pretty cool. It was on September 14th at 4:55 a.m. here in Las Vegas. This would be West Russell Road this time, as I was walking west to the gym to get an early morning workout, and I noticed a bright light in the sky that was situated roughly right above Nellis Air Force Base. And the thing that stood out to me was that it was not moving, or at least it did not appear to be moving. It certainly wasn't moving left or right, and it wasn't growing in size or shrinking, so I didn't think it was moving towards me or away from me. And I watched it for about 7 to 10 minutes, and it just sat there, pulsing. It appeared to be an orange sphere. I guess we could call it an orb, very large, and it was just sitting there, hanging in the air above the Air Force Base for about 7 to 10 minutes. And I kept watching it. I recorded it. And at the end of the time frame, it went from a pulsing orb to 2 very small blinking lights in an instant. It just transformed. And then it started very slowly moving away to the west. And it just glided off over the horizon very slowly, and I watched it the entire time. But it remained stationary for about 7 to 10 minutes, and I couldn't hear a sound from it, although it was far away, so it could have been making a sound, but I didn't hear anything directly coming from it. And the interesting thing is, the very next 2 days, I had the exact same sighting of the exact same object, just in slightly different locations with the exact same characteristics. What do I think it was? It could be something man-made, perhaps some type of helicopter or hover jet that was able to silently remain stationary for an extended period of time. It could certainly be something else too. And I sent this sighting into MUFON in the video, and they recently had an investigator contact me, and he was able to use radar data, flight scheduling, flight data, and his conclusion was that it was an airplane and that it was flying towards me. That's why it did not appear to be moving. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because the size of the light did not change at all. But I don't have a very well extended knowledge of flight characteristics, so I could be wrong. But the cool thing was, even though it was a plane, the investigator told me that the only plane that was in the air at that time, at that location, going that direction, was a Janet flight going to Area 51 from McCarran. So even if it was an alien, it was still something cool, and I just wanted to share that. I wish you a good day. Thank you, my friend. Bye-bye.
The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
Hey Ryan, it's Kyle from Oregon. Just wanted to share the story. This happened to me in 4th grade. I'm 33 now, so this was quite some time ago. At the time, we lived out of town, so my mom would drive both me and my older brother up to school. And he was in the middle school, I was in elementary school. His classes generally started quite a bit earlier than mine, so we would drop him off at the middle school and take a short trip down the road to the elementary school, where me and my mom would kind of sit in the car. She'd read me, the Animorphs books, which were amazing, for about 30 to 40 minutes before, school started. Well, on this particular day, I had realized that nobody was there and I could have literally the entire playground to myself. So I, asked my mom, I was like, hey, I would like to have some time to play before school starts. And she said yes after some coaxing, and so I went into the playground, she left. And the way the school is set up is you go in through like a gate on the playground, and there's a big concrete pad with, tether balls, foursquare, hopscotch, whatever. And the school is shaped like a U. So in the middle of this U is a giant, well, not a giant, but a decent sized grass courtyard. And the school is, a single level building, but it had like a false peak that had skylights in it, so it was a little bit taller. And while I was playing for a bit, I don't know exactly how long, but I noticed this big rectangle object passing over the school, and I mean, it was right over it. Like, it was barely gonna clear the building. It was low enough that 4th grade me could have tossed a rock up and hit it. And I remember just being super transfixed on this thing. I had no idea what it was. I had no guesses in my little brain of what this could be. But I still remember the details on the back of it. I didn't see it from the side, at least not to my recollection. But I remember seeing the back, and this thing was pretty big. It was as big, if not just a little bit bigger than the school was. And I remember just staring at this thing until it cleared the building and I couldn't see it anymore. And being the little genius that I was, I thought, hey, I'm gonna get on the swing set and swing and see if I can see where this thing went. So I got on the swing set and just started pumping my little legs as hard as I could to see if I could see where this thing went, where it was going, or even if it was still there. And I wasn't able to get another look at it, unfortunately. After it cleared the building, it was out of sight. But everybody that I've told this story to, particularly my older brother, recently, actually, like a couple of months ago, I was telling him this story, because I remember telling him the day it happened, and he kind of dismissed it because he was a jerk. And I was telling him the story because he was asking me, like, why am I so interested in the subject? And I told him, and he gave me the whole spiel of, that was so long ago, you could be misremembering. And, human memory's super fickle. Like, I'll give him that. But important, big moments in your life, you tend to remember very vividly. And I remember this so incredibly vividly. Like, I'm never gonna forget it. It's never gonna dull. It is always gonna be there crystal clear. But yeah, that's my story, man. I hope you like it. Have a good one. I appreciate your time.
Hello, greetings. My name is Daniel Rogan. I'm going to tell you about 3 UFOs I saw in 1999 in the daytime. I was with friends and family at the time. We were playing cards, just listening to the radio, having fun. When I noticed there was a bright flash of light in the living room. One of my friends, who's now passed away, went outside. I carried on playing cards, and came back and told me he could see a UFO, and I didn't believe him. But he looked at me again and said he could see a UFO, and he looks very serious. So I decided to go and see what he was talking about. Then when I walked out onto the balcony, which was a long balcony, it was houses built above shops. I went out onto the balcony and I looked into the sky, and I saw 3 objects circling each other, and I realised that they were not normal things I'd see flying through the sky. And I realised that, yeah, there were UFOs. So I shouted, and it was like they heard me. They stopped suddenly, and then I started waving my arms and shouting, and they started from where they were, which is quite a distance, it's only a couple of miles away, started to come closer towards us. I'd got everybody, like all the rest of the friends and family, out onto the balcony, and they could all see it, and they could all was baffled what they were seeing. And as they got closer, obviously I could see details. One of the objects was like an orb. It seemed to be like whizzing round I could see a diamond-shaped object. And when I say diamond, it was like also like a diamond, like it had like crystal diamond effect. It was like a glass, reflective, crystal, also like kind of metallic, perfect shape, four-sided diamond with a piece missing off the middle piece. Reflected the light, was absolutely amazing. No sound. Anyway, the smaller object that was seemed to be whizzing round this diamond-shaped object shot off at such speed. It was like it hit the atmosphere and caused like a comet effect through the air. Shot off, was left. I didn't see that small object again. But what was left was two objects then, which was the diamond object and an object that was two black triangles with like a bar or piece that was attached to both triangles, and it was completely and utterly black, even in the sunlight. Didn't reflect no kind of light. It stayed in the same kind of position as it was moving through the air, totally silent, completely black. I looked at it, I couldn't quite grasp the shape in my head, how thick it was, or the dimensions of it. It was baffling. Unlike the diamond, which was like a solid four-sided, kind of, wasn't saucer shaped, but it was this four-sided diamond shape, and I got a couple of views of it as it got closer, and it ended up quite close to us, less than 100 feet, and they were both like moving through the air, coming closer, get a bit further away, coming closer again. And it was like, as I was like waving, I was going, I was waving and shouting and calling them over, and really excited and kind of scared as well. Like realised, it was fantastic what was going on. I didn't quite understand at the time. It was just happening. I just thought it would be a good idea to see if they would respond, and they did. And as they got closer, like that, the way they moved, they acted, it was like animated. It was like the diamond was kind of reacting to me, like, oh, there you are. Like, oh, I didn't see you there. Like in its movements. It was like intelligent. I don't know if that was some kind of telepathic communication. Not 100% sure on stuff like that, but that's the feeling I got off it, like the thoughts that were in my head. It was like the black thing was completely baffling, and the diamond was really animated. I think halfway, it left. It kind of, went off, and I thought, oh, that must be it, they must be going, you know, because I had read stories of UFO, you know, encounters in the past, and you know how they acted and stuff, and it's usually you see something and then it's gone. So that's what I was kind of expecting all the time, that it'd be there for a bit and then it'd be gone. But you know, this was like 20 minutes that this had been going on now, and then I think it kind of I think they kind of wandered off somewhere. So I went into the house. I think I was just trying to process it, you know, and then one of my friends came, who's died, came running back into the house, panicking, telling me to, Dan, you've got to come back outside. And so I went outside, and they were back, and there were some local kids that had been playing below the balcony. They were on the street, kind of thing, beyond the shops, and the diamond object was like less than 50 feet above their heads, like descending towards them, and they were jumping up and down underneath it, like all excited, like happy, like they were playing. And there was a dog there that was barking up at it, and I panicked. And at the time, you know, I thought, oh, they're going to be abducted. You know, this was the late 90s. I'd been watching X-Files. You know, I'd read books on UFOs, and all that time I was, you know, I wanted to be a writer. I want to be a writer. So I was kind of into it. So that's why I think I can retain the memory, where others have kind of forgotten it. And you know, I'm not a psychiatrist, but it's either something, you know, telling us to forget about it, or our brain is telling us to forget about it. I'm not too sure about that either. Anyway, yeah, it just started to descend towards the children. So I panicked, thinking they were going to be abducted. But I'm not 100% sure on that either. It just felt like that to me at the time. But it was like I say, the diamond was like a playful. I felt this playful, not menacing thing from it, really. The black thing, like I say, was just a silent, baffling object. I didn't really get anything much from that. Just the baffling shape of it, and this movement, you know, it kind of followed the diamond-shaped object around. Anyway, so I shouted again. I shouted something like, "No, it was me!" Like I'd called them over in the first place. So I just was panicking at the time, and then the diamond object stopped what he was doing, kind of thing, and then they both came really close to the balcony towards us, and like everybody kind of backed off away from me, who was there, my friends and family. And the diamond object, I can't remember at this point where the black triangle objects were. In my memory, I can't see them, but in my memory, the diamond then came over me, above me, and I could see underneath it, but it was like different to what I could see on the face, and it was like a dull, kind of glassy silver metal colour with the underneath of it. Couldn't see through it, or it was not like a crystal effect on it. Still kind of a rainbowy hue to it, I suppose. Hue, sorry. And it started to come down towards me then. And I thought, oh yeah, am I getting kidnapped now? I kind of stood there and I was all calm. And then the friend who's now passed away slapped me on the shoulder and said, what are you doing? And I went, I don't know what I'm doing. And we looked up again, and it started to rise back up. And then that's when they did leave. They both then drifted away then. I ran into the house and I looked through the front window, which was on the front of the house then. And I could see them like travelling off then into the distance. And then it was, everybody dealing with it, I suppose. I tried to phone Coventry Airport for some reason, you know. I was pretty scared. I thought something was going to happen to us because I thought somebody must know what was going on. You know, it was like in the middle of the day, we're in a city. But where I could see it from, it was where they were was quite secluded from the road. So, but I did, like I say, I found a witness later on who was living local, who'd seen it, I think, flying over the house, one of the objects or both. The local children, I just tried to let people get on with their lives. Didn't want to keep, I had to bring it up obviously every now and again, but I just let the other people get on with their lives. Yeah, let them forget about it or do whatever with it. Whatever they wanted, it was up to them. It was their decision. They wanted to remember it, remember being there, but we're not remembering details or completely forgetting. That was up to them. That was up to them. So, but I did one of there was one I think there was a couple of lads that were there, children, and I did bump into one about 10 years later, and I saw him. I thought, oh, let's do this. So I asked him. I said, did you remember seeing that UFO in 1999? And he kind of looked at me shocked, and he said to me, I thought that was a dream. And I said, no mate, it really happened. I said it was amazing, and you know, I was kind of blown away myself by his answer. And I haven't seen any of those kids really since. I'm still in contact with, obviously, with some of my family that were there. You know, they remembered some details and they've forgotten others. And like I say, one has died, one has passed away. But yeah, they were amazing, and they were there for like, it was nearly an hour, I think, in the end. And they were just silent, flying, hovering, zipping about, stopping. One, like I say, shot off at tremendous speed. They were amazing. They were absolutely mind-blowing. I'm not sure if I, you know, like I say, I was into the phenomenon before this, so what I had an kind of inkling of what was going on, but so yeah, that's how I've been able to like kind of retain the memory completely. Other people, no, they were just normal people. Wasn't interested in really in UFOs, I suppose. So you know, the brain, the mind heals or deals with things in different ways. Or, you know, like I say, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not sure on that. It could be a device that they're using for people to forget. You know, I'm not an expert on that, but it is interesting that, because you know, I felt like, you know, a calming feeling. You know, I thought that, you know, I heard these words like when they got close to me, like, look within you. But I don't know if it's my imagination, but I could hear those words, and like I say, the way they moved, it was like they was giving me suggestions, like saying like, oh, there you are, and we didn't realise you were there. You know, but maybe that was like sarcasm, some kind of humour, I don't know if that's just me, you know, making that up after the event, but that's what it felt like at the time. That's my memories of that time. So there were a few, there were a few people there at the time. It was amazing sight. The way they moved, it was amazing. It was like they were defying gravity and moving with intelligence. That came across strongly at the time. So yeah, thanks a lot, mate.
Hi Ryan, hi everyone at Somewhere in the Skies. This is Dan from that UFO podcast. Dan Zetterstrom, that is. Or Zetterstrom, depending on where you're listening from. So this sighting took place on the 8th of June, 2021 at 2:47 in the morning. This was in Barry in South Wales. The compass heading that the object first appeared from was 147 degrees, and the weather at the time was 10 degrees Celsius, and it was completely clear skies. The layout of the property, it was a small bungalow with a garden, so I could see this huge swath of sky. It wasn't blocked by anything. To cover one of those swaths of sky, it took a plane, which this happened after I saw the UFO. It took a plane about 10 minutes to fly over. And you'll see why that's relevant as I go forward. And just to front this by saying that after this experience, I checked satellite trackers, I checked plane trackers, I checked everything. And even though I kind of knew from the movement that we didn't make things that moved that way, I still thought that it was important to check these things. So I was sat outside looking up at a clear sky, and I asked for something to happen. And about 5 seconds later, this enormous owl flies over. And if you've read anything, esoteric, you know that the owls are usually a sign of high strangeness. In this case, I wouldn't have thought anything of it if what is about to happen didn't happen. This owl was so big that I jumped. So I asked for something bigger, like of a bigger event. A moment later, 5 of the same kind of sized owls flew over the top of me in a V formation. It was wild. So a few moments later, I look upwards, I take a deep breath, and I give gratitude to the universe and say thank you. And at that moment, I saw a star moving right near where I was looking. It wasn't moving in any crazy way, it was just kind of steadily sauntering through the sky from north to south. So I watched it. It got to the highest point above me, and it stopped. And it stopped for long enough that it got my attention. Up until that moment, as I said, I thought it was a satellite. So as it stopped, and I registered that it had just been hanging at the same point in the night sky for a while, I asked it for something impressive. And at that point, I did a double take, because the movement that it started making just wasn't movement that any craft that we makes. If you imagine a leaf falling on the wind, swooshing side to side and getting ever lower, that's what this thing was moving like. From the highest point in the sky, it drifted downwards like a leaf on the wind to the horizon, and just as it was about to disappear over the roof of the house, the object shot from south to north and covered the space that it took the commercial plane, a good chunk of time to cover, in about 3 seconds, and it was gone. This was simply just not ours, or at least something that doesn't use propulsion or move in the same way as we are used to seeing. The left-right swinging motion was just wild to witness. So as I'm sat kind of slack-jawed, mind blown about what just happened, I once again give gratitude to the universe and say thank you and do a little meditation, and then as I open my eyes, 4 more owls fly over me. Same size again. And there's just no other word to describe the experience other than majestic. It was a really impressive experience and a really life-changing experience, because the way the object moved, like I say, it just wasn't anything like anything I've seen humans make ever. Not even secret technology, not even the wildest things that they can come up with, you know. A human technology, we like to get places fast in a straight line. We don't tend to make things that can fall like a leaf on the wind. That is one of many experiences that took me from a believer to a knower. And not Noah like Noah's Ark, I mean like Noah like Knower. This thing was anomalous. This thing was extremely likely to not be ours. I wish I had footage of it. It was this sighting that made me go, you know what? When I have a house, I'm totally gonna set up this, you know, a system on the roof to kind of just track these things. It's one of many experiences, and I hope I can share the rest with you in the future. But thank you for listening, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to share.
Hi Ryan, my name is Ashley. I just wanted to share a story that is somewhat relevant to everything that's going on in North America this past 2 weeks. So this happened on Veterans Day in 2018 in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I was out to breakfast with my 2 daughters, and and I'm going to be really specific just because I can. We were in a restaurant called Mike's Chicken and Donuts that is no longer there. It sat at the corner of 56th Street and 7th Avenue, right by Lake Michigan, on the shore basically. And my daughters and I were seated at a window that was facing 56th Street. And so we're sitting there and we look out the window, everything's totally normal. And I look up and I see a silver ball that is just going overhead from the southwest, traveling in a ballistic trajectory to the northeast. So it's heading diagonal. And as I'm looking up, I notice that there is another one that I can only presume is about maybe 10 miles north of it, flying completely parallel to it. I watched this thing. My daughter, I pointed out to my daughter, who was 8 or 9 at the time, and I asked her, like, oh my gosh, do you see this? What is that? And, we acknowledge it, we look at it, and because of it going in a ballistic straight line trajectory, not making any zigzags or anything, I didn't really think that it was, a big deal or anything, but it was definitely odd. But we watched it the whole time until it disappeared into, too far away for me to see. But they were both completely spherical silver balls. There was absolutely no marking of any kind that I could see. There was no differentiation in color. They were completely silver. And, I know that I can't tell how high or low they were, but they were low enough for me to be able to tell that they were spheres. If I had to guess, I would say that they were within probably about 16,000 feet. And I'm only able to make that guess because where Kenosha, Wisconsin sits is right between Chicago and Milwaukee, and planes fly. The landing path is through Kenosha for Milwaukee, and the takeoff path from O'Hare Airport goes straight north, obviously if they're heading north. So I see low planes very frequently, and I know, that they can't obviously be too high, and they're certainly not at, cruising altitude of 32,000 feet. So anyway, I'm watching this, and they're heading out over the lake, and I watch it. I notice that there's the second one, and I would say that they were probably between 5 and 10 ground miles apart in the sky. And I only assume that because you can see farther in the sky, but they were still close enough to where I could tell what was going on, that they were both silver balls that had no identifying marks on them. They made no sound whatsoever. There was, when the planes are low in Kenosha, you can hear them over a building if you're inside. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was. I never really said anything to anybody about it because it just didn't seem like it was super special or anything like that. I just saw two balls in the sky. But I believe that it was not satellites because of the position of the sun. I saw this at about 11 o'clock in the morning on Veterans Day, and Kenosha, Wisconsin, it faces the lake, which the sun rises in the east, and so the sun would have been almost directly overhead at this point. And there have been times that I've laid out on my back deck at the time, which also faced east, that when the sun sets, you can, if you're looking straight up, if the sky is clear, you can identify a satellite. You'll actually be able to see the sort of cross shape of the working area of the satellite versus the solar array on either side of it, and you can see it reflecting the sunlight from the setting sun at certain times. So it wasn't, whatever these spheres were, they were not high in the sky. They weren't the typical satellites that you see, and this was in 2018, and I don't believe that Starlink had been launched yet. And even still, I don't really understand. I don't know anything about this type of stuff, but there were two of them. They were identical. They were flying at the same rate of speed, completely parallel to one another. There were no identifying markers, and I saw it with my own eyes. I never looked to see if anybody had also reported this on MUFON or anything like that, so I suppose I should go and check that out. But with everything going on, I just wanted to share this with someone who may have heard it before. Maybe I saw whatever surveillance things are being taken down now. I have no idea, but I can say they were bigger than a car, that's for sure. Thanks for listening. Email me back, let me know what you think. If anything, it's just what happened, what I observed. Thanks, and I hope you're enjoying Scotland. Bye.
Hey Ryan, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share my experiences with you. It's an honor and a pleasure to do so. My name is Tom Thompson. Some people may recognize me from my YouTube channel, Cortex Zero, Podcast Zero, and my activity in the online UFO community, specifically on Twitter. I'm a guitarist/musician, content creator, an artist, and I own a small digital design company. I've been researching the phenomenon for most of my life, which, based on my age, would make that over 25 years of personally investigating the more inexplicable side of life. This is my personal story of the UFO sighting that I had as a child, which significantly intensified my interest in not only the phenomenon, but all the other subjects that are typically connected to it even further. Growing up, I already had an immense interest in things of this nature, but this is what really dumped gasoline on that fire. So when I was 9 years old, I was in the Boy Scouts, and I was on my very first camping trip ever. On this particular evening, I was in the process of earning my fire badge, so when everyone called it a night, two of us would tend to the campfire and make sure it was out. One of the adults would then check the fire just to be on the safe side, and we would receive our badges. It had been a pretty interesting night, considering we had a campground right next to us that was occupied by a group of Wiccans. I'm not sure what they were out there for, but at the time it felt like some kind of celebration. The chanting and singing coming from their camp was really beautiful and carried on into the early morning hours. After tending the fire and earning our badges, one of my friends and I decided to stay up a bit later, excited over the fact that we technically had no designated bedtime that we had to abide by strictly. I had exited my tent, which was occupied by myself and 3 of my friends. We sat down on the logs around the campfire, just chit-chatting while I poked the remains of the now extinguished fire with a stick. I remember how clear the night was. That really sticks out in my mind amongst some other details. The camp was situated in this nice clearing in the woods surrounded by a tree line that broke apart to reveal a circular section of the sky. This was in the middle of Lebanon State Forest, now known as Brendan T. Burns State Forest in southern New Jersey. This was a very clear, very bright spring evening into early morning, cloudless with the stars prominently displayed above us. My friend and I were just carrying on a regular conversation, and I can still remember the smell of the woods distinctly. The air was very still, aside from the occasional light breeze here and there, and even that was hardly noticeable. We were sitting there for maybe a half hour or so, and out of nowhere there was just this whoosh, this pushing of air all around us that happened, and it didn't feel like a natural breeze. It almost had the quality of a car driving past you at a high speed. You can just tell the difference between that and the wind. As I took notice to this, I felt the hairs on my body stand up. It was this remarkably weird, static electrical sensation, as if I was sitting next to a giant latex rubber balloon. Just a few seconds after I began to feel that weird static electricity, I couldn't help but notice that the usual noises of the outdoors were now non-existent. It didn't make any sense that all the various wildlife around us would simultaneously fall silent like that. It was ominous, but that's when it happened. Something caught my attention in my peripheral vision to my upper right in the sky. It started protruding from that section of the sky. It slowly moved further into view until the entire object was visible. It was massive, and I mean that. Just enormous, especially for anything that would be flying through the sky. The moon was exceptionally bright on this night, so there was no misidentifying the object, and it obscured the stars behind it. This craft, whatever it was triangular with this deep, beautiful yet featureless matte black texture. Each corner of the triangle came to a sort of rounded point, not quite sharp. There weren't any discernible rivets or lines of any kind. It wasn't moving very fast. It was comparable to a ship out on calm seas. I just cannot stress the immense size of this object enough. It filled a significant portion of the chunk of sky that was available to us over the clearing we were in. It couldn't have been more than a few 100 feet over the top of the trees. My friend and I didn't say a word, and we didn't make a single move, not initially. I remember being so mesmerized by the triangle that it was almost as if my brain was on autopilot. The craft came to a very slow stop in the direct center of the clearing overhead, and on each corner of this craft, 3 lights in succession, starting from the very front of the object, moving to the left and then the right, just flickered on in a strange fade-in sort of fashion. It was kind of like a smartphone when you hit your power button and the screen fades out, but in reverse. I will never forget the quality of the lights. They were gorgeous for some reason. They were white lights, but they all had a sort of haze around them that reminded me of a customized set of aftermarket headlights on a car, but much more striking. It was like an aqua blue fluorescent haze. It was just one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever seen. This is when I finally said, "Oh my God, what is that? Look at that. Look at that. Are you seeing that? Am I imagining this?" You know, I just wanted to be sure. I needed that verbal confirmation from my friend. He was badly freaked out, and all he could say was, "I see it. I see it." Like, I remember him just stuttering like someone who had been out in the cold for too long, and he was physically more frightened than I was. He was trembling, and he actually stood up and was sort of pacing in a small space back and forth while keeping his gaze on this gigantic black triangle. The craft began to move again, and as it did, we felt that unnatural electromagnetic sensation escalate as it made its way across the sky again. As it disappeared over the trees, the hairs on my body ceased to stand on end, accompanied by yet another unnatural whoosh of air, and maybe 4 to 5 seconds after we could no longer see the triangle, the noises one would expect to hear out in the woods at night returned to their natural state. Now, you would expect kids of our age to wake everyone up screaming and shouting about what had happened, but we just didn't. That sticks out when I recall this event. We went back to the tent, and I don't think we slept very much, but we just didn't talk about it the rest of the night. Considering I already knew so much about the phenomenon even at such a young age, the stigma associated with the subject prevented me from sharing this story with almost anyone for several years. As I've gotten older, though, I have shared it on several occasions, including in one of my earliest YouTube videos, though I didn't go into the kind of detail there as I did here. At 33, I have lived with this experience as one of the driving factors in me researching the phenomenon and related subjects. This happened to me, and there's no changing that fact. It changed everything. I went from a believer to an experiencer. The difference is massive. I still get chills when I sit and picture that triangular ship gliding through the sky. I'm left with really only two potentialities as far as what it was. Black military or aerospace tech of the highest order, or non-human intelligence. The technology required to get that thing off the ground, let alone maneuver it through the air, didn't exist, at least publicly, in 1998, nor does it exist now in 2023. There have been moments of mostly internalized frustration associated with sharing my experience, mostly stemming from relaying it to the closed-minded among us. I get it though, I do. Still, I can't help but wish they could have seen what I did and felt everything that I felt that early morning. This experience altered the trajectory of my entire existence. I am not insane. I have never been diagnosed with any significant or debilitating mental illness. I'm just a guy looking for answers to the most profound questions we have asked as a species. This is why I'm active in the community, why I talk about these subjects on my YouTube channel and podcast, and why I am relentless in this search. I live with the knowledge that something is happening, and it's a double-edged sword like almost nothing else. This one is much more recent. On November 26th, 2022, an event occurred that caught me completely off guard. Even though this is not the first time this type of thing has taken place in my life, it takes nothing away from the sheer awe I found myself in as I laid eyes on something I could not explain floating in the sky above me. At approximately 2:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I was driving my work truck, heading east in the direction of my job to return from doing field visits. Ironically, only 10 minutes prior to this, I had been recording a vlog video on the phenomenon. As I approached the intersection where I would be taking a left turn, there was a sharp, bright glimmer that caught my eye above me through the windshield. I looked upward, and there it was. In the sky above my truck was this cone, just sitting in place, yet it was rotating. Not very fast, but just turning in a circular motion. The top portion of the cone came to a sharp point, and with the sun to its right, it glistened almost like metal, but it had a very glassy, translucent appearance. The blue sky was clear of any real cloud cover, so I had the object in full direct view. Honestly, it was a beautiful thing to lay eyes on. My sense of time began to waver, not to mention the fact that I had to keep my eyes on the road. The sighting lasted for what I estimate to be the slowest 3 seconds I've ever experienced, and then it vanished. But not in a split-second flash or anything like that. It was as if the object took the sky behind it and wrapped it around itself like a sheet and faded behind it. At this point, my phone was now in my hand with my camera on and ready. It had transpired too quickly for me to even have a chance of capturing anything, but just in case the object decided to show itself one more time, I pulled over into the parking lot directly to my right and began to record. I waited for about 10 minutes or so, but to no avail. I was stunned. It really took me by surprise, ironically appearing just after I had recorded a video talking about the phenomenon. It was as if I was being teased by whatever the intelligence was behind this event. After I stopped the recording, I got back into my truck. I began recording a different clip, one where I made note of my location, the time, date, and the quick details of what I had seen. Not too long after this, I returned to my job and I filed a report with the National UFO Reporting Center. I provided as detailed a description as possible. It really kills me that the object, whatever it was, vanished before I even had the slightest chance to capture it on video or in the least a photo. Regardless, I was grateful to have seen such a beautiful and mysterious sight. The rest of the week was pretty odd for me too. I'm not sure if these events are related, but I still wanted to make note of anything out of the ordinary because this is how the phenomenon seems to operate based on what I know of it. For the next week, every single night, my dreams were dramatically lucid just out of nowhere. On the 28th, 2 days after the sighting, the way my day began was extremely unusual. Following yet another lucid dream for some reason, when I got up out of bed, and I've never had this type of feeling to such an extraordinary degree, I was questioning whether or not I was still asleep. It was really odd. I've had that kind of thing last for maybe a few seconds in bed before getting up plenty of times prior, but this stopped me in my tracks and lasted 15 minutes or so. Again, I don't really know if there's any direct correlation between my sighting and this unusual sleep pattern and subsequent incident of my mind questioning my surroundings, but I feel it was more than worth noting. That's not all though. On 3 separate occasions over that next week, I experienced what I can only describe as precognition. I am not claiming to be some kind of mystic here, and I have my own personal opinions on such phenomenon, but this really couldn't be ignored. And during meditation, I had been experiencing very strange presences around me, very similar to the feeling that you'll get when someone enters the room you're in. You haven't even laid eyes on them yet. In the months following the sighting, it feels like my life has entered a beautiful new chapter. So many wonderful things have begun to happen, and I can't help but feel as though that cone in the sky may have been a sign of the great things that have now come to fruition. There is no way for me to know whether or not that's true, but all I know is that we know very little at all. Thanks again, Ryan. It was my honor and pleasure to share my stories with you and everyone else that will end up reading them or hearing them. Take care, my friend.
Hi there, Ryan. I just want to thank you very much for giving me the chance to share my story on your podcast and with all your listeners. It's an absolute pleasure, and I'm gonna get straight into it. So my name is Rob Scott, and I'm from the west coast of Ireland, from a small village called Ahagaur, on just outside of a town called Westport. I guess from a very young age, I was always fascinated by UFOs, or aerial phenomenons as they're called now, and also the paranormal. So I guess the story starts in the summer of 2022. I moved to Vancouver in the summer of 2019. So I was there a couple of years before this event took place. Before that, I had never witnessed anything supernatural in the skies before, but always had the hope one day that I would get the chance to witness something. I guess it started, my first account of it would have been at the back of my house on my deck. I was playing guitar with my girlfriend up on the deck and having a few beers. So I always used to go up there, chill out, and just look up at the sky at the night time. The skies were always super clear during the summer in Vancouver. You could see everything up there. And that night it was super quiet. It was about 10 p.m. Super quiet. You could hear a pin drop, and so I was just relaxing, leaning back in my chair against the deck, and had my eyes fixated on the skies, and I witnessed a triangular object fly above me with 3 lights underneath, one on each corner. 3 white lights, quite faint but visible to the eye nonetheless. Flying at quite some speed. It must have been a couple of 100 miles an hour. Completely silent as it flew above me. It was no more than 1,000 feet. So as soon as I seen this, I was absolutely shocked. I shouted at my girlfriend, and of course she didn't see it, even though I told her to keep her eyes on the sky in case anything ever does fly by. So I have a witness there to back me up. But anyways, she didn't see it. It was just myself. And so I shouted at her straight away, "Did you see it? Did you see it?" And she said, no, what are you talking about? So I just said, I seen this thing fly by, like, super low. And I was shocked at what I'd seen. I couldn't believe it. So at first I was like, okay, surely this has to be a plane. It was flying from north to south. And so at first I thought it was a plane. So I checked my flight radar on my phone to see if there were any aircrafts in the area flying from north to south, and lo and behold, there was 0 aircrafts in the area. And I was like, okay, that's quite odd. I guess it has to be something else. So yeah, this thing that I seen, it was flying super low, 1,000 feet, no more, high rate of speed, and it had a wingspan of at least, I'm guessing maybe 40 to 60 feet, shaped like a triangle, with one light on each corner. So I guess after I witnessed it, I was trying to disprove myself to see if it was an airplane, but obviously not, because I checked the flight radar, and that was a no-go, as there was nothing flying in the area at that time from north to south. So my second thought was then it was a UFO, something which I'd never witnessed before, especially that close. You know, it was no more than 1,000 feet above me, and yeah, so I was pretty shocked when I seen it. But I always believed that these aircraft were out there. But I also thought it could have been military as well, because I know the US military has stealth aircraft that looks similar to the aircraft that I seen. But I know that stealth aircraft are quite noisy when they're flying low, but this one it was completely silent as it flew across at a high rate of speed above me. So yeah, I guess that's really about it. Like, you know, I kept trying to say to myself, like, you know, it was an aircraft, but there was nothing in the area, so it had to have been a UFO. So I guess today I look back on it and think, you know, what a crazy experience. But also, I'm very grateful that I got to witness it, because I'd never witnessed something like that before. So yeah, that's really it. That's the height of my UFO story. Yeah, so I just wanna thank you very much for letting me share my story on your podcast, and best of luck in the future. Thank you, Ryan.
Hello, Ryan. My name is Ben. I live in southeastern Pennsylvania. The area around here is very rural, mostly farming country. A lot of the Amish community resides in the area. My family has been farmers for many generations. I actually live right across the road from our farm, but grew up on this farm, was born and raised here. So I actually do antique restoration and farm for over 20 years. I've been self-employed, building furniture and restoring antiques. My shops are on our 120-acre farm here. Yeah, I'd like to tell you a few of unexplainable experiences that occurred to me. The first one happened about 12 years ago. I was alone outside raking leaves in my front yard, and across from my place, maybe like 100 yards, right across the road is the farm and the fields, and there's a driveway, a long driveway that goes in between the fields, and the driveway is it's lined with these huge white pine trees. My grandfather actually had them planted years and years and years ago. So I just happened to look up and see this dark shadow come across the left field. It was maybe 100 feet off the ground, if that, and it stopped over top of the last white pine tree at the end of the driveway. And when I looked at it, it was a huge black triangle. Maybe each side was 30, 40 feet of the triangle. It made no noise whatsoever. I could see the angle from it because it was kind of up from me. I could see the bottom of it, and at each point, it was illuminated. Like, I want to say a round light, but it wasn't like a spotlight. Oh, and it was probably maybe 4 or 5 o'clock, so it was still light out. I had a really clear view of this thing. But it was, it was like an orb, but it was part of the ship underneath. I was awestruck. I just stopped what I was doing, and looked out across and was just blown away by what this was. At first, I'm thinking maybe some, Air Force craft or something, but it made no noise whatsoever. And I was immediately was like, I think this is a UFO. So I just stopped and stared, and it hovered above this pine tree, not too far above it, it felt like forever, but it was probably 20, 30 seconds maybe. And then it just slowly moved across my field of vision to the right, no noise, same height, same altitude off the ground, pretty low, right there, man. And then all of a sudden, it was gone. It literally appeared to disappear in front of my eyes. I don't know. That's the only way I can explain it. It was there and gone. It was so cool. What an experience. And I went inside, and my wife was in there with the kids. They were little at the time, and I told her, and she was kind of like, wow, that's so cool, but that was it. So, but to me, it changed me. I've always been interested in UFOs and outer space and just stargazing and hiking across the fields at night and just looking for stuff, just out of curiosity. But always felt like there was more to just this earth and humans. And sure enough, I got to witness something, so I thought it was special, and it just made me want to delve into the topic more and see what was out there, and boy, I realized that there's a lot of this that goes on, especially now at this time with what the military has released. I believe they know, and they're either not telling us or they probably don't know everything either. So my other experience I wanted to share, which actually happened a couple months ago, I think it was probably the end of summer. Me and my son were in my wood shop working, and all of a sudden we hear this really loud noise. It could almost feel it. It's like literally shaking the windows in the shop. Like the vinyl windows that people have. Anyway, so we go outside to see what this is, and we look across the fields, and sure enough, there is this fighter jet, what looked like, an Air Force fighter jet, coming across the fields pretty low. So low, and I'm guessing that's why it was so loud, came across the fields, and we were like, just, what's going on here? Why is this thing flying so low? Because it was so loud. And sure enough, there was a gray, silver, round ball. I don't know, compared to the jet, it was 6-8 feet in diameter. Couple 100 yards, maybe more in front of this jet. And so this ball comes across our field of vision, across the field, and this fighter jet is following. It clearly was evident this thing was following this ball. And me and my son were just started sprinting across the field, just trying to keep up with it so it was in our sight. and we're yelling at each other like, it's chasing this gray ball. This is incredible. What's going on? And then, strangely enough, the fighter jet does this odd maneuver. To me, it was odd, but I'm sure it's common with these guys. But he kind of hung hard left, still slowed way down, hung hard left, and kind of went up and to the side. And 3 or 4 flares shot out of this fighter jet. Really bright flares. By this time, the jet was kind of like over top of the neighbor's field, which isn't that far away. So these flares were let go over top of this field, but he's still real low. And sure enough, he resumes his flight path. And by this time, this gray ball has become a dot in our vision, but it's still just rolling, across the sky. And so this jet now, this gray ball had a pretty good lead on it, but the jet just took off what looked like right after this gray ball. So that was really cool. At one point, it pretty much everything just kind of disappeared. It got far away from us, and we could still hear it, the jet. Didn't hear anything as far as the ball. The jet, if it was making noise, the jet was clearly overpowering it because how loud it was. But yeah, the ball just kind of disappeared. One thing that struck me though is before we lost sight of this gray ball, it almost changed color. Now I don't know if it was some atmospheric thing or there was no clouds in the sky, or if they were way up. But it went real like a light gray, almost white, and then back to the dark gray. It appeared to almost to change colors. And me and my son, we just have some iPhones, and we took them out. At one point, we stopped running. We're out of breath. We were like, let's try and videotape this. So we put the video on, and we're trying to. We couldn't get much on. Everything was happening so fast, and far distances with those cameras. They just, at least on our phones, they weren't very well. You couldn't see very well with them or record much. But we do. I think my son, he did catch some of the jet, the fighter jet on there, and mine, I maybe caught a little bit, but it was mostly just, you could just hear the jet on there. And of course, our excited state, we were really like blown away by this, blown away. I try and remain skeptical on all this stuff. I try and really view it that way. I'm not real quick to just believe everything. I really, I know there's plenty of stuff out there. People will try and get you to believe anything. But I do believe, a certain percentage of what we are seeing and hearing and through on the internet or from people, eyewitness accounts and stuff, I actually believe there's definitely truth within it. I also believe the government knows a lot more than we do, and I feel like they're probably scared to tell us the truth. It's just hard to believe that we would be the only ones in this vast universe, and it's fascinating to think about for me. And I feel, I feel really, it's real special that I've been able to witness some of this stuff, unexplainable. Hey, I'm not saying that it's, that black triangle is full of aliens. I don't know what it was. A part of me wants to think that it was for something like that, but until we physically see this stuff and they land in the field and come out and say hi, then it's hard to just say that's exactly what this is. But I'd like to think that it's something from another area in the universe, or who knows. I find it odd that they are just showing themselves. It's like they want to prime us for something, or they're just like planting a seed, like to get us thinking along the lines of there's something else out there. We're just kind of giving you a little bit. Here we are, but and make you process this. There's something definitely is going on. And it makes me fortunate to be able to share my little bit, my few little stories of what I've seen. There's so many of them. I think it's important What you're doing, Ryan, is great to make people aware of what's going on, because there's so many people that I can't really tell this to. I've tried, and they just are, they're just 9 to 5. They're doing their thing, and they don't have time to think outside the box. I've always just been a person who has questioned everything. So I kind of just keep this stuff more to myself. A few of my friends, close friends and family, I've told, but a lot of them are just like, wow, that's neat, and they don't have much to offer towards it. But, it's kind of like, until you see it, it's hard to grasp. I get it. But anyway, yeah, that's my story. Thanks for having me, and I'm glad I could share it.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the story of my encounter with a black triangle with your audience. My name is Patrick. I'm 35 years old. I'm from Dresden in Germany, and I'm a customs police officer. The encounter happened on July 25th, 2013, so almost 10 years ago, in southwest Germany. It happened right at the French border, literally right at the French border, and it was approximately 10:30 p.m. when my ex and I went outside to have a cigarette. We had a house with a pool, and we were standing and sitting by the pool, and we were talking like always, and suddenly I noticed 3 oddly bright stars in the corner of my eye. Hovering above where France would have been, there was also a nuclear power plant, so about that, in that area. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, just think it's noteworthy. As I said, I looked over my shoulder, and in that moment when I looked up at those stars, they quickly descended, like super fast, like on a straight line. Boom, there was. Completely unexpected. A pitch black triangular craft, a structured craft, hovering completely silent without making a noise, about 30 feet above our heads. It was kind of looking at us, I would describe it. The belly first, the lights were looking at us, pointed towards us. Each side of the triangle was approximately 30 feet long. So 10 meters, that's the measurement I use. I would say 30 feet, maybe a little more than 30 feet, but really close. The lights in each corner were extremely bright, but they were not blinding. I don't know how to describe it. It's really hard to put it in words. If I had to describe them somehow, I would call them pure lights. I've never seen anything like that before. We were absolutely gobsmacked. Like, deer caught in the headlights. Or if you would encounter a bear in the wilderness, you turn around, there's a bear, you freeze. So we felt absolutely paralyzed, as if we were like hypnotized or controlled. I'm not saying we were, but that's just how it felt. Just frozen and staring in disbelief. Everything was or seemed silent in that moment. Everything has fallen silent. Before you could hear frogs and crickets because, we had that pool and it was out in the village, and everything just was silent. It was just that triangle existing in that moment. It was as if time had stopped. Oddly enough, neither one of us can tell if it lasted 5 seconds, 30 seconds, 3 minutes that the triangle was there. As I said, time seemed to have stopped. And then before it took off, it started to move super fast, like from the left upwards to the right. It was kind of zigzagging, like a ping pong ball, or I don't know how else to describe it. It was totally surreal, like this shouldn't be happening. But I don't think I thought anything in that moment. I did not understand what was happening. And then it shot off towards space in an instant. It was so freaking fast, it left trails of light behind, like in that Star Wars or Star Trek scene when they hit warp speed. I don't know, I wasn't much of a Star Trek fan, but that's the best I can describe it. It left these trails of light behind. And during all of this, it didn't make the slightest noise. It left like it was a bullet shot out of a gun. but no noise, nothing. We immediately turned our heads towards each other, and we had to confirm that we really just saw what we saw. And we both saw what we saw, a black triangle. I've never heard of a black triangle before in my life. I was interested in UFOs whenever they came up on TV, but that was about it. We looked up again, then we looked at each other again, and we didn't have to say a word, and both ran into the house, because in that moment, like, reality kicked in, the flight instinct, and fear kicked in. I remember being very scared in that instant because I did not know what happened. However, my curiosity, though, quickly took over again, and I went outside, looking up, but the craft never returned. I thought I could make out 3 stars because, before it looked also like stars, but just brighter, that were a triangle, but nothing. So it never returned. That was it. That's what happened. I didn't choose to have that sighting, but it happened. It was a blessing because I feel lucky to know for a fact that the phenomenon is real, but it was a curse because many people just don't believe you, naturally. Some choose ridicule, which was really hard because I know what happened and they just would laugh it off. But I mostly got over that. What's worse is that this incident has created a ton of questions. So many questions, more than I had before, but it hasn't provided many answers. The only answer I got is that the phenomenon is real, and nobody can take that from me. I will not say or claim that what we saw was alien or ET, because I have simply no way of knowing that or confirming that. But what I know is that the craft was 100% real, 100%. Needless to say that that night has changed my life forever. Funnily enough, not right away as much as one would think. So I had a lot of things going on. We went on vacation, on a quick vacation the next day, because the next week I was transferred to a new city where I live now. And I just generally had so much going on that we didn't even talk much about it. Then after a few weeks and months, we would bring that topic up every once in a while, but it didn't have that much of an impact in my life as it has now. It probably started with the New York Times article. But as I said before, the questions that I have in my head, and I have no answers. I mean, I used to be pretty atheist, a hardcore atheist, I would have called myself. I made fun of religion in my younger years. So in that sense, I definitely deserve the ridicule I got from other people. But it didn't make me religious. I'm very open-minded now, let's put it that way. Since that night, I know that all I know is that I know nothing. Except for that triangle was real, it was there, it was unambiguous. That's the definition of unambiguous. And as I said, since that New York Times article came out, that's when it really kicked in for me. And it's now a daily part of my life. I made my story public on Reddit after having found also new friends. I lost friends, but I've also found new friends on Twitter. I connected with people who have had similar experiences. So as I said, I'm very grateful for that. But I want to end this with saying that all I know is that I know nothing. Absolutely nothing, except for that the phenomena is real. And I hope that one day we will have something like disclosure, that everybody will accept the reality, whatever that even is or means. And I can just suggest everyone to keep looking up in the sky, because there's something somewhere in the skies. Thanks for having me, Ryan.
Since 2017, the Somewhere in the Skies podcast has been a place for people in all walks of life to tell their personal UFO stories. How have these sightings and encounters changed those who experience them? From Beyond the Fray Publishing comes Ryan Sprague's brand new book, Stories from Somewhere in the Skies. This compendium brings to life some of the most powerful UFO stories ever submitted to Somewhere in the Skies podcast. It takes us on a fascinating journey through life-altering experiences from those who stared into the skies and had something extraordinary stare back. Stories from Somewhere in the Skies, now available in paperback and ebook on Amazon. Order today from the link in the show notes, or visit Amazon and search for Stories from Somewhere in the Skies.
You've reached the Somewhere in the Skies podcast. Please leave your message at the beep.
I freaking love the show. The UFO subject kind of dropped off my radar for a little bit, and Somewhere in the Skies has definitely rekindled my fascination and love for the subject. So thank you again for that. And I will be listening as long as you're making a show. Hey man, thanks for taking the time and hearing me out. I really appreciate it. You have a good one, all right?
Hey Ryan, this is Jazz. You and the listeners may already know me because, well, I've been on your show and from UFO Twitter and whatnot. And I had promised you I would call in and do one of the witness account stories from my own experiences. So this is it. I should start by saying I'm well into my 60s now. And I've always been interested in the topic of UFOs, but mostly like from a science fiction thing or just, speculation. I never saw anything for more than 60 years except for, every once in a while, maybe some weird lights in the sky, but who knows what those are. And that was until November of 2020 when everything changed. It was pretty late in the evening for me anyway. It was like 9 o'clock. It was well after dark. And I had gone out on my front porch and I just happened to, I wasn't looking for anything in particular. I just happened to look to the east because my house faces east. And above the ridge to the east of our house, I saw a thing. It wasn't a dot of light or a satellite. I mean, it was round like a globe or a orb or whatever you want to call it. And depending how far away it is, it had to have been fairly good size, I guess. But it was up there above the ridge, and it had all these different lights. I mean, it wasn't like regular FAA lights on a plane or a helicopter or anything. Lots of different colors, and they seemed to keep shifting. I immediately yelled for my wife. She came out and looked at it, and she was pretty amazed, but also had no clue what it might be. And after I called her out, I ran across the street to get away from the streetlights, and I started filming it because it was moving. But it was moving really slowly. It was going like from left to right. That would be north to south. But back and forth slowly, and it would go up and down, and it just kept doing that. I filmed that thing for more than 5 minutes. It's on my YouTube channel. But really, that's the whole account. It never came close. It never did anything dramatic. It didn't exhibit any burst of speed or anything like that. It was just sort of going back and forth. And I eventually gave up, and I went inside and went to bed. So that was that. And it was nothing really definitive. It was barely a week later that the second one happened. I was out on the back deck behind my house, and my wife was walking the dog on the side street next to us. And I suddenly saw her looking up, and she was pointing, and she was taking out her camera. And so I looked up, and I should say this was, again, it was pretty late, about the same time of night. And it was a dark night. It had been raining on and off, and it was mostly overcast. And going right over our neighborhood, part of it right over our house, there was a black triangle. That's the term everybody uses and is familiar with. And it was big. I don't know how big because I don't know how high up it was, but there were rain clouds and they get down pretty low, and it was lower than that, so it wasn't super high up. It didn't have the typical lights that you see like in a lot of the artwork or in the UFO documentaries and stuff. It didn't have the like the a light at each corner or a bright light in the center. What it did have was a whole bunch of these little tiny sparkly lights of different colors, and they seemed to shift, and they moved in relation to each other, like they weren't really attached to whatever it was. And it was just kind of mystifying, and I was just awestruck just kind of watching, because it's just this huge thing. Like I said, I got the impression, depending on how high up it was, that it should have been like the size of a football field. I mean, it was big. And it didn't make any noise, and it just was going over, and it just kept going. And much like the last one, it never did anything extraordinary. It didn't suddenly speed away or shoot. It just kept going, and it was an overcast night until it just faded out of sight. And I was checking local news, and for a few days, see if anybody else had seen this or reported it, and nobody had. But if you hadn't have been out there on a somewhat rainy night and staring up at the clouds, you wouldn't have seen it. So I guess that kind of makes sense. So that was the second one, and there was 2 within 1 week. And then we didn't see anything until late spring of the next year in 2021. And it was the middle of the afternoon. I was out on my back deck, and by that time I was following your advice, and I was always, whenever I had time, like looking up at the sky. And then something came by that I'd never seen before, and it came from the east heading west, or no, from the west heading east, from my left to my right, not too far away from our house. And it was, for lack of a better term, what everybody calls today a tic-tac. There's just no other way to put it. It was much longer than it was around. It was white. I guesstimated it was probably like the size of a bus. It might have been like 40, 50 feet, but again, it depends how high it was. It's hard to say. No sound. And it took me a moment to realize that that's what I was looking at, that it wasn't a plane or something. And I reached for my phone and realized it wasn't in my pocket. It was charging inside. And I just went crashing into my house. I went crashing through the house and yelling for my wife, "Get out front, get your phone." And I went and yanked mine off the charger and went out front. And my wife got out in front of me. And when I got out there was nothing there. And she said she saw something white, but just for a second. And then she lost it. So we weren't sure what happened. But I had gotten a good look at it while it was moving. It was not really going that fast. And again, totally quiet and everything. And that was the end of that encounter. That was the first of 3 that were all the same type of vehicle, or the same one. Maybe I live on an interspace hyperpass or something. The next one came during the summer. It was again in broad daylight. It was in the morning, late morning. And it was pretty much a repeat. It was another white tic-tac thing, no windows, no tail, no wings, no, it was just, I mean, it could have been a huge, long, skinny propane cylinder or something, for whatever that's worth. But this time I had my phone with me, and once I realized once again what it was, I brought up my camera and started filming, trying to. And this time it came by and it got just about even with my house. And at that point it stopped. And to my memory, and what little there is on the video, because the camera refused to focus on the damn thing, it was trying to focus on everything else, like the phone lines and whatnot. It was going, and then it just wasn't going, and it was just hanging there. And again, no sound or anything, pretty much the same as the last one. But it stopped, and it started to turn. It started to rotate a little bit. So one end, the nose or the tail, whichever it might be, was pointing a little more towards me instead of being like parallel. And it was there just for a second or two, and it vanished. And when I say it vanished, I told you this before, I don't mean it didn't fly away, it didn't land, it didn't crash. It was just there. And then if you look at the video, and a friend of mine who's a videographer did some enhancements on it and color corrections to make things pop out a little more. It was there, and then on the next frame, it just wasn't there anymore. It just disappeared. So there was that one, and then later that year, and I didn't get that one on film, and it happened faster. It was, again, a repeat. This one was in the afternoon again. And another one of them came by, but it just kept on going. And so it didn't do anything as spectacular, although my memory's not good for that one, and I wish I'd gotten it on film. It feels like it flew away, but it was there, and then I couldn't see it anymore, so I'm not sure what that one did. So the second of the two was really the most spectacular one for me. And there's been nothing since then. We haven't seen anything else that might qualify as a craft. I know you like people to talk about how it made them feel and whatnot. That's kind of hard to say. The first one, the glowing orb thing above the ridge, I really only just felt confused, I think, and I was questioning myself immediately thereafter, like, well, maybe could it have been a helicopter with some really not legal FAA lighting for some bizarre light show? I still don't know to this day. Maybe. I think the triangle is the one that really changed everything for both me and my wife, because that was, just nothing that explains that, and it was shocking. I felt a sense of awe. I don't recall feeling anything like being frightened, but it was more just being amazed. And the Tic Tacs were a totally different thing, particularly the second one that disappeared. I felt in some ways, again, kind of just awestruck, like my view of the world had changed, something that should have been fictional or hypothetical or something that happened to other people, and then it's right there in broad daylight in front of your eyes. Unlike some people, I never considered it like a religious experience. It just made me more confident that we don't know everything that's going on. If what that, particularly the Tic Tacs, if what those things can do, if that's human tech, then I'm going to be really annoyed at who hasn't shared that tech with the rest of the world, because I don't see any other explanation for that except anti-gravity. And if somebody's figured that out and not told us, they got some explaining to do, as I've said to many people. It's left me more open to other things. I think the experiences made me more ready to listen to other people, whereas in the past I would have been like, really? Okay, maybe, but it's, I guess, and confusion's another word that I would use. I remain confused about it. As far as whether or not I have any theories of what it is, I already started to run down that. I think the first one, it's possible that might have been something like a helicopter with something really weird. The other ones, no. I've never seen a being or anything like that, just these things that show up in the sky. I tend to think, to this day still, the most likely explanation is that it's something non-human. I hope in a way, we don't have that tech and it's being hidden from us. But if something is coming from, I don't know, another solar system, or some people say time travelers, I guess, or interdimensional, which I don't really understand multidimensional stuff. I guess that's all possible, and I'm not smart enough to figure that out. But it's real, and I experienced it 5 times, and it's really changed things for both me and my wife. We look at the world in a different way. We talk about things more seriously that we might have maybe laughed off at some point. But yeah, that's about it. If anybody wants to get a hold of me, I'm Jazz Shaw on Twitter. I'll send you a link to our videos. They're really not very good. But yeah, that's it, and nothing since then. Kind of disappointing. I keep watching, keep hoping. So thanks for letting everybody share their stories. Thanks for sharing mine. Maybe it'll be archived somewhere. And everybody keep enjoying the show.
Hey Ryan, thanks for having me. My name is Maxwell Stoner, and today I'm going to be telling you guys about me and Chris's UFO experience. Some of you guys might know us from the monthly booth that we set up at our local art walk, where we just kind of educate and inform the public about the post-2017 UFO, UAP revolution or whatever. And not a lot of you guys might know how we got into this and why we do this, and I'm going to be sharing me and Chris's human-initiated contact experience. Me and Chris had gotten slowly interested in UFOs in 2020, like a lot of other people. We started watching interviews, we started watching documentaries. We lived together, roommates, so we're watching all these documentaries, and one day we ended up watching kind of an infamous documentary, and some of you guys might know where I'm going with this, but we watched a documentary that puts forth an idea that humans can initiate contact with non-human intelligences, whatever, aliens and UFOs. So me and Chris watched this documentary, and we both think it's kind of so far out there and so unbelievable. Like so many UFO documentaries are, it seemed like they made up a ton of stuff. And anyways, within the week, I think we had decided that we would go on our back balcony. We're going to set a 10-minute timer, and we were going to meditate for aliens, for peaceful contact, close encounters of the fifth kind, whatever. We set a 10-minute timer, meditate, timer goes off. Within 2 seconds of us turning off the timer and looking in the sky, Chris says, "What is that?" And we look, and it looks like a big shining star is kind of floating around in the sky. And we both didn't know what we were looking at. We were trying to figure out, what it was. And it honestly, it looked somewhat like a Chinese lantern would. And it's what I think some of you guys might be thinking. But we watched this thing for a second, and that's when it was kind of moving behind the clouds. And whenever it went behind the clouds, we could tell that it was something really strange, not something we were used to seeing. And we had started sky watching a lot. And when we saw this thing go behind the clouds, it lost all of its kind of shining rays. So it looked like a perfect, white hot sphere that was behind the clouds, shining very, very brightly. And then it stops. We're just seeing this white hot, kind of orangey orb, and it starts to shrink, and it just shrinks out of existence right as we're watching it. And honestly, that night we didn't think much of it. It wasn't super impactful the second that it happened. It wasn't till weeks later that we would really kind of digest what we were seeing and how we came to see that, how we really set a 10-minute timer goes off, and we look up and there it is. And that's really what happened. Even to this day, it continues to kind of set in on, what this means if we really made contact with a non-human intelligence. Then, that's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool, but we didn't know. We don't know what it was to this day. We don't know. Some people say that we just manifested it or whatever, and I can't argue with that necessarily, because we went out to go see a UFO and we just saw one, and it definitely has impacted us in a handful of ways. Obviously, we do this booth now where we just kind of tell the public about the most recent UFO happenings in the government, and we say conspiracy free on our booth. But honestly, our contact experience was very strange, and it has impacted us. And I think I can speak for both of us when I say it's impacted us spiritually as well. And it's been, I think a lot of people could have interpreted this as, a real religious experience, or, I think in the past people would have said, it was an angel in the sky. But we don't know. And we still don't know. But thanks for listening. And that's pretty much it.
My name is Sally, and I am 60 years old. I have worked in administration at a global manufacturing company for 31 years. I come from a middle-class family where my father was an Air Force veteran, fireman, and government official his whole life. When I was a teenager, I hung out with my friends quite a bit to listen to music and do what teenagers do. What most 16-year-olds did in the late 70s. One night I got off of work at dusk from the local KFC, and my friend Cindy met me there. We were to be at our friend Tom's house in about a half an hour. Neither one of us had a car, so we had to walk the mile or so. When we were about 2 blocks from Tom's house, we saw a large red orb with 2 smaller red orbs behind it. They were moving fast right above us, and they were descending at a sharp angle. Just then they disappeared, but the city tornado alarms went off. There was no weather threat, so we could not imagine what had happened. While we were rounding the corner to Tom's house, we saw like 2 people coming towards us at the other end of the block, and they looked like they were wearing beekeeper or chemical suits of some kind. So we ran to Tom's and pounded on the door, screaming to let us in. Cindy and I were too scared to look out the door or window to see what happened to the strange beekeeper people. To this day, when we talk, we still wonder what the heck that was all about. I do need to add that we had not imbibed any substances that day. We were pretty sober. One time, my friend Lori was sitting in a car with our friend Greg on an afternoon eating takeout. They were parked facing the river, which was perpendicular to the car. All at once, a cylindrical shape, like the Tic Tac or a recent type of thing that's out now. It shot past them just above the river. The craft had no wings or means of propulsion, made no sound, and had no markings. Just when they recovered their composure about it, it shot back in the other direction. There were too many trees and bushes around the banks of the river, so they could not see past their viewpoint. To this day, she still ponders that rare event. I wish I could have seen it too. Lori is a very sane, sober, and bookish person. She's not prone to fantasy, and she's been my best friend for 45 years, so I believe her. A couple years later, we had a UFO sighting on the 4th of July. It was about 1993. I took my daughter with me, who was 4 at the time, and Lori to the local park to watch the fireworks. It was still fairly light out, so we spread out a blanket on the grass to mark our spot. I was laying down looking up at the sky when I spotted a craft that was stationary. It was round and silver looking, kind of like a ball bearing, just hanging there and not moving. Lori saw it too, but she wasn't mystified like I was. I estimated there were about 20 minutes had elapsed and it was still there. It got dark out, so it might have still been there or it could have disappeared. But I was just pondering that perhaps the occupants of the orb were just there to see the fireworks. And I saw that same orb or a similar one in Mesa, Arizona, just a few years ago. I did snap a picture of it from a distance. So that's just a couple of my stories. Thank you.
Hi, Brian, and hi, listeners. So, my name is Persephone May Holloway on Instagram if you want to come find me. And I'm an alternative and indie musician who has been an experiencer her whole life. But to be honest, I avoided even talking about this stuff and maybe even believing in it for a very long time. I had what you'd probably call an aversion to it, whether that was planned or by accident, who knows. But it wasn't until this year when I started having some really strange dreams and then talking to some people about it that I decided I should probably go to hypnotherapy. And this is the story that I uncovered from that. It was an unseasonably hot day in September 1997 in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood known for its rich history with the Revolutionary and Civil War. My neighborhood was not unacquainted with high strangeness, but I didn't know that. I just assumed I was the only one, as most kids do. That day was different. Normally, my bus driver would drive past the one-way wooded median to the back cul-de-sac where I lived, drop me off, and then drive back out the neighborhood on the other side of the median. For whatever reason today, he dropped me off at the stony sign at the front entrance. I looked at him and probably in that annoying, precocious child way said, "This isn't my stop." He said, "Well, it is today." It was a bright blue sky with puffy white cumulus clouds everywhere. It should have only been a 10-minute walk home. When I crossed over to the median in the wooded area, it was really overgrown back then, and the houses were all set a little bit back from the street, probably to give more privacy. This time was different. It was completely still. There was nothing, no birds, no sounds of the trees. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my shoes on the asphalt and the crunch of the fall leaves under my feet. There should be something, I thought to myself. We were in a neighborhood full of young families and other children, and it was right after school. There should be other kids playing. Almost as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I heard children playing Ring Around the Rosie. But the sound didn't come from any particular direction. It was almost as if I just heard it inside my head and nowhere else. I don't know why, but the only thought that crossed my mind was, those aren't children. Those aren't human. I began to bolt, to run as fast as I could. The way that I used to remember the story, I was suddenly at my front door, running up to it, pounding for my mother to let me in. When she didn't answer, I collapsed down, and the door opened by itself, and she came out. She looked at me, not distressed despite the disheveled appearance that I had, and she said, "Where have you been? You're 45 minutes late." I told everyone that story for years, and I never knew what happened during those 45 minutes or how I had suddenly appeared from one place in my neighborhood to another. And it wasn't until this year, when I went to hypnotherapy with a friend and started to uncover what I couldn't remember, that I remembered the missing details in between. As soon as I had the thought, they're not human, and I began to run for it, I had the sensation that something was above me, bearing down on me. I felt paralyzed, frozen, like I couldn't move. And next thing I felt like I was up in the air, like the moment you go over a roller coaster, but the inertia never hit. Just one moment I was on the ground, and the next I thought, I'm in the air, and then I blacked out. When I woke, I was lying on some kind of padded table, the bright light in my face, not unlike what happens when you go to a doctor's office. There were small, what I thought at first were children around me, moving like medical assistants, doing various tasks. But they weren't children. They were gray-skinned, bald-headed, huge black almond-shaped eyes, almost no nose and a thin mouth. I turned my head to the left and saw a man in his maybe 40s, graying hair, and he was naked. I was only 9 and embarrassed to see it, so I turned away immediately so I wouldn't look at him anymore. A very tall being approached. 7, 8 feet tall, maybe. It definitely wasn't human. For years, my mind put the image in my head of someone wearing a boxy astronaut suit and a mirrored helmet, because I don't think I could handle what I'd seen. And again, it wasn't until hypnotherapy that it made it clear for me. This being had a head like that of an insect of some kind. Huge eyes, not unlike what some people would call praying mantis, but the coloration was wrong, darker, not like the bright green I was used to seeing in my North American upbringing. When it spoke, it didn't use a mouth or anything like that. I just heard the voice in my head. It just said, "Be still." It held a metal instrument of some kind up to my nose, and I felt a sharp pain far up. I wanted to cry, but I wasn't given much of a chance to. Another of the small beings reached up behind my neck and touched a mole there. It's still there to this day. I don't know what they were checking or looking for. It nodded to the larger being. It nodded back and then said, "We're done here. Take her." They shuffled me off the table and to another side of this room. This room was huge, busy. I got the impression that everyone had a function or a purpose. Something was happening everywhere, but there were partitions and I couldn't see. I could sense that there were other people other than myself. I could sense that people were upset, distressed, but mostly just out of it, like they were half asleep. There were multiple floors above this room, almost like standing in the mezzanine of an office building. It's because of that I started calling this room the mezzanine, although I don't really know why. They led me to dress back into part of my school uniform, although they didn't give me back my shoes, backpack, or blazer, though those things would be on me when I ended up back at my house later. They took me to the mouth of a hallway where a man waited for me, or at least he looked like a man, but I knew he wasn't human. From the minute I saw him, I knew he knew everything about me, as if he'd looked inside me and read every moment of my soul, my dreams, my fears, everything. He knew it all. He was about 6'2", dark, short-cropped hair, bright blue eyes, so blue. At the time, I compared it to my mother's favorite actor, Richard Harris, but even then they glowed with a kind of luminosity that I can't explain. He seemed annoyed at me, and he grabbed my arm with slender, pale hands and began to pull me along. He wore some kind of molded black jumpsuit with no seams, zippers, or buttons that I could see anyway, and something like maybe a cape or a robe. I can't quite remember, but I just got the impression that he was important. He seemed annoyed, and I thought he was annoyed at me, but in hindsight and through, again, hypnotherapy, we think perhaps he was annoyed at the manted being behind us that I started calling the Mentor. Why, I don't know. It was just the name I gave it. He took me to an area where there was a sunken room, much like in American-style ranch houses, how you have sunken living rooms. There were a few steps down. It was padded, and there was a huge bay window in there, but it was shuttered closed, so I never saw outside of it. In the center of the room sat 5 beings with an opening right at the front, as if you're meant to join the circle. They sat lotus-style, and while they were built similarly to the other gray beings, these ones had no face. They were following the track of some sort of object. It was like 1,000 tiny metal pieces. I keep thinking of it as kinetic metal because it would shift and change in the air, but it was all painted blue. They followed it as one, all turning to watch it. They frightened me for some reason, but with one look, and in order to be silent, look, and pay attention, the fear left me. The being tried to explain to me the purpose of this game, but it was almost like he put an entire zip file inside my head. I couldn't comprehend it. He seemed frustrated at this, now actually at me. There was a gray being beside him. She stepped up. I got the impression she was a she. Matronly, kind. She touched his arm and said, "Exilia." I still don't know what it means, whether it's a title or another part of his name or something. He paused, let her come forward. She explained it to me, but I don't remember her ever using words. But however she explained it, I suddenly understood. I sat down with the others. The purpose of this game was to keep the ball, as it was a ball, in the shape of a sphere, and pass it from one to the other with a slight telepathic, what I call, knock. You would have to wait for the other person to take it. if you let go of the control too soon, it would shatter into 1,000 pieces. I finally started to get the hang of it, and I got the sense, rather than the words, that being behind me was very pleased. So I turned to look at him, and I saw that he was smiling, mouth closed, of course, but smiling. Something about this handsome man proud of me and watching the game made my pre-adolescent heart skip a beat. The moment that happened, as if he sensed it immediately, his attention snapped from the game to me. I got the briefest flash of something like I wasn't supposed to know. Something like, people don't look at me like that, or humans. And also, that isn't my function, although I swear it was like he was telling someone else that, not me. Then it was like that all went away, shuttered closed, much like the window. I couldn't read his thoughts at all. Silence, and I thought he was mad, or that I'd done something wrong. Then very slowly, calculatingly, he asked, "Do you find me attractive?" I said yes. I dropped the ball behind me, unable to control it anymore, and it shattered again into 1,000 pieces. "Someday, I will be much more to you. But for now, I'm just your friend," he said. Something about this filled me with relief. I was only 9 after all, and he was an adult, so it was scary. There is bits and pieces of missing time here that I'm unsure I'll recover. And we ended up on some kind of flight deck. There was a chair, a leather chair in the middle, black leather, with crystal half-moon arms around them, or perhaps glass, but something told me it was more than glass. Golden embossed symbols that I couldn't read, just slightly above them. He was trying to explain to me how they worked in the case that I could fly someday. And I was telling him that I have astigmatism, I'll never fly. And he laughed. He thought that was so funny, and I didn't know why he laughed. He seemed like he was about to explain it to me, but the door opened, and the insectoid being came back in and said, "What are you doing? We're wasting time. We have to put her back." He approached with a syringe full of yellow liquid, and I backed up, scared. And next thing I knew, the needle was in my neck, and everything went black. When I woke back up, I was running towards my front door again, with no memory of everything that had just happened, and there was a reddish mist filling the sky, or a light. It's still strange that my mother never reacted to it, and the only reason I remembered the story was because for years I would take friends back to that old neighborhood and say, "Hey, you should hear some of the crazy stories that happened here." There are more details and a lot more to the story before this and after, and I have reason to believe that the being is still in touch with me in very lucid dreams, but that's a story for another time. Personally, I don't feel that I had a really negative experience here. I don't consider myself an abductee. I don't like that word because it makes me feel like I'm supposed to be a victim. I really see myself as more of an experiencer, and I'm someone who this has changed my life for the better. I just don't know how yet. And it's something that I'm meant to talk about and share, and that's just how I feel. In the meantime, thank you for listening, and just know, if you've ever experienced anything like this, you're not alone. There are others like you out there.
Hi Ryan, my name is Suzanne and I live part-time in Santa Fe, New Mexico and part-time in Memphis, Tennessee, and I appreciate you letting me tell my story today. I was about 6 or 7 years old, which would have been in 1966 or 67, and my grandmothers lived in a tiny town in Arkansas, not too far from Little Rock. They lived a 2-block zigzag from each other, and I was so excited because they finally decided that I was mature enough and responsible enough to walk alone between their houses instead of them taking me back and forth. And for me, a really responsible kid, this was really a big deal. I was proud of the new freedom, and I intended to be very responsible with it. So one Sunday morning in the summer at about 10 a.m., I left one grandmother's house for the other grandmother's house. And just as I was about to make my first turn off of the busiest street on the trek, there was a deafening and chest-rattling roar, and an enormous object, literally city blocks long, so wide that you could not see where it ended on either side of the street. It flew directly overhead, very close to the ground, and it scared me terribly. I watched horrified, thinking that this was an airplane that was crashing, because at this young age, I'd never seen underneath a plane, so the fact that it was covered in multicolored lights meant literally nothing to me, and neither did I have any reference at all for a UFO or an alien craft. But I was just frozen in fear on this street corner, and I crouched to the ground quickly, covering my ears, but watching it pass very, very slowly. And then I stood up, still covering my ears, and I was bracing basically for a huge explosion that I knew was going to happen when this plane crashed. But nothing happened, literally nothing. No cars stopped, no pedestrians paused, no one seemed to notice anything, not even this terrified little girl standing on the street corner in tears. And obviously there was no explosion. I was shaking from head to toe, finally pulled myself together and raced back to the grandmother that I'd just left. And I was trying to calm myself down before I got there, because I was scared to tell her that this scary thing had happened, because the grandmothers might talk again and redecide that I could not go between their houses, and I'd lose this newly acquired privilege that I really liked. But the fear over what had just happened was greater than the fear of losing the privilege, so I told her. She just listened intently. She was obviously concerned, but said she had heard and seen nothing, and it was just unimaginable to me that they had heard nothing. But I made her promise that if she heard about a plane crash, she would tell me so that I could resolve what I'd seen and heard and felt. She promised that she would, and I raced out the door to the other grandmother's house before the first grandmother could tell me that I couldn't. And I did the very same thing with the other grandmother, who had to have heard what I had heard, but she didn't. And I just couldn't understand it. It was so big and so loud and so close. It literally rattled my body. And for decades, I, went back to the memory of it, trying to make sense of it and figure it out. In the 90s, I considered UFOs being an answer when I first read about them, but I continually discounted that explanation because the UFO experiencers all described their incidences as so silent, while mine was deafening and chest rattling. And then, of course, once the internet was out, I would often search for 1966 or 1967 Arkansas plane crashes, all to no avail. Had I just not properly understood what had happened? Was I just too little? I just didn't know. I just couldn't figure it out. But earlier this month, while on vacation overseas, I started a newly released book that was telling the stories of experiencers of alien abductions and alien encounters. And the first two stories in this newly released book were absolutely identical to mine, but in different locations. It literally took my breath away. I sat in stunned silence, realizing that I wasn't alone in this bizarre experience, that the facts of my experience were not merely childhood misconceptions or misunderstandings, that there was possibly an understandable explanation for what happened to me, and that I might actually be able to let this thing rest in my heart and mind after all these years, which oddly I have done. And for this ability to finally lay down the inquiry, I am so overwhelmingly grateful, despite not really knowing what it was, right? I can't tell you that it was this or that. And yet, just knowing there's a plausible explanation out there that makes sense has brought tremendous relief, and also encouraged me to finally tell my family about what had happened. And luckily, they were very supportive about it. So This story is not only for me, but it's also for people like you who tell the stories of others, because I want you to know how important it is to do this. When you tell those other people's stories or allow them to tell their stories, you just might be giving a gift to another human who has spent decades wondering about what happened to her. So, thank you, Ryan. I sure appreciate it.
Hello, Ryan. My name is Tim. I'd like to tell you about my UFO event. Not sure how accurate the memory is. It's from 1975-76. I'm 51, and it happened in central Wisconsin, just outside of Stevens Point. I can show you on a map if you're interested. I was in a car with my father, and we were leaving my grandmother's house, and we were just outside the city right before, we used to call it Custard Hill, and it's kind of this low plain area. The hill isn't very big, but as a child everything seems large. And we were driving on Highway 10, which was a 2-lane at the time. It's now a 4-lane. It's not called that anymore. And we came across this farm field, because it's Wisconsin, there's a lot of cornfields, and I'm pretty sure it was in late summer, early fall. And I remember, I'm pretty sure I was in kindergarten, because, mathematically wise, it kind of works out. So we're coming and passing between these fields, and we noticed, all these little orbs, these reddish orange orbs floating around. You might think they were fireflies, but they're about, I don't know, from like maybe a muskmelon to a basketball size. Just zipping around. They were kind of spectacular. There was a lot of them. I don't have a notion of how many, but there was quite a few in the air, zipping around just above the car, weaving in and out of these. There was a row of trees between the highway and this farm field. And then, so we slowed down, because, that's what you would do. And we slowed down, and the memory is foggy here, because I remember other cars that have pulled over, and I remember my dad pulled over, and he's like looking out the window, and I'm looking out the window, and we're slowed down almost to a crawl, and there was this object above, just slightly to the right of this farmhouse. It was huge, just a gigantic black trident-shaped object hovering in the air, and it was big. It was just massively large, and it took up a giant chunk of the sky, and I remember it having some lights, but not as bright as the little lights. Maybe windows, or honestly, I don't know. I remember it having 3 very large prongs sticking off the back of it, and they were all attached to this central area, and it was just hovering there, silent. And I remember having the windows down, and there was nothing. It was just complete silence, and I was kind of like enthralled at the time, and I remember my dad, I think he got spooked because we just took off, and I remember like right before we left, all those little orbs, they all compressed into one right behind this object. They all flew into this one orb. They made this red orb, and it was bigger than just the then the little ones, and then that orb went into the 3 prongs sticking out of the back of this ship thing, and it just bolted. It took off, and then my dad, floored it, and we were in the first iteration of a Chevy Chevette, and that I remember my dad rabbiting pretty quick, and I think he was pretty shaken. My dad always smoked, so he was smoking like a chimney. And here's why I'm pretty sure this is not just my imagination. I remember going into and I think it was on a Sunday. This happened on a Sunday, because that Monday morning, and I'm pretty sure memory-wise, I think it was, it would be a Monday. We used to do these things in kindergarten called show and tell. So I wanted to tell my story about, what we saw with my dad. And I remember standing in front of the class and telling them pretty close to what I just told you. And the teacher asked me what the shape of the UFO was. And I said it was shaped like a chicken's foot. And everybody laughed. And I was mortified. It was the first time I experienced embarrassment in front of a group of people. And the teacher laughed at me, and she said, and this is burned into my memory, "Are you sure it wasn't saucer shaped?" And I went back to, this thing was shaped like a chicken's foot. I didn't know what a trident was at the time. I was in kindergarten trying to figure out what the color blue was. So yeah, that's my story. And yeah, I was pretty embarrassed. I had much regret after telling that story at the time. But now, I just don't give a shit about much anymore. So I feel compelled to tell it. So I've been telling more people and trying to talk about it more. And that's pretty much it. I had some strange memories from my childhood. I used to have night terrors and some other stuff that happened. Honestly, it's like when you look at your childhood, maybe it was just imagination. I don't know. Anyway, Ryan, that's my story, and I'm gonna stick with it. Thanks for listening.
The Somewhere in the Skies podcast is free to listen to every week, but if you would like to help support the show, we have a very active Patreon page where you give what you think the show is worth. In return, you'll get early access to the main show, bonus episodes, and priority to ask our guests your listener questions. Your support truly makes the show continue and grow. So, to learn more and to join, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies.
Hey Ryan, my name is Mike, and I wanted to tell you about something I experienced. At the time of this experience, it was about 1996 or 97. I lived in a small town about 30 minutes west of Columbus, Ohio. And if you traveled from my town an extra hour and a half, you would, of course, eventually run into Wright Pat Air Force Base. At this time, I worked a second shift job in Columbus, Ohio, getting off about 11:30 at night. And everybody at my job and myself, we noticed in the westwardly direction towards Wright Pat, we would see 3 lights in the sky. They were bigger than the stars, brighter than any of the stars, and they didn't flash or have any airplane lights or anything like that. And all 3 lights would move in the same pattern in the sky. And this happened every night for about 2 weeks. We all wondered what they were, but being about myself and the group of friends I had at my job, we were in our early 20s, our minds were elsewhere, let's just say. But one night, it was really nice out, it was clear, it was warm, no clouds in the sky, no wind, and the moon was so bright, it would actually cast a shadow of you on the ground when you were outside. I'm guessing it was a full moon, but I never really paid that much attention to that other than it was very bright. So this night I decided, instead of going down Interstate 70, the most direct way home, I would take the back roads. So I got in the car and rolled the windows down, turned the radio up, and decided to take the back roads home. It was more of an entertaining drive for me. And I paid close attention to the lights at this point, especially driving slow and having to pay more attention to where I was going on these back roads. So I got a brilliant idea that I was going to attract the lights. Now I'll tell you a little bit about the lights. So if you're looking out of your windshield, there were 3 lights. What I called light number 1 was on the left side of your windshield, and it would travel up what looked like to me to be straight up in the air, and it would get to a certain point, it would rotate to its right and then travel down a parallel path, get close to the horizon, and would rotate to the opposite direction, and it would travel up. So basically it was going slowly up and down in a paperclip like fashion. Light number 3 was on the very right side of your field of view out of your windshield, and it did the same thing, up and rotate, come down, rotate and go up. I don't remember the lights doing this in unison, so one light may have been going up and the other light may have been going down. I don't remember that much detail. But light number 2 was the weird one. It started on the left near where light number 1 stopped and turned back up. It would started there. It would go straight across the horizon right to the point where light number 3 did its turn to come back up. Light number 2 would travel left to right, and it would turn down slightly towards the horizon more and disappear, and then a second or maybe a second and a half later would appear on the left side, and it would rotate up and travel back to the right. So basically it was doing the same type of travel, I guess you can say, as the other lights, with the exception it was at the bottom towards the horizon, and it was going left to right and then right to left, and with the exception that once it traveled left to right and it started to travel back right to left, it would disappear entirely and reappear a second or two later on the left side. So you had light 1 going up and down, light 3 going up and down on the opposite side of your field of view, and light number 2 would travel left and start to travel right, disappear on the left side again, and then travel right, start to turn left, disappear, appear on the left side, and travel right. So all 3 of these lights were making these patterns. So I thought, being in my early 20s and knowing everything about the world, of course, that I would flash my bright lights and try to attract these lights to me. So every time I would turn in their general direction or west, I would travel as far as I could westwardly and just flash my bright lights back off and on, off and on, off and on. It was then about 20 minutes into my drive home that I noticed light number 3 on the right side started to get bigger. I took that as saying or thinking that it was coming towards me. So I noticed as the light got bigger, it started to turn into a shape of sorts. So I found, on my way home, driving through the country, I found a area where it was a lot of openness, not a lot of trees, and the fields had been taken. So that's why I'm saying it was probably late August, early September, because there were no crops in any of the fields. So everything was just wide open, trees here and there, and a couple of telephone poles here and there. That was mostly it. So I found this road that I pulled off on, and there was a big open field in front of me, and it had one of those roads that the farmers build from the main road into their field so they can get their tractors on. I pulled into this road and pointed my car directly west towards these lights. My brain just automatically assumed it was aliens, right? I mean, that's what you do. That's where your brain goes automatically back in the 90s. Because there was no internet, there was no smartphones. The only people that had phones at that time were people in managers and CEOs and that type of thing. And I wasn't one of those, being so young, so I didn't even have a regular cell phone at the time. So I pulled in the road, pointed my car to the west, and thinking it was going to be aliens. I remember about the encounters about how cars and lights and radios do all kinds of crazy things, sometimes turn off entirely when there's an alien ship by. So I purposely left my car running, the radio on, and the lights on. And I pulled into this road, got out of my car, and I noticed that my shadow, because the moon was behind me, so I noticed the shadow that the moon was making of myself kind of in front of me. So it was still a bright, it was night, but it was still bright out from the moon, and no wind, no clouds at all, just a really nice night. And I watched light number 3 as it came towards me. It got bigger and bigger, and then it started to get to shape. I'm not sure how many minutes it took, but eventually this thing got so close to me that I could tell its shape. There was no noise at all from anything other than my engine and my car running in the radio. So there was no noise from this object. I want to describe it to you, of course. If you take the stereotypical idea of a raindrop, where it's rounded at the bottom and it comes to a point at the tip, you take that and lay it on its side. That was the fuselage of this thing, I guess that's what you would call it. However, it didn't taper to a point as abruptly as its raindrop. It was more of a uniform taper. So the front of it, which I'll call the nose, kind of reminded me of an airplane, but it was round, and it tapered uniformly down to a tip. And this thing also had wings on it that swept back at probably about a 45-degree angle, but they were very thick. They looked to be as thick as the fuselage, almost as thick as the fuselage of this object. As it approached, I noticed that it started to bank a little bit to its, I guess it would be its left. So the left side started to dip and the right side started to rise up. That's when I saw the tip of its left wing. And I noticed that at the front of this thing, of the object, and at the tip of each wing was a yellow light. And it seemed to shine down about towards the ground, but it only reached about a third of the way down from the object to the ground. So it didn't actually reach the ground. It reminded me of spotlights, but not very good ones, because it never reached the ground. And they weren't moving, they were stationary. Along the front edge of its right wing, and I'm assuming it was the same on the left wing because I could only see the tip of the left wing, but on the leading edge of the wings were 4 or 5 lights that also shined yellow, but were a different shade. They were more bright, and they looked like portholes to me, as the best I could describe it. But they were illuminated from within. They didn't shine out like your headlights would from a car, like the other 3 lights on this object, but they seem to be illuminated from within, like if you turned your interior lights on your car. They didn't look to be like they were on the edge of the wing, but more like they were embedded into the edge of the wing, if that makes sense. So they reminded me of portholes. This thing was probably 50 feet above me. It was very, very low. It was so low, in fact, that due to the moon shining on it, I could see the outside of this object had texture. So it had texture like if you ever seen a soundproof room, they have these vertical and horizontal squares in the room that alternate. So you have a square that has these vertical ridges, and then next to it you have a square that has horizontal ridges, and next to that you have one that has vertical ridges to help absorb the sound. That's the kind of pattern it had all over this object. And like I said, the moon was so bright that it shined on the object, and it was a dark color. I don't think it was black. It looked more like a very, very dark blue. But this thing glided, for lack of a better word, over the top of my car, and it started to bank to its left. And I watched it and turned my head as it flew over my car, or glided over my car. And at that point, I saw the three lights, the tip of it and the tip of its wings, and then the lights along the wings and the texture and the color. I thought, well, what are the other two lights doing? So I turned around to look at the other two lights, and they were doing their same pattern. I turned back around, which was probably 2, maybe 3 seconds, and the object that had flown over my car had disappeared. It was nowhere in sight. I did a 360 of everything, everywhere in the sky, trying to find it. And the only thing I saw was the glow of the city of Columbus faintly in the distance, the bright moon behind me, and there was one puffy cotton-like cloud in the sky just kind of drifting. And that was it. So this object flew towards me, flew down over me, banked to its left. I got to see a lot of detail. Flew over my car, and then this just appeared like out of nowhere. I didn't know what to think. I wasn't scared or nervous. I was kind of dumbfounded, just trying to figure out what this thing was. I know I got in the car. I started to drive back because I remember looking for this third light, and it never reappeared on my drive home. But I don't remember much after that. I'm thinking this happened on a Friday because I know I didn't go to work for a couple days. I wasn't into the news or anything like that, so I didn't hear anything on the news. I didn't read the newspaper, and like I said, there was no internet or smart or cell phones or anything like that. So I went back to work a couple of days later, and the objects are in the sky doing the same thing again. 3 lights doing their 3 patterns. So I got back into my car that Monday evening, or whatever the next day was, that evening, and I wanted to try to recreate what happened. So I drove the back road. It was another nice, warm, clear night, and I flashed my lights all the way home like I did, and nothing ever happened. The lights stayed there for about 3 or 4, well, maybe 2 or 3 more days, and then they just disappeared, and I never saw them again. So I thought it was kind of interesting and weird. I didn't know about stealth blimps at the time. Maybe that's what this could have been, but it was odd because I don't know of any blimps that have wings. I thought that was kind of strange. And again, I didn't hear any engine or anything like that. So I really have no idea what it was. So that's my story. Thanks for listening, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Hi Ryan, my name's Jack. I'm a big fan of Somewhere in the Skies, and I've been into UFOs, UAP since I was a kid. I live in Yorkshire, I'm a child of the space age, and I grew up watching Jerry Anderson's 1960s TV shows, like Fireball XL5, Thunderbirds, and of course UFO, which I still watch reruns of. As a kid, I'd bought a few books on UFOs, but they were always a disappointment. Never any good photos, which was always the first bit I looked for. But I'd had an interest and read UFO magazines, the one published by Graham and Matt Birdsall, and which always had interesting stories like the Todmorden PC Godfrey encounter, which I think you mentioned not so long ago. My story is in 2 parts and is from the summer of 1984, so it's coming up to the anniversary. I was visiting my parents, who lived in Ripon in North Yorkshire, which is called a city because it's got a cathedral, but it's actually a small town. And they ran a post office and general store. They were both sensible folk, went to church, and were a key part of the community, as the post office was the centre of a lot of community life, and people going on a regular basis just to have a natter. I used to go over once a month. I lived in Leeds, as I say, and sometimes helped in the shop. And I'd arrive on a Friday night and get ready for tea, which is dinner to non-Yorkshire people. Anyway, on this particular occasion, I walked up the stairs, and my mum said hello, and turned to my dad and said, "Well, are you going to tell him?" So intrigued, I said, "What is it? What's happened?" Obviously fearing the worst, because it sounded important. Anyway, my dad, who was very calm and down to earth, got up and picked up a pair of binoculars that they had for bird watching and went over to the large lounge window. They lived above the shop, so it was an elevated position with good views over the trees and into the city. And he looked out into the still bright summer sky. As I say, it was around about 7:30, so still very light at that time. He said, "Here, have a look through these and look over there." And he pointed to a point in the sky. Anyway, I looked through them, and suddenly this object came into view. And I had to hold the binoculars steady to focus, because obviously it was some distance away. And my dad said quietly, "It's been up there these last 3 nights." He said, "It just hangs there, doesn't move, and it's there for hours. Can you see it?" So I looked through, and anyway, I saw this large gold-coloured globe just hanging in the sky. The best way I could describe it is it was like one of those geodesic domes. So it was like honeycombed, made up of hexagons or octagons, perfectly circular, perfectly round. So I'm looking round it to see if I could see any wire or cord or rope or anything that was suspending it. Or, if it was a balloon, did it have a basket underneath, people in it? Anyway, there was nothing. So my dad said it appeared one evening and then just kept reappearing and literally just hovering, hanging in the sky, because it didn't seem it was moving, it was very static. So we watched it for about 20 minutes, completely unmoving, and it seemed to have a glow to it. I mean, the sun was going down, but at sort of 7:30, 8 o'clock, it still had about 2-3 hours of life in it. At this point in the summer, so it looked like it had a light inside it, not a spotlight, but just like a glow. And as I'm watching it, after about 30 minutes, it just vanished. And I thought I'd just lost the point in the sky where it was at, but it was nowhere to be found. It just shot off and disappeared. And that was it. So next day I checked the papers and watched the TV news, but there were no reports. And thinking back as I was watching it, it seemed to be about 30 to 40 feet across, but there were no markings or fittings or engine. So I had no idea what it was, but the fact that it had been stationary made me think, maybe it was reconnaissance or something, God knows. But looking at it, it felt exciting and thrilling, and I was kind of elated looking at it, especially as my dad, who's down to earth as they come, just solid Yorkshireman, very no nonsense. He saw the same thing, and he didn't have a clue what it was. So anyway, life moved on, and then I went over a couple of months later, so it would have been August, and as I walked in, my mum's like, "Have you told him? Are you going to tell him then?" And my dad's like, "What? No, I haven't said that. He's just come in." So she said, "Well, tell him, because I want to know." So I'm like, "What is it now?" So, because they're at a general store, they took deliveries on a daily basis from the baker, with the bread and pies, etc., and the milkman who bring the milk, eggs, and yogurts and things like that. The milkman was called, we'll call him Fred. I mean, he'll be dead and gone by now. He was a local guy. He was mid-70s, been around a long time. Drove a really old flatbed truck. And he used to deliver to the post office about 5:15. So my dad would be up and ready. Anyway, on this particular day, he opened the door to find Fred in a proper state. He was shaking, barely able to stand, pale. This is a ruddy-faced Yorkshireman who spends most of his time outside, but he said he was pale, as white as a sheet. So my dad said, "What's up, Fred? Have you had an accident?" And Fred just groaned, and my dad helped him inside to sit down and get himself together. And my dad had trouble persuading him to talk. Anyway, finally, my dad said, apparently it was dawn was just breaking, so it'd be 4ish or something like that. And he got the milk, and he was going, I think, to his first drop off. So this was about getting on for 5. And as usual on hot summer's mornings, there's a lot of fog around, and the country's pretty flat, but lots of little back roads, known over here as C roads. A road is a motorway, B road, normal dual carriageway. C road, it's virtually a dirt track, and you'd ruin your car driving on it. Anyway, it's got his milk in the back of the wagon. It's driving along down into a dip, and in the distance you can see a car coming. So as common practices around in the countryside, you look for the widest part of the road, you slow down and flash your headlights and let the guy come past, and then you drive on carefully, making sure you don't hit it or scratch him, obviously. So this is what Fred did. Pulled into the hedge, left the room, flashed his lights, nothing. So he's waiting, and he said, it's completely in fog. He said you could barely see your hand in front of your eyes. And so he waited again, flashed his lights, waited, anyway, flashed them again for a third time. Anyway, next thing, these two lights just go straight up in the air, come towards him and go over the car. Now, it's like I say, it's thick fog, but it's absolutely silent. He said, I couldn't hear a thing. There was no birds going, there was nothing. And he said, I couldn't hear an engine or anything like that. So he was absolutely petrified. But anyway, he finally got out of the van and looked up, but it had gone. Anyway, he noticed the roof of the wagon, which had early morning frost, was all melted by whatever had passed over him. And my dad said he couldn't believe what he'd seen. He said he was in an absolute proper state. And he just said, I don't believe it. I don't believe what I saw. So after that, my dad didn't see him for a long time. I checked the papers again, but there were no other reports. So following those incidents, I started reading up on the subject, and a few years later bought what I think is an outstanding book called Above Top Secret, by one of the first renowned researchers in the field called Tim Good. Really, really excellent book. It's like the Bible of the history of UFOs. I'd advise anybody with an interest should get it. Anyway, within that, it detailed that the area around Ripon had quite a few UFO visits in the past, particularly to RAF bases, one at the top of Cliff, which is just 5 miles away. I think they had something hovering over the flight line, and one at RAF Leeming, which I believe pilots saw a craft or something as they were coming into land. So it's relatively, I wouldn't say a hotspot, but things that have been known to happen around there before. Obviously there's lots of other stories associated with Yorkshire, which I always took an interest in. But I bought a further book by Tim Good, I think called Alien Update, as a paperback this time. And reading through it, and it was a story of a sighting in London, and somebody had done a drawing, and the drawing was identical to the thing that I saw, which was a honeycombed large globe, self-illuminated, that had just been hanging there. So maybe I wasn't the only person who saw it. That's my story. It doesn't seem very sensational, but you kind of had to be there, and it's always changed the way that I think about things. Convinced they're real. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I think anybody who has got an interest, if you just see the absolute torrent of clips that people film and post on, Twitter or Instagram, YouTube, I don't think there's any getting away from the fact that there's something out there, particularly with the latest revelations from in America. So I'm hoping that there'll finally be an admittance and confirmation that it's real, and then we can go about the business of changing the way we think about things. Hopefully energy production will change, and maybe we'll save the planet. Anyway, here's hoping, and keep your feet on the ground, keep looking at the stars. See you later. Ta-ra.
Somewhere in the Skies is produced by Third Kind Productions in association with the Entertainment One Podcast Network.